Badlands. Explain those Badlands. That's a hell of a name.
Experience the miracle of a God-given first responder for your health and an ally in your body that fights everything from minor ailments to major health threats. That ally is your immune system. At Pet Club 24/7, we harness the ancient wisdom of nature with our exclusive potent strain of medicinal mushroom, revered for thousands of years for their immune-supporting properties that are extremely safe with no addictions or overdoses, no side effects, and no interactions with medications. Transform how you manage your health with our all-natural products that help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our natural, time-tested solution and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Transform how you manage health with our all-natural products and help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our all-natural, time-tested solution and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Visit badlandsmedia.tv/petclub now.
Thank you, Chairman Carter, Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz, distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on how Naval Facilities Engineering Command, or NAVFAC, is leveraging innovative construction techniques and technologies in military construction. NAVFAC has a worldwide team of dedicated engineers and architects, planners, project managers, contracting officers, and other professionals who design, maintain, acquire, and construct facilities and infrastructure to support our warfighters at home and abroad. We are continuously collaborating with industry to identify and implement new innovative infrastructure solutions and to apply industry best practices that help make our U.S. warfighters more lethal, adaptable, effective, and resilient. NAVFAC is actively testing and employing innovative technologies, materials, and methods for design and construction today, and we are leaning forward to increase collaboration with industry, academia, and other government partners to identify and leverage future opportunities. I'll provide a few examples. We realize that we must think, act, and operate differently in order to meet the many time-critical fleet and Marine Corps missions and requirements that we face today. This includes the employment of new and innovative solutions to reduce the cost and increase the speed of infrastructure project delivery. To address this issue head-on, we've developed an acceleration and affordability campaign plan, and as a part of implementing that plan and in coordination with our Navy Installations Command, we've issued guidance that at the start of every new military construction project, NAVFAC's planners and engineers are required to evaluate whether the project can use alternative construction methods to meet the warfighting mission requirements while driving lower costs and accelerating the project delivery. For many of our projects under construction today, NAVFAC uses some form of industrialized or modularized construction to prefabricate facility components at offsite private fabrication yards. We see tremendous benefits in this technique, and we see it as an opportunity to employ this approach. We're working to expand its use and to be able to leverage it for far greater economies of scale. We think this scale can be achieved by using industrialized construction for facilities where we have standard designs and repeatable modules that can be grouped in programming and acquisition, then constructed at the offsite fabrication plants and brought to the project site for final assembly. In fact, we're using the other transactional authority that Congress provided in 10 U.S.C. Section 4022 to pilot development of an industrialized construction project that will build a child development center in Little Creek, Virginia. We then hope to scale that pilot approach to a number of child development centers that will be constructed in the Mid-Atlantic and Southwest regions in the next few years. NAVFAC is closely following and is keenly interested in applying additive construction methods, or 3D printing. We've seen tremendous advances in the technology, and we see continually improving capabilities and costs that are achieved through these methods. NAVFAC is also piloting the use of new and improved materials for use in military construction projects. We're constructing a Navy Child Development Center in Hampton Roads, Virginia that uses cross-laminated timber. At Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point, we are piloting the use of high-performance concretes in a major new F-35 hangar and aircraft sustainment center. NAVFAC is working to expand our use of various types of composite fiber reinforced polymers, particularly for retrofitting and strengthening existing structures. NAVFAC is working to identify and develop near-term and long-term applications exploiting the power of artificial intelligence, or AI. We are partnering with the National Renewable Energy Lab and National Institutes of Building Sciences to identify use cases where AI can be employed in the planning, design, and construction to increase efficiency, reduce costs, and accelerate project delivery. We're also exploring potential efficiency tools with several leading AI companies, including early capabilities in generative AI for planning and design. Finally, in addition to using the Section 4022 Other Transactional Authority, which has shown real value in identifying and leveraging industry innovation, NAVFAC is exploring the use of alternative delivery methods such as progressive design build, lean design build, and construction manager at risk. These approaches are being used in the private sector to encourage innovation, speed project delivery, and reduce cost. However, we're finding that there may be statutory or regulatory changes that are needed for us to fully leverage these approaches. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm proud to be a part of an organization that continuously pushes engineering boundaries to provide affordable infrastructure for the DoD that helps to ensure the lethality, resiliency, safety, and warfighting effectiveness of our military forces. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Mr. Healy.
Chairman Carter, Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for having me here today. I'd like to start off with a question. What if our military could produce electricity through a mobile generator that provided better electricity than even the US grid? Well, I'm here today to introduce a new superior power generation technology, one that's reliable, efficient, fuel flexible, and mobile. I founded Hyliion out of my dorm room at Carnegie Mellon, and it's been an American startup story. We took the company public on the New York Stock Exchange in 2020. We raised over $700 million of capital, and we've begun delivering our Carno modular power plant, which we believe will fundamentally change how electricity is produced. If there are three key things to remember about what we're doing, it's first, that it's one solution that can be used across all applications. Second is it offers fuel flexibility, reliability, and the performance the military needs. And the third is it's manufactured through 3D printing, which enables us to make it here in the US. So let's go back to that first point about one solution across all applications. What if military vessels, autonomous vessels, what if bases, what if vehicles could all use the same power generation solution, leveraging the same parts and the same service across all applications? The Carno generator is designed to be scalable as well, starting with a 200 kilowatt base unit that then can be stacked together to deliver multi-megawatts for military bases. That base unit, just for reference, is about the size of a bed of a pickup truck, so it's extremely compact. This vision is already becoming a reality. We actually just delivered our first unit to the Navy, and they're going to not only be testing it for autonomous vessels, but they're also going to be testing it for stationary applications. The second point I made was why Carno? So this is a fuel agnostic solution. It can operate on over 20 different fuels, including diesel, natural gas, propane, JP8. So imagine if our troops are deployed somewhere in the world where it's kind of unsure of what fuel they're going to have available to them, and it's unsure if that fuel is even contaminated. Our technology eliminates those concerns because now the system, you start feeding it fuel and it will sense what fuel it's receiving, adjust accordingly, and deliver electricity. Now, reliability is also key. So the system's designed with only one moving part, and even that part glides on gas bearings. It's similar to like an air hockey table. So that eliminates the need for oils, eliminates maintenance or substantial maintenance, and eliminates lubricants. So as you think about like autonomous vessels where there isn't anyone on board to actually maintain the engines, reliability is critical. Additionally, we want to look at efficiency. So the Carnot generator, when you compare it to the grid is about 36% efficient. So, your standard wall outlet. The Carnot generator will be able to deliver efficiencies up to 50%. That means that we're going to use less fuel to make the same amount of power. Now, it does all these things while also having a very low noise profile. It's similar noise level to like an air conditioning unit. And it also has a low heat profile, meaning the system is less detectable. Any one of these advantages alone could convince you to move away from diesel generators, but we've been able to package all of this into one solution, our Carnot generator. So the question comes up of like, well, why hasn't this been done before? And that brings me to my third key point, which is 3D printing. So if you go back 200 years ago, there were steam engines, there were diesel engines, there was this thing called a Stirling. Engineers always knew that Stirlings could be or would be the most efficient way of making power, but you could never manufacture a Stirling. Fast forward to today, thanks to advancements in 3D printing, we're able to make parts like this one here that are extremely complex, allow us to unlock efficiencies that now make Stirlings a reality, or as we like to call it, the Carnot generator. So I think this is going to be passed around. So I want to be transparent with where we are in this process. As I shared, we just delivered our first unit to the Navy, and we have other early adopter customer units planned through the middle of this year. We believe the system will deliver everything I've shared today, but we are still in the final stages of development. We're testing the system and continuing to refine it. So as we go forward, we'd like to expand our relationship with the military, especially as we start scaling. We've already set up manufacturing both near Austin, Texas, as well as in Cincinnati, Ohio. Austin. And so that is going to ensure that this is domestically produced. Chairman Carter, Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz, and distinguished members of the committee, our military has been known for having the best technology, and we need to make sure that remains true for power generation as well. With Hyliion's Carnot power plant, we're delivering the three key things that are important. It's one solution that can be used across all applications. It offers fuel flexibility and reliability, as well as it's made here in the US, thanks to 3D printing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson.
Chairman Carter, Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on innovative military construction techniques. CNA's Center for Naval Analysis provides our sailors, our Marines, and the broader national security community with objective analytics to improve the lethality and effectiveness of the joint force. Our sole mission is to support the decision-making of military leadership. The study we conducted for Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Infrastructure, Modernization, and Resilience included the identification of barriers to innovative construction techniques in MILCON. This study was important because the results showed that a forcing function to use such techniques should be developed. There are several options to bridge the gap between industry and DoD efforts to adopt innovative construction techniques. First, a DoD technology roadmap for MILCON would provide necessary guidance for both DoD and service component labs to make informed and targeted investments toward innovation. Such a roadmap would establish enduring capability needs and measured focused areas for identified MILCON outcomes. One specific use case, for example, is to leverage artificial intelligence technology to provide a scalable, faster, and reliable aid for design and construction management efforts. A published MILCON technology roadmap would also provide a demand signal to industry to drive development of specific technologies, potentially leading to private sector investment. This could also foster the subsequent development of industry standards and best practices, thereby advancing the further adoption of innovative techniques. A second recommendation is to adhere to a collaborative, front-loaded design process. This would entail the inclusion of construction contractors early in the design process for the purposes of leveraging additional innovative construction knowledge and experience that is newly emerging in the private sector. Industry experience shared by a construction contractor during the design phase of a project can provide valuable benefits to the government, including the identification of regionally available innovative technologies, and the supporting workforce. Construction contractors with regionally specific expertise can also serve as a resource in the identification of potential construction challenges in the design phase. This allows the designer of record to minimize construction risks and facilitate the most efficient construction means and methods. NAVFAC, Naval Facilities Engineering Systems Command, has undergone such efforts and recently published a guide for early contractor involvement in the design phase of MILCON projects. Lastly, while our analysis highlighted existing DoD efforts toward the inclusion of innovative technologies in MILCON, such as additive manufacturing and mass timber, without a technology roadmap in place and industry engaged in the design phase, DoD investment in such technologies is not prioritized and private sector interest is not encouraged. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I look forward to your questions.
Well, thank you very much. And I'll start out with the Army. Mr. Morrow, these new technologies like 3D printing and additive manufacturing hold a promise. Where's the Corps stand on the actual use of these? And what research do you have on their reliability and strength in both cold and hot weather?
Thank you. Thank you, Congressman, for that question. So currently, the UFCs allow additive construction or 3D printed construction in seismic zones A and in seismic zones B with a shake table test to demonstrate that the means and methods for that are structurally sound. So in those areas, we're completely supportive to go into higher seismic zone areas or multi-story buildings. I think additional testing is required. So our ERDIC, our Research and Development Center, they're working closely with industry. They have continuing efforts to demonstrate that material and advance that material. But for routine military construction, if, for example, a design build RFP is for a single story building in seismic zone A or seismic zone B, there's nothing that would preclude industry from proposing on that. So recently, the Navy and the Corps developed some joint training for our project managers, our technical staff, and our acquisition teams. Part of that training was innovative construction methods and innovative construction material. So we want to, continue that education and ensure that out in the field where the real work is done, our team members are cognizant of new emerging technology. And when they're evaluating proposals and planning projects, they're keeping those in mind as well. Thank you.
Anyone else want to comment on? I know we're all talking about seismic, and that's important. But what about the various heat levels? Would it be what you're making be viable in Alaska or in the Arctic, as well as where I live in Texas, where it's hot? That's a good question. I like, as you've talked about what you're doing, are you looking into those things? Because I think that's very important.
I can maybe share a little bit about that. So just going back to your last question of the reliability of 3D printing. So that part I shared was made through 3D metal additive. Chances are if you flew to DC, greater than 50% chance the plane you were flying on was powered off of additive parts. So this has already been approved by the FAA. It's being used regularly. So additive is real. It's happening. It's being leveraged today. In terms of the ability to operate in different environments, that part that got passed around is made out of cobalt chromium, one of the most resistant metals to heat and cold as well. And so our system is designed to be able to operate in the extreme cold, like -40°C, as well as north of 40°C. Right, so that means it can go to Alaska, it can go to Texas, and actually one of the unique things is it actually likes the cold. It actually performs better in the cold. So we're actually looking forward to a Navy deployment that is going to be going to Alaska.
Any others want to comment? Okay, Dave, you want to comment? Mr. Hamilton?
Thank you, Chairman Carter. I just add to the comments the gentlemen have made that I think first, the additive manufacturing is very highly developed and we use it extensively to manufacture parts. We use it to manufacture parts that are no longer obtainable in the market. We use it for troop deployments where we can do things in an expeditionary environment. Additive construction is a very promising technology and has developed very substantially over the last several years. And I think to your question about how is it applied in different temperature zones, I think we know more about its application in warm temperature zones. I think temperature is certainly dependent on the types of mixtures that are being used for the additive construction. That has to be carefully monitored and maintained. We have less experience with it in cold weather environments, but I think all of those environments are important for the future development. We believe this is a technology that will have great use as we go forward, and especially as we begin to address some of the seismic issues that would allow us to apply it in the Indo-Pacific regions.
Thank you for bringing that up because it's one of the questions I wanted to ask. I visited the Indo-Pacific and so has my colleague, and they've got a lot of issues over there. And if one of it is that sea climate, it's very hard on buildings. Do you have are you building anything in that area where you know how it's affected by the ocean and the constant humidity and all the things they have it coagulating, let's say?
Yes.
Guam.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that question. We, as you know, have a great deal of work across the entirety of the Indo-Pacific theater. And in Guam, as you mentioned, we have a very large construction program. We have a lot of infrastructure that is aged and damaged that we are working to repair and to harden. And we're using a wide variety of techniques and approaches to do that. We have to be very sensitive to not just seismicity in the area. We have to be, of course, very mindful of the typhoon conditions that facilities have to endure in those locations. We have to, as you pointed out, understand the impact of the saltwater conditions and other things that they're exposed to. And so that limits some types of materials. We find that some steel materials, if they're going to be used in that area, have to be specially prepared for that kind of environment. If they're not, and we've certainly had steel components that have deteriorated very quickly in that environment, we're beginning to look at the use of various fiber reinforced polymers that can be used in that kind of environment. There are some promising developments, including panelized construction that is very resilient in those kinds of environments. And it's also very strong, has the ability to put fibers that provide different capabilities within that particular panel that is developed, so that it might provide RF shielding for skiffs, or it might provide armor or explosive resistance for different types of applications. So we find that to be a very valuable technique there. And the other thing that I would mention is that we're looking very hard at industrialized construction, the ability to prefabricate components in the United States and have those shipped to those regions in the Indo-Pacific theater for installation on the project sites. And we find both cost and timing benefits of that application.
On the concrete that they make with the 3D printing, do you have if you're doing that over there and on the islands, you got lots of sand, but do you have any gravel or any other source to make that concrete viable, or will it have to be shipped in there?
Yes, sir. We've done testing with the additive construction, working with both ERDC and with the NAVFAC's Engineering and Expeditionary Warfare Center to see if we could use native materials. We did a pilot project in Guam where we used all native materials to do the additive construction, and it was very successful. We did blast testing with those facilities, which were very successful tests. We saw it stood up very well. We've also worked with saltwater concretes so that for expeditionary use, not for long-term permanent facilities, but for expeditionary use. Our troops can go in and use salt water rather than fresh water that would have to be brought in or purified on site to make the concrete. And we've found very similar characteristics in terms of strength and durability for a short-term 1 or 2 year construction that we might expect in an expeditionary contingency environment.
Thank you, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've been the ranking member or the chair of this subcommittee since 2014. And most of that time I was serving alongside Judge Carter. I think if he and I had a nickel for every reprogramming that we have signed in our roles due to increased construction costs, increased labor costs that were unanticipated by the military, we could retire. And President Trump has announced a 25% import tax on steel and aluminum, in addition to a broad range of other tariffs against countries like Canada, Mexico, and China. During this hearing, he announced an additional 25% tariff on aluminum and steel against Canada. These countries are retaliating. They are levying tariffs in response and boycotts. Among the wide range of negative inflationary effects these unnecessary actions will have on our economy, they'll undoubtedly lead to our needing to sign more reprogramming requests due to increased unanticipated costs. So I'd like to hear from each of you what impact you expect to see on material and construction costs as a result of the newly announced tariffs on products like steel, aluminum, including the potential impacts on labor costs, which American companies rely upon. Mr. Morrow, you can start.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I think the first point I'd like to make is we've put a tremendous amount of emphasis on our project planning process and reducing the risk and getting all of the information possible for the site exactly to minimize any future reprogramming. So many of the efforts to advance a project to a 35% design, get a better cost estimate, et cetera, is already starting to pay dividends. So hopefully we'll have fewer reprogrammings based on unanticipated costs. I think it's really too early to tell how the market is going to respond to many changes. And one of the shortcomings of cost engineering is we have lots of historical data, but we can't look precisely into the future. So our cost engineers follow the markets very carefully, try to incorporate all of the risk-informed decision-making they can into developing those estimates. But I think it's really too early to tell.
Mr. Morrow, are you really telling me that an unanticipated 50% tariff on aluminum and steel is not going to, you're not sure whether that would cause unanticipated increase in costs to military construction projects?
It depends, of course, project by project, where, obviously we follow the Buy America Act and most of our material comes from this country. We're talking about other technologies like mass timber that could replace steel or concrete structures. Every project is individual, and
Right.
I think the most
Okay.
important thing we can do is to try to get the number right in the first place so that everybody has decision space to make the appropriate
Unfortunately,
decision.
all of what you're saying is true, and yet we still regularly have to are presented with reprogrammings that are the result of unanticipated costs. So the system you're describing isn't working, isn't improving, and so isn't working, isn't improving, and it's just hard for me to believe that you're. I know you're being truthful, but it's hard for me to buy that you're not sure whether 50% tariffs on aluminum and steel are not going to result in increased costs. Mr. Hamilton?
Thank you, Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz, for the question. I think I certainly acknowledge the challenge that you highlighted with cost estimating, and especially in dynamic changing times in the markets. We've done a number of things to try to address those challenges. As Mr. Morrow identified, we've put a focus on better understanding market conditions and being able to predict them and incorporate them into our cost estimating processes. We have a chief economist that tracks all those economic trends and builds them into our building cost indexes that we apply to our projects. We've advanced our development of cost schedule risk analysis, are working to mature designs. I think the innovations that we're talking about today in terms of materials and alternative construction methods is something that helps us deal with some of the specific market turns, whether it might be concrete or it might be steel or various construction materials that have perturbations in cost. We now have more alternatives to be able to use cross-laminated timbers or to be able to use tension fabric structures or printed concrete materials and other things that help us
But those
avoid.
there's only 2 pilot projects per service on materials like that. So there's certainly not widespread use of those alternative materials. And so we're talking about the immediate impact of a 50% tariff on the materials that we are currently using. So what you're describing, certainly in the long term, when we move away from these kinds of materials, but it's hard to wrap my mind around the idea that I realize no one wants to say what it is. The real answer is because we all know what it is. It's pretty obvious. Mr. Richardson?
Thank you, Wasserman Schultz, for the question. I was prepared to talk about potential barriers to including more innovative construction techniques in military construction. So we didn't examine specific technologies. So I would say that these increased tariffs could potentially force us to be more innovative in employing construction methods that could be used in the United States.
Which would result in job losses, because if we're shifting away from the industries that we typically use materials from because they're too expensive, then obviously people will lose their jobs. Mr. Chairman, I have just one other question. From my home state of Florida to the far shores of Guam, our military installations face a greater threat than ever before from extreme weather events that are driven by climate change. Military construction, obviously, we've realized has to take into account the danger of wildfires, hurricanes, severe storms, more depending on the location of projects. We have to increase our investments in resiliency now, because even if building resiliency into these projects is costly, we know doing nothing results in far greater cost to rebuild damaged and destroyed infrastructure. So Mr. Hamilton and Mr. Morrow, what steps are you taking to ensure that all military construction projects prioritize resiliency? And how might alternative materials like the ones mentioned today play a role in improving the resiliency of our infrastructure?
Thank you, Ranking Member Wasserman Schultz, for the question. I think there are many things we can do and are doing to address this. I think it starts with understanding where we need to have different kinds of materials to withstand the kinds of environments that we are witnessing today. And some of the materials we're talking about today are specifically designed to deal with those harsh environments. We're making sure that we are focused on updating our unified facilities criteria and guide specifications that incorporate those kinds of materials into the projects that we design. We're making sure that we harden areas, for example, as we try to recover from the Typhoon Mawar in Guam, to harden the utility systems, to make them more resilient, more able to withstand the kinds of weather impacts that we have been experiencing, and make sure that we're prepared. We have redundancy in our systems where that's necessary to be able to continue military operations in the face of those kinds of events.
Thank you.
Just, Congresswoman, two points. One, I would use Tyndall Air Force Base as an example. Obviously, that installation was devastated following a hurricane many years ago. There's been a tremendous amount of construction there, and those new facilities have fared very well in subsequent storms. So I do think we're learning lessons and we're continually improving. Another strength that the Corps of Engineers has is our civil works mission. So we do a lot of coastal storm damage reduction projects, other projects of that nature. So when there are coastal installations, we've got that technology and that subject matter expert base to lean on. And if it's a Navy or an Air Force project, we work collaboratively all the time to make sure we're putting the right professionals to address those types of issues.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know you and I have seen the impact of the saltwater erosion and intrusion in the Pacific and in Florida. We have MacDill and Tyndall that are, right on the water and are regularly exposed to the risks. So we need to make sure we're continuing to focus on resiliency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of our witnesses today. And I'll ask you to give me a little grace on my voice as well. But I want to go back to the supply chain issue for a moment, because I think it's very important, not just in light of tariffs, but after COVID-19, we saw how fragile all of our supply chains are. And one of the things that we have done, I'd like to ask you, Mr. Hamilton, one of the things that we've done in HUD is on some programming, we have allowed them a 2-year appropriation. And that the response has been very positive. Can you talk about how, well, a couple things. How would that help with your supply chain issues with cross-laminate timber, for example? I know they did a project up in Joint Base Lewis McCord. I think Mr. Richardson talked about that. Can you talk a little bit about what that might mean to cost and development?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Congressman Rutherford, for the question. We do struggle today as our construction projects are more and more costly, especially with our O&M appropriations, which are 1-year appropriations. Today, the average cost of our large O&M funded projects are larger than the military construction projects we funded not that many years ago. And so as we look at those projects, we also find that both for military construction and O&M funded projects, we have many specific components and equipment, sometimes materials that are long lead, sometimes a year and a half, 2-3 years for substations and electrical switchgear and other things. So the ability to have that equipment purchased in advance so that it's available when the construction project needs it is really important to allow the project to be able to finish in a timely manner. The length of appropriations is challenging because as you execute a very large O&M funded appropriated project with the expiration of the funds, you're both squeezing it on the front end and often challenged to have a large number of those projects all going out to competition at the same time in the latter part of the fiscal year. And then you're executing it after the appropriation has expired. So especially on those repair projects, you encounter unforeseen conditions, and those conditions, there's no longer a current appropriation to fund those changes. So you have to reach back to previous appropriations, often delaying the project, raising the cost of delivery. So multi-year O&M appropriations would be very helpful to alleviate that issue.
It's worked very well in HUD, Mr. Chairman. That's something we may want to look at also. Mr. Healy, I am really, thank you, Mr. Hamilton. I am really intrigued by your development. One of the things that I'm really concerned about for America's defense is, these electromagnetic pulses. And is your generator protected from those EMPs? Or can it be?
Yeah, thank you, Congressman. Today, it is not protected from EMP attacks, but what I will share is through our journey, we've been working with the Navy, and the Navy has continued to give us military specs that we need to be able to meet, and then our engineering team goes and achieves those. A perfect example is Navy's going to run on diesel fuel. they wanted to be able to run on up to 20% contaminated with salt water diesel fuel. So then we go and we engineer the system to be able to do that. So that's something, if the military is interested in, we'd be happy to explore.
That is pretty amazing, actually. I'd like to ask Mr. Morrow, in the 2025 NDAA, we allowed, I forget the section, let's see, we allow you to now use O&M instead of Milcon for budgeting for some of the beach erosion, other types of erosion in our military facilities, like Blunt Island Command in Jacksonville, where we've got some erosion on the island. And is the Navy planning on using that moving forward? Is that all you need to start using O&M?
So anytime we have more flexibility on the types of projects we can fund, whether Milcon or O&M, it makes us more responsive and more flexible. I'm not familiar if we have, so when the Corps executes O&M, whether on behalf of the Army or the Navy, they do it on a reimbursable basis, and our organization is funded by those projects. So we've had a number of recent changes to the O&M rules that have all been very, very helpful. So the most recent is in barracks. So we can now repair a barracks through a replacement of a new facility. That's a pilot initiative that.
Okay, Mr. Morrow, I hate to cut you off, but I see my time has expired. But I will tell you, I found it. It's section 2847. So if we could look at moving those projects forward, especially at Blunt Island Command. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I yield back.
Man, I'm losing my voice. Mr. Bishop.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and let me thank the witnesses for their testimony this morning. Let me start with Mr. Morrow. As you know, Georgia has the largest stand of privately owned timberland in the nation, and we're proud of our efforts to be good stewards of the land and produce environmentally friendly materials that directly contribute to sequestering greenhouse gases. And the advent of mass timber, the building material made from multiple layers of wood that you've described, is amazing. It's an innovation, high quality, low cost, efficient, environmentally friendly building construction. You're now able to build much larger and taller structures with this engineered wood. In 2023, the Corps announced a new policy of considering at least one option where mass timber is a substantial structural component. We're comparing structural systems during the early design of vertical construction projects. Can you give an update of the new policy and if you've seen an increase in the usage of mass timber in construction projects? And do you have any suggestions on how we can reduce the remaining barriers to the adoption of mass timber in military construction projects?
Yeah, thank you, Congressman. So quick update, we are at 100% design for a mass timber barracks at Joint Base Lewis McChord. And so that's an FY25 Milcon project. So if we have an appropriations bill to execute that work, we're poised to do that right now. But you're absolutely right. Over the last few years, there's much more code compliant mass timber, cross-laminated timber capability. So we are encouraging all of our designers and on our design build construction contractors to bring to the table any innovative technology that's both code compliant and meets the mission. And so as commodity prices change, as the economic circumstances on the ground change, that's when industry, we want to give them the most flexibility to bring the best ideas to the table, to safely deliver quality projects on time and on budget. So we really rely on our industry partners, to be as innovative as possible.
You mentioned if we get an appropriations bill. With the majority pushing for a full-year continuing resolution, I'm very concerned that the lack of certainty and direction from Congress may severely hamper our armed services. So I'd like to hear from you how this would affect MILCON projects that are currently in progress, or those that are projected for 2025 completion. Would a full-year CR delay future projects? We have 2 in Georgia for FY29. Would those be pushed back?
So if we weren't allowed new starts, my understanding is the current bill under consideration does allow new starts for military construction, but until it's passed, we won't know.
Okay, one other follow-up. The NDAA for FY19 required the Department of Defense to stop purchasing PFAS by October of 2023 and to stop using them completely by October of 25. What advancements has the Corps of Engineers made in this area as the deadline is quickly approaching? What testing is being completed on new materials so we won't find ourselves in the same situation years down the road battling hazardous materials?
Yes, sir. So we've been prohibited from using PFAS or PFAS-containing materials primarily in AFFF or aqueous firefighting foam since 2016. However, our legacy systems, we need to decommission them, upgrade them to new systems, and we've been, we're on a path to do that. The final set of contracts to execute all of that recommissioning and upgrading those AFFF systems are ready for contract award this year. Current price tag, our estimate is about $56 million. It's not yet been funded, but we're ready to execute as soon as funding is made available. Again, the Corps executes these projects on a reimbursable basis for the Installation Management Command.
Thank you. Mr. Hamilton, can you tell us what you've been seeing with regard to the use of mass timber with the Navy?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. We also are doing a pilot project with cross-laminated timbers. Ours is a child development center in the Hampton Roads, Virginia area. That project is in design and will soon transition to construction. We found a lot of advantages to the cross-laminated timber. It's lighter than steel or concrete. It has resiliency features. It is actually very, compared to other wood components, very good in fire and even blast resistance. But one of the big advantages we found with it is it can be manufactured in a manufacturing environment, which is very precise, cut with digital equipment and brought to the site in very precise component shapes and sizes and installed there, often saving time of infield construction. So we see this as an opportunity for future use in a number of different ways. And as you mentioned, now available to be used for higher, taller buildings than we had approved it for in the past.
Well, thank you very much. I think my time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here with us this morning. Let me first start out by saying that I'm proud to represent the Oklahoma City metro area, which is home to Tinker Air Force Base. And Tinker has made use of some innovative technologies like augmented reality to smartly design military construction projects like the Bomber Agile Common Hangar. Augmented reality has allowed Tinker to identify some unforeseen site conditions well ahead of time, which will reduce the cost and streamline project timelines. Additionally, Tinker's Bomber Agile Hangar has the potential of reducing costs from not having to rebuild facilities and projects as often, thereby increasing the lifespan of these facilities. So I think that these innovative technologies have some incredible use, and I'm glad that to hear today that we're using some of them. One of the questions I have, and it's probably more for Mr. Healy and Mr. Richardson, is can you talk a little bit about the challenges that you face with actually getting into the DoD and utilizing these new innovative technologies, the process for engagement, is it challenging for you all to actually enter the marketplace to be able to sell your product?
We were fortunate that our relationship with the Navy actually began when this technology was still within GE. Obviously, GE has a massive relationship with the military, and then that contract moved over, and then we've subsequently been able to win additional contracts with the Navy going forward. What we found, if we're doing it the organic path, the SBIR is the best place to start. But I do agree with your comment of, as a startup company, it's not necessarily easy to navigate the military.
Mr. Richardson, would you like to add anything there?
So the study we did for DASD examining barriers to the inclusion of innovative construction techniques in MILCON showed that perhaps the establishment of goals and metrics could facilitate the use of more of these materials. For example, like identifying a specific technology and establishing what percentage of MILCON project would include said technology would be a way to overcome that barrier.
Perfect. Thank you. Shifting to Mr. Morrow and Mr. Hamilton, in your experience, have you seen regulations with green initiatives on military bases to include mandating certain environmental standards drive up the cost of MILCON projects?
So that it was referenced earlier, MILCON cost premium study. So when we evaluate the cost of MILCON, we kind of sort them into, these are legal reasons why military construction is sometimes more expensive. These are regulatory issues, and these are policy issues. And oftentimes, with respect to those environmental issues, it's the first cost versus the life cycle cost, and that analysis. So it certainly can drive first costs up, hopefully drive life cycle costs down. But those policy issues definitely are a contributor to that MILCON.
There's no guarantee, though, that those life cycle costs will go down. This is sort of an assumption or a conjecture based on information you have today, correct?
And any of those policies, there is a waiver process, and many of them are changing right now. But yes.
Mr. Hamilton, would you like to?
I agree with what Mr. Morrow said. I think that we often, as we look at the use of our facilities, the length and the variety of missions that a given military facility will experience over the life of the facility are very different than what is experienced in private sector. And so the life cycle cost becomes really much more important than the initial cost. And sometimes those investments that are driving costs up, and many of them do have statutory or policy drivers, but many of them do have reasons that pay off over the life cycle of that facility. And so we try to look at those two different components and balance the needs of the military for a given project.
Would it be more helpful if you had flexibility, though, to make those decisions without the mandates or policy directives that are included?
Yes, ma'am. Flexibility is always valuable.
Thank you. Lastly, Mr. Hamilton, in your opening remarks, you mentioned some statutory requirements that do need to change to allow more flexibility in the use of OTAs. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yes, Congresswoman, thanks for the question. I think this is an area that we are really looking hard at because, as Mr. Morrow said, we rely on industry to bring innovative techniques, constructions, materials to our projects. As you highlight, industry members are often hesitant to do that because there's risk in proposing those new technologies. There's risk in not being selected. We're trying to make our request for proposals have selection criteria that favor innovative solutions that drive down costs and speed delivery. But there's still a familiarity because usually that partner is coming in not as a general contractor, they're coming in as a subcontractor or a vendor. And so they have to form that relationship, and the general contractor has to be familiar with that technology and feel comfortable in overseeing that in the project that they're responsible for. And that sometimes takes time. And so I think things that partner that relationship help facilitate innovation. The other point that I think is really important that I would make is that our current contracting requirements, some statutory, some regulatory, make it very difficult for us to bring constructors in early to partner with designers to walk through those means and methods and alternatives and go through the use cases that might drive down cost and speed. And so additional flexibilities that allow us to award a construction type contract partnered with the designer early in the process would be helpful to bring innovation to projects.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I think it would be great for Mr. Hamilton to maybe give us some additional examples of how that could be utilized and what policy directives we may be able to implement to help achieve those long-term goals. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, Madam Ranking Member. I am thrilled to be on the Appropriations Committee and on this subcommittee. To our witnesses, thank you all so much for sharing all of this great information with us. I get to represent Fort Bliss. It is a premier installation, and the 3D barracks that were printed on Fort Bliss are really exceptional, and was proud to be on site for different components of the project. And I'd like to invite any of my fellow committee members who'd like to come and see them to join me at Fort Bliss so you can take a look firsthand at the quality of the work. We are all wanting to find as much efficiency and savings as possible. I've been so alarmed and concerned about the way that it's being done right now by the president and his buddy, Elon Musk, with the mass firings of watchdogs and people with key important experience. I think that costs us money in the long term. It doesn't save us money. But the conversations happening in this committee right now are what could actually save us money if we take the information that we learn here and actually put it into action. And we have data from our district, from Fort Bliss, about the MilCon projects there. And they are one example of where this subcommittee really could find some key savings. Many of the military construction projects, and this is true across the country, end up costing anywhere, in El Paso, our data shows from 68% more than what's happening locally to 500 times more than what is happening locally. When we compare housing built at our local university, same square footage, kind of same parameters, to barracks construction, the cost differential is shocking. So there are huge opportunities for us to change things up, and you all have given us some good examples. I think among those opportunities, we can require comparative market analysis for all facilities improvement plan projects. We could empower a privatized housing partner to build barracks, as an example. We could establish major construction intergovernmental service agreements with local governments, as an example, but 3D printing is another critical example. So, Mr. Morrow, would love to dive in a little bit on this with you. What kind, or actually, you know what, I'm going to skip to the second question that I was planning on asking you, but what latitude do you think installation commanders need in order to utilize more 3D printing for things like barracks or for other construction projects? When I was on site after the ribbon cutting, I asked the folks there, same question. What were the impediments? What are the areas of opportunity where we can expedite this more? What do we need to do in order to make more projects like this successful and possible?
Thank you, Congresswoman. That's a great question. So our installation commanders and our garrisons are the requirements generators for all of the MilCon projects that eventually come to the Corps of Engineers or to NAVFAC for execution. So it really starts with, what are their requirements on site, and if they can shape those to be conducive for innovative technologies. So a lot of it has to do with, multi-story construction is going to be more problematic. The mass timber has its limitations on how large a building, but there's nothing that prevents them from, creating a campus environment or something slightly different. So again, what we encourage people to do is be as performance oriented in developing those requirements as possible and not as prescriptive. And when you do that, then it opens up opportunities for new ideas, innovative technology, et cetera. And I did just recently meet with our construction field team out of the Fort Worth district. Tremendous set of exemplary professionals. So thank you for those kind words.
Thank you. I'm out of time, but I think it would be important at some point to hear from all of you. What are the barriers to making sure we move on this opportunity quickly so that we can focus on eliminating those barriers? Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here with us this morning. Very fascinating topic to me, and there's also some transfer over with the core to the Energy and Water Subcommittee I sit on. Mr. Hamilton, Mrs. Bice stole the question I was going to ask you because I know in your testimony you talked about statutory changes needed. I'd love to follow up with you further on some of those, but I know, Mr. Marr, looked like you were chomping at the bit to hop in there too from the Corps' perspective. What are some statutory changes we can do to assist you with this process?
So Mr. Hamilton referred to getting construction contractors involved early in the process, and we can do that within federal acquisition regulations, but sometimes we have to really contort ourselves to make that. So we have ECI contracts and what we refer to as IDAC contracts, integrated design and construction contracts, but it does require a lot of extra contract administration and extra hoops to jump through. So other transactional authorities, we have a Milcon construction pilot for all the services for OTAs. Again, it goes back to that comment, the more flexibility we have, just like when if we tell a contractor exactly what we want, we're going to get what we ask for. If we tell them the requirements that we need, then we get those new ideas. The same is true on the acquisition side for NAVFAC and USACE. The more decision space we have and flexibility, the more innovative we can be in bringing those to bear. So I would say right now we can't really do progressive design bid build, which is a common delivery method in industry within the constraints that we have other than through an OTA. So that would be an example.
Okay. I look forward to following up with both of you and working with staff. So if we can, there's specific things we can do to assist in that process, and we need to do it. Let's see, Mr. Richardson, you talked about DOD needing a roadmap. Can you talk a little bit more about that? How can we assist in that, and what would that look like?
Thank you, Congressman, for that question. So the roadmap that we envision would look like the National Defense Science and Technology Strategy. So that strategy identifies critical technologies for national defense. So commercial industry leads the way in the development of those technologies. Those technologies are shared. That's the strategy is you can look it up on the internet. And because those are shared and available, we see academia, we see the Department of Defense, and we see industry innovating in that space. So something similar to that, but for Milcon, which would include the identification of technologies that would be critical to improving Milcon performance, would be what I recommend.
Okay, great. And we look forward to working with you on something like that as well. Mr. Healy, thank you for your presentation. I was not familiar with what you're doing, and I'd love to learn more. I'd love to get a deeper dive on it. Sounds like you've figured out the better and the faster at scale. Will this be cheaper? Seems like it would be, just with all the problems it solves.
So we expect that upfront cost will be more than a conventional diesel generator, but then it really comes down to what's your ROI, what's your payback, and there's two key advantages that we're offering. So one is that improved efficiency, which means you're just going to use less fuel, which is the majority of cost of operating a generator is the fuel that goes into it. And then the second is the lower maintenance. So we're finding that depends on the industry. Actually, in military applications where fuel is very expensive, in some instances, it's going to mean you're going to have a faster payback. But in normal industries, we're seeing it's in a few years that you actually break over and it's a positive return on your investment.
Do you feel that government contracting is set up to allow for the long-range horizon view, or is it just an up cost? Whoever's cheapest to produce gets it. I mean, do you feel that we factor ROI into as we evaluate different options?
I'm probably not the best comment on it at this stage, just because of where we are, where we just have moved into the commercialization phase of things. Up to now, it's been more of the development phase, working with the Navy. But one thing to share is additive manufacturing, 3D printing, it's new, right? And so if the military is going to demand volume of these type of solutions, that means the suppliers need to go out and procure 3D printers, set those up, and that process can take over a year to do. And so any vision or any kind of visibility into the horizon of demand and volumes is extremely helpful, because this isn't just hire contractors to go build it. This is go buy new machines, new equipment that will be better at manufacturing.
Okay. Carno likes cold, so how about the moon or Mars?
Yeah, so outer space is something that's on the theoretical. We think it can be done, but time will tell. We got to get things deployed here in the U.S. first.
Roger. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am truly honored and excited to be on this subcommittee, and I have the great honor and responsibility to represent Marine Corps Base Camp Pendleton in beautiful Southern California. Just a couple of weeks ago, I toured some of our barracks, and they need help. So I'm very excited to be on this subcommittee, in part to see what we can do about the barracks there on base. We've got about 125 of them, and about half either need to be completely torn down or thoroughly rehabilitated. The Marines that run the base, they talk about the barracks as operational necessity. No longer do they use the term quality of life. It's operational necessity. It's about readiness. And a lot of these junior enlisted Marines and sailors are living in subpar conditions. You've got, HVAC systems that don't work. You've got mold. I toured one building where Marines had been living as recently as just a few months before. And it's just unacceptable that we would continue to have barracks in that shape. Towards that end, I'm very interested in getting this fixed, and if 3D printing provides a way to do it maybe faster and cheaper, that's of interest to me. But I wanted to ask, and maybe Mr. Richardson, I'll start with you because you had some of this in your testimony. Camp Pendleton, we've got multi-level barracks, bigger buildings. I was talking to my colleague and friend, Ms. Escobar, about the Fort Bliss barracks. Has there been any testing of larger barracks, larger facilities? Can you tell me anything about higher initial costs, size constraints? Obviously, in California, we have these things called earthquakes that we're always concerned about. And then maybe whatever additional regulatory approval would be needed to do something like that.
Thank you for the question, Congressman. We did not, as part of the study I mentioned, examine any specific technologies, but what I can tell you, and I know Mr. Hamilton or Mr. Morrow can comment on, if you're talking about building multi-story facilities, you're going to be limited to what innovative techniques, materials that you can use. For example, I believe the concrete printing is limited to one story.
One story.
Now. However, laminated timber is not.
Anybody else want to comment on this? Thank you.
I would just say that the current requirement is single-story seismic zones A and B, so potentially problematic, but more testing could result in increased seismic zone areas or multi-story building. And for the Corps of Engineers, that testing is done out of our construction lab in Champaign, Illinois. And those people are amazing, and I would invite anyone on the subcommittee who would like a tour or to visit the facility. They would love to have you.
And can you reinforce the 3D printed concrete with steel as you would in a normal building?
It is reinforced with steel.
And what are the constraints on multi-story are what?
There, lack of testing.
Lack of testing. But that's going on right now in Champaign?
That's the source where the Corps of Engineers does all its construction testing. However, unless we have funding and a requirement, So they're working with
Yep.
industry every day, but we have to have a requirement to work against.
Go ahead. I know you're eager to get in.
I was just going to say, sir, that I think today the gantry crane printers are generally limited to one story, but there's a new printer technology that's been developed and is in testing right now. That's more of a single arm that can print up to 27 feet tall, and so that will allow us to get up to a second story. Would allow you to print roofs. They're testing that technology today, and I think as that gets tested and we have analysis of the seismic resiliency of it, that'll open up new doors to much bigger use.
The folks there on base tell me that if they were to redo the roughly half of the buildings, we're talking about well over $1 billion. The Barracks 2030 initiative says everything has to be redone by 2043. Any thought on the initial startup cost for the 3D printing alternative, and then also when you think it might be commercially available?
If I could, sir, I think I'm very familiar with Camp Pendleton. I rebuilt a lot of the barracks there, sort of the last generation.
So you get it.
Built the hospital there, so I appreciate your comments.
Did a great
about
job
it.
with that.
I think in addition to 3D printing, industrialized construction is very well suited to the Marine Corps barracks program. It's an opportunity to have standard designs, to build modules that you can have fabricated in a manufacturing environment where you have the workforce, you have all the industrialized computerized machinery, and you send those modules out to be installed on the site. A general contractor puts in the site work, the slabs, and really assembles the modules. And I think when you look at the long duration barracks program that the Marine Corps is talking about, really recapitalizing their entire barracks infrastructure, that's ideally suited for that kind of event. There are things we need to do to help that industrialized manufacturing or construction capability in the United States take off and take hold.
So we're out of time. I don't want to run long on my very first hearing, but I look forward to further conversation with you. We'll take that back and I'll yield back.
Mr. Lord,
Thank you, Chairman. I have to admit, I come to this first hearing with a little bit of bias on this military construction and VA subcommittee. My bias is informed by my years I spent in the Navy. I deployed to the Western Pacific in 01, 03, and 05. And just a few months ago, I was able to visit some of the bases 20 years later that I was deployed to, and was left with a little less energy seeing some of the infrastructure there had been left abandoned, dilapidated, and is in dire need of our support here. And I appreciate the witnesses and your expertise and your experience in helping to inform us here on the subcommittee panel on how we in Congress and our services can do a better job raising our standards. Some of the facilities I visited have those dilapidated structures, specifically in Japan, a number of them. And those dilapidated structures detract from their operational value, and they're outright dangerous and unusable. Rightfully so, the Indo-Pacific Command is a large focus of our Department of Defense. They're anticipating and deterring threats from the CCP, Russia, and North Korea. Mr. Hamilton, given your expertise as one of the Navy's top engineers, how can our military, with Congress's support and the Navy specifically, be more agile in terms of acquisition and adoption of novel construction technologies, especially in that very important Indo-Pacific Command?
Congressman, thanks very much for the question. I also was stationed in Korea and in Guam and deployed into the Pacific Theater. And so I'm very familiar with the challenges that they face there. I do think that we need to have a long-term capital plan to modernize those facilities. As you said, many of them are far beyond their useful life, and we need to be providing facilities that can replace those and take the modern weapon systems, the modern missions that are expected to be deployed in those areas. I think contractually, I do believe that the industrialized construction technique that I talked about earlier is one that is very applicable to overseas, especially in the Indo-Pacific theater, where we could fabricate many of the components or modules in the States and have them shipped for installation. I think it gives us the ability to be very agile so that those can be configured in different ways to meet different missions, and we can be very responsive to the military commander's needs and where the priorities are as they change over time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Richardson, we were chatting before. You graduated 3 years after the best Naval Academy class that has ever been. Appreciate that in your service in the Navy Civil Engineer Corps. Can you add some perspectives to how the Navy, the military, specifically with Congress's support, can help improve get more projects done on time, within the right quality and the right cost?
Thank you for that question and comment, Mr. Congressman. So yeah, there are certainly innovative technologies that could improve performance. I wish I was able to explore more of these technologies in our study. But going back to some of my earlier comments, establishing or identifying some of those technologies that could assist in perhaps better construction performance would be of value.
Thanks. And Mr. Morrow, I only have about a minute left, but with my remaining time, similar question: where can Congress help our services knock down some of the bureaucratic red tape or otherwise expedite the military construction as it relates to delivering projects that are at the right cost, at the right time, and the right quality, sir?
Thank you for that question. So what we're doing right now is trying to identify why MilCon costs more than private sector, and really produce as factual a document as possible. Here are the laws that impact our costs. Here are the regulations that impact our costs, and here are the policies that impact our costs, so that those policies can be changed if the new administration chooses. Those regulations can be addressed through rulemaking, or those laws can be changed. So I think my personal position is I'm agnostic on those things. You know, we're here to serve and to support the administration and the Congress, but we want to present you the facts so that you know why that MilCon premium exists.
Thanks so much, sir. Appreciate, gentlemen, your expertise and your participation in today's hearing. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and gentlemen, thank you for being here today. Mr. Marr, you mentioned in your written testimony, you talk about the important role that ERDC plays. I'm from Mississippi, and so I had the opportunity to visit the facility there in Vicksburg to see the great work that they do. And so my question to you is, as a body, how can Congress, how can this committee specifically, what can we do to support ERDC's mission and to make sure that you have the resources that you need to, as you say in your statement, to see that we continue to discover, develop, and deliver trusted engineering and scientific solutions to the warfighter in the nation?
Thank you for that. So ERDC is an amazing organization across the globe, but they serve many, many stakeholders and customers. And like the rest of the Corps of Engineers, primarily operate on a reimbursable basis. So essentially everything that the Corps does is based in law. So if there's a requirement and somebody goes to ERDC to execute that requirement, they get super excited to do that. So working with industry, some of the pilots, you know, whether it's mass timber or additive construction, you know, they all, you know, come to ERDC through some legislative authority and appropriation. And there's no better place, in my opinion, for that work to be done. But they do need that specific authority and appropriation for any of their work.
Thank you. Mr. Hamilton, want to ask you one or two things real quickly. You say in your opening statement, you kind of echo some of the remarks of Mr. Morrow. You say that the primary role is to support our warfighters home and abroad, to make U.S. warfighters more lethal, adaptable, and resilient. First, thank you for both of you for refocusing that mission, to making sure that we're putting the emphasis on the warfighter, that we're providing them what they need to when we place them in harm's way, that they have what they need to be able to perform that mission and to come home to their family safely. And then you talk about different initiatives, some that are current, some that are evolving, prefabrication being one, additive construction, modular construction, all things in which we currently are either operating or intend to operate in the near future. One of the facilities that served in my facility is Meridian Naval Air Station. They are home of the training Air Wing 1. Many of our naval aviators begin their initial training there in Meridian before going on for more specialized training. One of the projects there that we're working toward is one of the hangars there, Hangar 2, needs a new roof facility because of age, because of sometimes some of the inclement weather that comes through, particularly in the spring and fall, known as tornadoes and wind gusts. We used to think that Hurricane Alley was there in the west. I believe now it's shifted to coming through the southeast. And so often see those types of weather conditions really exacerbate the condition of some of the buildings there. And so as we look at these innovations, we know some of these innovations are probably better used for new construction. And others for things such as renovations to Hangar 2 or renovations to other buildings. Kind of talk me through how these innovations can be used both, again, for the new construction, but also as we're looking at repairing and renovating existing buildings on military facilities.
Thank you, Congressman Guest. I think we have a real challenge across all the military services, but certainly from my place in the Navy and the Marine Corps with aging infrastructure, obsolete infrastructure, more repairs than we can afford to make in the time frame they need to be made. And so there's always a challenge for us prioritizing. And I would say as we've faced some very costly things like the Mawar typhoon in Guam, where we've had to make some emergency repairs to the glass breakwater and other things that draw away from planned renovations and modernizations, like the hangar roof that you spoke to. I do think there are opportunities as we go forward to build more resilient facilities and more facilities that will last longer, because our facilities, we may build them for 50 years. We tend to use them for 80 or 100 years. And so we had to take that into account. And I think that gets back to the life cycle cost analysis, that when we invest in certainly something like a roof, we want a roof that's going to last a long time because it's probably going to be in place for a very long time. But I think that we have to work through that in the, both the repair of existing facilities and new construction, and they are related, but they are different. I do believe we have more opportunity to apply some of these new technologies in new facilities, because it's very difficult sometimes to incorporate or blend these technologies with some of the existing facilities. But we do have polymers and fibers that we are developing that allow us to reinforce and strengthen existing materials like roof trusses or other materials that you might find in existing facilities that allow us to extend the life of them. And that's another area where I think we have benefits to do things faster and cheaper with some of the technologies that are being developed.
Thank you very much. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Guest. And I want to thank the panel for being here today. I have a real interest in this. I apologize for my voice. It'll get better tomorrow, I hope. We look forward to working with you. I want to come visit your lab. Smart things, new things that work good and are mobile are fantastic. We got to make it work. The islands are going to be a challenge for the Navy and the Army and some others. Guam is the typical example. Labor issues, cost overruns, all these things are going on in Guam. We got to get that straight. So I'm hoping to take this panel over for a visit to the islands again and keep that on our forefront, because it's real issues. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate every one of you. Got one question for you. If we were using your generators when the power went out in Texas, would they have worked?
They would have worked. Yeah, we wouldn't have had the freezing buildings and facilities that we had, and the health issues that we had as well.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thanks to the other panel. We're adjourned.
But I don't mean it to be divisive. I don't. There is a lady by the name of Laurel Libby. Laurel Libby. She happens to be from Maine. I love Maine. Beautiful, beautiful state. She's in the state legislature. And by all accounts, Ms. Libby is a very talented, accomplished legislator. She has beliefs, as we all do. And one of her beliefs is that it is unfair to allow transgender women to play women's sports. In other words, Ms. Libby, I don't speak for her, but I've read her interviews. She believes it's unfair, fundamentally unfair, that it will destroy women's sports if transgender women, biological males who identify as transgender women, are allowed to play women's sports. And she has said so. In fact, she put up a Facebook post. And the Facebook post highlighted a transgender athlete who one year placed 5th, I think, in the pole vault, and then transitioned into, he placed 5th as a male athlete, but then transgendered or transformed into, or transitioned is what I'm trying to say, into a transgender woman and competed at the state level and came in first. She came in first. So when this individual was a biological male and competing, the biological male came in 5th in the state competition. The biological male transitioned into a transgender female and participated, was allowed to participate by the officials in Maine in the pole vault in women's sports and came in first. Well, Ms. Libby thought that was really unfair. And so she posted a picture of the athlete, the transgender athlete, when she was a biological male, and currently when she has now become a transgender woman. She posted the picture. She didn't put any name, any phone numbers, any addresses, or any of that. She posted the picture of the athlete side by side before transitioning after. And here's what she said. We've learned that just 1 year ago, John, the transgender athlete, when she was a biological male, was competing in boys pole vault. That's when he had his 5th place finish. And then she went on to say, so all of this transpired in the last year with the full blessing of the Maine Principals Association. 2 years ago, she wrote, John tied for 5th place in boys pole vault. Tonight, John, now Katie, because John is transitioned into a transgender woman, tonight, Katie won 1st place in the girls' Maine State Class B championship. And Ms. Libby thought that was unfair. And so do many Americans. So do I, frankly. Well, Ms. Libby's in the state legislature. And her colleagues, Democrats, who are entitled to their opinion as much as Ms. Libby, who is a Republican, is entitled to her, they got very angry. They wanted to throw her out. They wanted to throw Ms. Libby out of the Maine legislature. They wanted to expel her, but they couldn't do it because that takes a 2/3 vote. So they said, we're not going to expel her. We're going to censor her. That only takes a majority vote. But in censoring her, which they only needed Democratic votes to do, they added conditions that Ms. Libby could no longer vote and could no longer participate in any legislative committees. I guess she just has to sit there. Well, that disenfranchises the constituents that Ms. Libby represents. And frankly, they kind of went through the back door when they should have gone through the front door in a transparent way. I'm not here to try to meddle in the Maine state legislature. Let me say it again. I love Maine. I think it's one of the most beautiful places in the world. And the way they handle their local politics is none of my business. That's not why I'm here. But I am here to say what Ms. Libby did. Let me put it another way. Ms. Libby's belief about the fairness of transgender women participating in women's sports is based on science. It is. You may disagree with the science and you may disagree with her. And if you do, you're entitled to do that. But Ms. Libby didn't just pluck this point of view out of thin air. A lot of Americans agree with her. I think most Americans think that, when you're 18 years of age, you're an adult, this is America. You can do anything you want to do as long as it's not illegal or doesn't hurt somebody else. You can be whomever you want to be. You can dress however you want to dress. You can't run around naked, but in terms of your dress, you can express yourself however you want if you're 18. And I think most Americans don't have a problem with that. So long as it's perfectly legal, I don't. But when you're under 18, you're a minor, adults get to make decisions because you're a minor, duh. I also think that the American people have worked very hard through their elected representatives to try to lift up women's sports in America. We've worked very hard and spent a lot of y'all's money lifting up women's sports so that women can be treated equally with men. And I also think, through no one's fault, I started to say only through God's fault, but I'm not going to criticize God's decisions. Through nobody's fault. If you believe in God, it was a decision by God. If you just believe in nature, it was a decision by nature. Men and women are different. And men have a physical advantage over women. And if you allow a male, no matter how the male identifies, to compete with a woman in women's sports, particularly when you're under 18, the male's going to win every single time. That's not just speculation. That's not just common sense. That's science. The ACLU, which believes that transgender women, biological males who transition into transgender women, they say it's a fact that trans girls are girls. And the ACLU and other activists have also said that it's a myth. They call it a myth that transgender female athletes, like Katie, formerly John, they say it's a myth that transgender female athletes have a physical advantage over girls. They're wrong. They're just wrong. You don't need a graduate degree in anatomy to know that. I mean, those claims are specious. Medical science and athletic data both demonstrate that the difference is obvious and that males, no matter how they identify, have a significant advantage over females in girls' sports. Even before birth, when the baby is in a mother's womb, This is a scientific fact. Baby boys begin developing different hormones and skeletal structures than baby girls that help them outperform girls when they're older. That's just a fact. We can say we wish it weren't. I'm fine with it. Some people say, oh, that's bad. Well, take it up with nature. Take it up with God. But it's a natural fact. When that baby's in the womb, testosterone exposure for that baby boy alters his brain development. That improves that baby boy's motor skills and increases that baby boy's aggression vis-a-vis a baby girl. Both motor skills and aggression give that baby boy, when that baby boy grows up, an advantage over a girl in women's sports. Boys, the science also shows, they go through what's called a mini puberty. Still a baby boy in the mother's womb. The baby boy experiences a mini puberty, is what the scientists call it, right before birth, that helps a baby boy, once that baby boy is born, to gain weight faster than if he were a baby girl. And that ultimately is why boys tend to be taller than girls once they're born, on average, later in life. Now, the differences between boys and girls, again, this is a law of nature or a law of God, depending on what you believe. The differences between boys and girls explode during puberty. I mean, I've got a single child. He's a grown man now, but I remember puberty. I learned during puberty that reasoning, there's nothing wrong with teenagers, that reasoning with them will not aggravate. That's just also a law of nature, I think. But boys and girls, the differences between them explode during puberty. Boys develop 14% larger hearts when they go through puberty, and 12% larger lungs. So boy versus girl, the boy's heart is going to be 14% bigger and the lungs 12% larger. An obvious advantage in sports. That helps boys take in oxygen and pump blood more efficiently than girls can. That's just a fact. And that gives them a clear edge in endurance sports: running, cycling, rowing, basketball. Girls also, during puberty and afterwards, develop a wider pelvis. This decreases the amount of force their legs exert when they're lifting, or when a girl is kicking, or a girl is pedaling, which also puts a girl, as an act of nature, at a relative disadvantage when you compare female athletes to male athletes. Boys during puberty and after puberty, on the other hand, they develop broader shoulders than girls. I think we know that. When they develop those broader shoulders, that makes space for upper body muscle mass. It is hard to think of a sport in which a higher muscle to fat ratio, and boys have a higher muscle to fat ratio. It is just a scientific fact. It's hard to think of a sport in which a higher muscle to fat ratio is not helpful. The average boy will also grow, again, scientific fact, 5 inches taller than the average girl. And even when men and women are the same height, men have higher levels of bone density, which helps them move more forcefully and escape more injuries. And that, I mean, you don't have, again, boys just have a physical advantage over girls, and we see it in everyday life. Top ranked, well, let me put it another way. In 2016, there was an American sprinter. She was a great athlete, is a great athlete, Her name is Allison Felix. She won an Olympic gold medal in the women's 400-meter race. Ran a hell of a race. She came in first. A year later, 285 teenage boys in America beat her time. She was the best in her class in the world as a female, but 285 guys in high school beat her time. Don't take my word for it. That's a study that was done by Duke University. The year she won the gold medal, there were 4,300 male athletes in America who clocked faster times in the 400 meters than she did. I don't want to belabor this, but I think you can see why Ms. Libby feels that it is unfair to women to allow biological males who have transitioned into a woman to compete in men's sports. It's not only unfair, it's dangerous. And again, I don't speak for Ms. Libby, but this is what I think she had on her mind when she exercised her First Amendment rights. I'll give you some examples. In May, a couple of years ago, a high school volleyball player in North Carolina, she's a female, she sued her state's high school athletics association. Why? Because they allowed a transgender player to play against her, and the transgender female, biological male, transgender female, spiked the ball in her face, gave her a concussion, long-term physical injuries, long-term mental injuries. Last October, a high school senior in California suffered a season-ending concussion after a transgender volleyball player spiked the ball, hit her in the face during the game, and it ended her final season of high school volleyball. Now, last February, a girls' basketball team in Massachusetts, they forfeited a game after a transgender athlete injured 3 female players in a single game. The biological male who had transitioned into a transgender woman was allowed to play in the basketball game and took 3 of the female players out. And so the rest of the team said, no mas. And the coach said, nope, I'm not going to let my players get hurt. They forfeited the game. I raised this, Madam President, not to denigrate anyone. I'm going to say it again. When you're an adult, in America, you can be whomever you want to be. And, about 90% of my personal philosophy is don't hurt someone unless you have to defend yourself. Don't take other people's stuff and leave me alone, because that's my right as an American. And I sort of feel that way about everybody. But we're not talking about freedom here. We're talking about nature. And we're talking about fairness in women's sports. And we're talking about women getting hurt. And that's why I think Ms. Libby is right. It's fundamentally unfair because, if for no other reason, acts of God or nature or whatever you want to call it, boys are different from girls when it comes to athletics. And there's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing I want to do about it, but some people do. Ms. Libby has sued in Maine and said that her constitutional rights are being violated. I think she's right. I'm not going to try to advise her judge how to rule. But I don't, so I can't say whether her constitutional rights are being violated or not. But I can tell you this, common sense and the laws of nature, or the laws of God, if you please, are certainly being violated, because female young women are fundamentally different from male young boys. And that's just a natural fact. Madam President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll. Ms. Alston-Brooks.
Good evening, good evening. It's nice to see all of you today on this beautiful, glorious, sunny evening in Washington, D.C. with the thunder and lightning rolling around us.
Obviously, the Office of Civil Rights has opened a bunch of investigations into anti-Semitism, Title IX violations. What happens to the Office of Civil Rights under this executive order? Will the Office of Civil Rights continue its work investigating schools that violate the law?
Well, certainly the executive order did not specify what happens with any of the departments within education. So we are looking at where best those departments could be located. I mean, the Department of Justice already has a civil rights office, and I think that there is an opportunity to discuss with Attorney General Bondi about locating some of our civil rights work there.
Do you have a comment on the lawsuit being filed by Randy Weingarten? This is the person who said that she'll only care about students once they start paying union dues. Does she have any standing in the administration?
Well, I've not had any conversation yet with Randy Weingarten. I know about last week, about a week ago, her comment was the president wanted to take education away from children, which clearly is not the case. He wants to improve education for children. He wants to get those dollars, even more dollars, back to the states without the bureaucracy of Washington. So that's our plan. That's our goal. I'd be glad to meet with her and talk to her about that.
Madam Secretary, can you talk about what will happen to some of the employees who are part of the DOE as you kind of shrink the department, ultimately looking to close the department? What will happen to these employees? Have you discussed, what the next plan will be for all of these employees?
Well, thank you so much for asking that, because last week we had we did terminate almost half of the Department of Education. We did it thoughtfully. We looked to see where duplication was in the departments. We wanted to make sure that we were just cutting fat from the bureaucracy, the inward-facing things, not the outward-facing servicing that we do to students and to states. So we did it very carefully. We wanted to make sure that we complied by the law. But they had those that were terminated will get 3 months of full pay and benefits, and after that, under the rules of civil service, they also will get severance package, which is very much more generous than it would be in the private sector. And then also there's a accrued sick leave and unused leave that they will also get paid for. So, you like to provide as soft an off-ramp as you can, because after all, it's not easy. And I've done it in the private sector too. It's really not easy to terminate people.
Secretary, President Donald Trump wants to send education back to the states. Education originally, but it begins in the home with the nuclear family, and the nuclear family in this country has been decimated. We got a fatherless crisis going on in this country. Far too many kids are growing up without a father, and all the statistics show that kids that grow up with a father in the home do far better in education. So I think if we can strengthen our nuclear families again in this country, that would really help the Department of Education or the education in this country.
Well, unfortunately, I can't do anything about reestablishing the nuclear family. I would hope that we would see more of that happen, because statistics really do support exactly what you've said. Nuclear families are key. And when you have parental involvement in children's education and how they're growing up, we see those results. And a lot of charter schools around the country actually invite parents to come in, and some of them actually require parents to sign a contract that they're going to support their students when they get home. So the more parent involvement we can have, the better it is for children for many of the things that they're doing, not just education.
I just spoke with one of the governors who was at the signing of the executive order, and he said he would like to see the money that's coming into the states from the DOA just to come in with no strings attached. How do you view such a request?
Well, first of all, you said the DOE. That could be interpreted to be the Department of Energy. So we're the Department of Education. And I think always governors would always like to see funding without any strings attached. But that is the goal of the president, too, is to have as few strings and regulation as possible. Right now, for about every dollar of funding that goes into the states, one statistic that's shared with me is that 47 cents is spent in regulatory compliance. The president would clearly like to see that money being used to educate our students, and that's the goal.
Thank you. Thank you. What would you like to do next?
The provisional agenda for this meeting is the situation in the Middle East, including the Palestinian question. The agenda is adopted. In accordance with Rule 37 of the Council's Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite the representatives of Israel and Jordan to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. I propose that the Council invite the permanent observer of the Observer State of Palestine to the United Nations to participate in the meeting in accordance with Provisional Rules of Procedure and the previous practice in this regard. There being no objection, it is so decided. In accordance with Rule 39 of the Council Provisional Rules of Procedure, I invite Mrs. Sigrid Kaag, United Nations Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process at Interim, to participate in this meeting. It is so decided. The Security Council will now begin its consideration of item 2 of the agenda. I now give the floor to Ms. Sigrid Kaag.
Madam President, members of the Security Council, before turning to read the Secretary General's report, I would like to pay homage to my UN colleagues alongside all humanitarian workers in Gaza, be they Palestinian and international. Tragically, on the 19th of March, one UN staff member lost his life. Another 5 UN personnel were injured in strikes at a deconflicted UN site. I grieve with the family of the deceased and wish the injured a speedy recovery. Madam President, I'd also like to express my profound alarm at the resumption of hostilities in Gaza this week, which has already killed hundreds, mostly women and children. And I would like to echo the Secretary General's call for the resumption of serious negotiations for the ceasefire, unimpeded humanitarian access, and for the remaining hostages to be released immediately and unconditionally. Madam President, members of the Security Council, I now turn to the reading of the 33rd report of the Secretary General on the implementation of Security Council Resolution 2334 of 2016. This report covers the period from the 7th of December to the 13th of March 2025. Security Council Resolution 2334 calls on, and I cite, Israel to immediately and completely cease all settlement activity in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, and to fully respect all of its legal obligations in this regard. End citation. Settlement activity has nevertheless continued at a high rate. During the reporting period, Israeli planning authorities advanced or approved approximately 10,600 housing units in settlements in the occupied West Bank, including 4,920 in East Jerusalem. Tenders were announced for approximately 700 units in the area of the Efrat settlement near Bethlehem in the occupied West Bank. Demolitions and seizures of Palestinian-owned structures accelerated across the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem. Citing the lack of Israeli-issued building permits, which are almost impossible for Palestinians to obtain, Israeli authorities demolished, seized, sealed, or forced people to demolish 460 structures, displacing 576 persons, including 287 children and 149 women. Security Council Resolution 2334 calls, and I cite, for immediate steps to prevent all acts of violence against civilians, including acts of terror, as well as all acts of provocation and destruction. End citation. Unfortunately, the high number of fatal incidents across the occupied Palestinian territory and Israel precludes from detailing all. Madam President, in Gaza, according to the Gaza Ministry of Health, at least 1,897 Palestinians were killed, and at least 5,979 were injured during the reporting period. According to Israeli sources, 59 hostages are still alive, being held captive. 251 hostages were abducted on the 7th of October by Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups. Israeli sources also report 30 Israel Defense Forces soldiers killed and at least 3 injured during the reporting period. From 7th of December until the ceasefire and hostage release deal took effect on 19th of January, hostilities in Gaza continued, resulting in high numbers of Palestinian casualties, continued massive displacement of civilians, and widespread destruction, including to civilian infrastructure. Palestinian armed groups continued to hold hostages in horrific conditions and fired rockets indiscriminately towards Israel. Since the ceasefire took effect on the 19th of January, 25 Israeli and 5 Thai nationals have been released by Hamas and other armed groups, as well as the remains of 8 hostages who were killed on 7th of October or whilst in captivity, amongst them 2 children. Released hostages have described or exhibited signs of serious ill treatment. During the reporting period, 1,777 Palestinian prisoners and detainees were released by Israel. Some reported serious ill treatment, sexual abuse, and humiliation during detention. In the reporting period, at least 21 UN personnel were killed in Gaza. Meanwhile, violence in the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, continued at alarming levels. 123 Palestinians, including 6 women and 19 children, were killed during ISF airstrikes, operations, armed exchanges, demonstrations, and other incidents. Most Palestinians were killed in the context of Israeli operations in Area A, including during exchanges of fire with armed Palestinians. 924 Palestinians, including 220 children, were injured by the ISF, including 361 by tear gas inhalation and 299 by live ammunition. 117 Palestinians, including 6 children, were injured by settlers. Madam President, according to Israeli sources, 10 Israelis, including 2 children and 3 women, and 5 security services personnel were killed, and another 96, including at least 3 children and 10 women, and 32 ISF personnel were injured by Palestinians in shooting, stabbing, and ramming attacks and other incidents. The ISF arrested 1,711 Palestinians during operations in the occupied West Bank. Israel currently holds at least 9,406 Palestinians, including 3,405 in administrative detention, according to the Israeli Prison Service. On the 19th of February, Israel's military advocate general indicted 5 IDF reservists for serious abuse, including sexual abuse of a Palestinian detainee on the Sdei Teiman facility. On 17th of January, a Palestinian security forces operation that began on the 5th of December against armed groups in the Jenin refugee camp ended with 16 Palestinians killed, including 6 PSF personnel. On the 21st of January, Israel's largest operation in the occupied West Bank since 2002 began and has since expanded across the northern West Bank in what Israeli authorities described as a counterterrorism operation. This has included the continued use of airstrikes and the deployment of tanks for the first time since 2002, and the demolition of residential buildings and civilian infrastructure and displacing 40,000 people. On the 9th of February, Israeli operations expanded into Nur Shams camp in Tulkarem, where IDF soldiers shot and killed 2 Palestinian women, one of whom was pregnant. 2 Palestinian children were killed by Israeli soldiers in separate incidents in Jenin and Hebron on 21st of February, bringing the total number of children killed to 8 across the occupied West Bank since the operation began. The IDF demolished 23 residential buildings in Jenin refugee camp on the 2nd of February and another 14 in Tulkarem refugee camp on 18th of February, stating it was targeting terrorist infrastructure. The Jenin, Tulkarem, and Nur Shams refugee camps have been nearly emptied of their residents. The IDF has also expanded widespread movement restrictions across the occupied West Bank since the 21st of January, including access to essential services and economic activity. On the 23rd of February, the Israeli government stated that the IDF will remain in some of the refugee camps for the coming year and that their residents will not be able to return. Settler-related violence continued throughout the reporting period. Between the 15th and 20th of January alone, for example, large groups of Israeli settlers attacked 11 Palestinian towns and villages across the occupied West Bank, injuring 17 Palestinians, including 2 children, and damaging property. Palestinian attacks against Israelis also continued. In Palestinian shooting attacks on vehicles on the occupied West Bank, a 10-year-old Israeli child was killed and 3 Israelis injured on 11th of December. And 2 elderly Israeli women and 1 policeman were killed and 8 people injured on the 6th of January. Madam President, the Security Council, in its resolution 2334, called upon both parties to refrain from provocative actions, incitement, and inflammatory rhetoric. Unfortunately, such acts have continued. Hamas officials continue to call for violence and attacks against Israelis and encourage escalation throughout the occupied West Bank. Palestinian officials, social media, and media channels continue to glorify the perpetrators of attacks against Israelis. Senior Israeli officials continue to call for the displacement of Palestinians from the Gaza Strip, a return to full-scale war, and re-establishment of settlements in Gaza. 2 ministers called on the prime ministers to, citation, open the gates of hell, end of citation, on Gaza if all hostages are not released, taking over the entire strip, removing its population, and cutting off electricity, water, and humanitarian assistance. Some Israeli officials continue to call for the annexation of all or parts of the occupied West Bank. Madam President, Resolution 2334 reiterated calls by the Middle East Quartet for affirmative steps to be taken immediately to reverse negative trends on the ground that are imperiling the 2-state solution. End of citation. When the ceasefire came into force on the 19th of January, the surge in the entry of supplies into Gaza and improved access enabled expanded delivery of life-saving assistance and services across Gaza by UN agencies and other humanitarian actors. Over 57,000 metric tons of food was brought into the Gaza Strip in the first month, and more than 1.9 million people have received food parcels since the ceasefire began. However, since the 2nd of March, the entry of all humanitarian and commercial supplies into Gaza have been halted by the Israeli authorities, severely impacting humanitarian operations. Israel has also cut power to southern Gaza's desalination plant, limiting clean water access for 600,000 people. On the 1st of February, medical evacuations started through Rafah crossing into Egypt. According to the WHO, between 12,000 and 14,000 people, including over 4,500 children, remain in urgent need of medical evacuation. On the 18th of February, the World Bank, the UN, and the EU, in consultation with the Palestinian Authority, released the interim rapid damage and needs assessment report for Gaza and the occupied West Bank. This estimated 53.2 billion is needed over the next decade, primarily for Gaza. On the 30th of January, Israeli legislation that seeks to prevent UNRWA from operating in the territory that Israel regards as being part of the State of Israel, which includes East Jerusalem, came into effect. On 18th of February, Israeli forces and municipality personnel forcefully entered the UNRWA Kalandia training center in East Jerusalem, fired tear gas and sound bombs in its vicinity, and ordered its immediate evacuation, impacting at least 350 students and 30 staff members. Israeli police officers also went to several UNRWA schools in occupied East Jerusalem and ordered their closure. The PA's financial situation remains precarious. On the 12th of January, the Israeli Minister of Finance announced the full repayment of debt it claims was owed by the PA to the Israeli Electric Company by transferring 550 million of the 1.2 billion of Palestinian clearance revenues that Israel has withheld from the PA since October 2023. President Abbas issued a decree on 10th of February cancelling payments by the PA to families of Palestinians killed during or imprisoned following attacks on Israelis. The decree specified that social welfare support based on need will be provided to families through a separate entity. Madam President, in Resolution 2334, the Security Council also called upon all states, and I quote, to distinguish in their relevant dealings between the territory of the State of Israel and the territories occupied since 1967. End citation. No new steps are known to have been taken in the reporting period. Resolution 2334 also called upon, I quote, all parties to continue inter alia to exert collective efforts to launch credible negotiations on all final status issues in the Middle East peace process. End quote. On 19th of January and 17th of February, the third and fourth meeting of the Global Alliance for the Implementation of the Two-State Solution were held in Oslo and Cairo, respectively. The meetings continue to advance efforts towards the implementation of the two-state solution while supporting the ceasefire and hostage release deal. On March 4th, Egypt hosted an emergency summit of the League of Arab States, which endorsed the Arab Islamic Gaza reconstruction plan prepared by Egypt and the Palestinian Authority. Madam President, in closing, allow me to share the Secretary General's observations on the implementation of Security Council Resolution 2334. 1. The Secretary General once again strongly condemns the horrific acts of terror by Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups on the 7th of October 2023 and the continued holding of hostages in Gaza. Hostages must be released immediately and unconditionally. The Secretary General also condemns the reported ill treatment of hostages, as well as the fact that there are reasonable grounds to believe the hostages may be subjected to sexual violence and abuse. The Secretary General also reiterates his condemnation of Hamas' abhorrent public displays accompanying the release of living and deceased hostages. While in captivity, hostages must be treated humanely and allowed to receive assistance from the International Committee of the Red Cross. 2. The Secretary General again unequivocally condemns the widespread killing and injury of civilians and the destruction of civilian infrastructure in Gaza. Nothing can justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people. He mourns UN staff killed in Gaza and strongly condemns the killing of all humanitarian personnel. The Secretary General reiterates his call for the full investigation of all such incidents and accountability for any violations of international law that may have been committed. He also strongly condemns the reported ill treatment, including sexual abuse of Palestinian prisoners and detainees in Israeli detention facilities, and recalls that their release must also be carried out in a dignified manner. He stresses the importance of ensuring the humane treatment of all individuals deprived of their liberty, including freedom from any form of torture and abuse. 3. The Secretary General also condemns indiscriminate attacks and the use of human shields, which are prohibited by international humanitarian law. He urges all parties to respect their obligations under international humanitarian law and international human rights law. 4. The Secretary General reiterates his call for a sustained ceasefire and urges the parties to redouble efforts to end human suffering. He commends the efforts of the mediators, Egypt, Qatar, and the United States to facilitate the implementation of the deal in full, as well as concerted international efforts, including in the region, to support an end to the war and plan for recovery and reconstruction of Gaza. He rejects the forced displacement of the Palestinian population from any part of the occupied Palestinian territory, which would constitute a grave violation of international human rights and humanitarian law. The Secretary General strongly rejects any form of ethnic cleansing. 5. The Secretary General is appalled at the horrific humanitarian situation. Humanitarian aid is not negotiable. While the surge in humanitarian aid has been crucial to saving lives in Gaza, the humanitarian situation remains catastrophic. The UN has proven that with access, the coordinated response can deliver aid people need. The Secretary General strongly condemns the halting of humanitarian assistance into Gaza by Israeli authorities and urges the immediate resumption of humanitarian and commercial deliveries. 6. The escalation of violence in the occupied West Bank is deeply troubling. Alongside the rising death toll, Palestine refugee camps in the northern West Bank are being emptied and are sustaining massive infrastructural damage during Israeli operations. The number of displaced Palestinians continues to rise, and residents continue to be denied the right to return home. The Secretary General is deeply concerned by any long-term presence of Israeli security forces in the camps, which would further undermine the Palestinian Authority and be contrary to Israel's obligation to end its unlawful continued presence in the occupied Palestinian territory as affirmed by the International Court of Justice. 7. The Secretary General urges security forces to exercise maximum restraint and use lethal force only when it's strictly unavoidable to protect life. He strongly condemns all acts of violence against civilians, including acts of terror. The Secretary General is alarmed by the lethal attacks carried out by Israeli settlers against Palestinians, including sometimes in the proximity and with the support of the Israeli security forces, as well as by Palestinians against Israelis. All perpetrators must be held accountable. The continued use of heavy weaponry in the occupied West Bank, including in residential areas, is extremely concerning. The Secretary General also recalls that Israel, as the occupying power, has a responsibility to ensure that the civilian population is protected against all acts of violence. The relentless expansion of Israeli settlements, 8, is dramatically altering the landscape and demographics of the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem. Palestinians are increasingly confined into shrinking and disconnected areas, presenting an existential threat to the prospect of a contiguous, viable, independent Palestinian state. The Secretary General reiterates that settlements have no legal validity and constitute a flagrant violation of international law. The demolition and seizure of Palestinian-owned structures entail numerous human rights violations and raise concerns about the risk of forcible transfer. The Secretary General once again urges the government of Israel to abide by its obligation under international law and recall the finding by the International Court of Justice in its advisory opinion of 19th of July 2024, which declared inter alia that the State of Israel is under an obligation to cease immediately all new settlement activities and to evacuate all settlers from the occupied Palestinian territory. 9. The Secretary General reiterates his call to the parties for the status quo at the holy sites in Jerusalem to be respected and upheld, taking into account the special and historic role of Jordan. 10. The implementation of 2 Knesset laws concerning UNRWA could dramatically hinder efforts to ease human suffering. The Secretary General reiterates there is no alternative to UNRWA. He condemns the breach of the inviolability of the United Nations premises in the occupied Palestinian territory and the attempt to forcibly enter UNRWA schools and to seek their closure. National legislation cannot alter Israel's obligation under international law. 11. The Secretary General welcomes ongoing efforts by regional countries, international partners, and the Palestinian Authority to plan for Gaza's reconstruction, including the Gaza Reconstruction Plan endorsed by and at the Arab League Organization of Islamic Cooperation. The UN will continue to work closely with the Palestinian Authority and all stakeholders to ensure a future for Gaza that provides for protection, recovery, and reconstruction for Palestinians to remain in Gaza, and security for Israel. This will require establishing appropriate security and governance frameworks. Gaza and the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, must be treated as one, politically, economically, and administratively. 12, we must work collectively to establish a political framework that outlines tangible, irreversible, and time-bound steps. The occupation must end as rapidly as possible. A viable 2-state solution, Israel and Palestine, of which Gaza is an integral part, living side by side in peace and security, on the basis of United Nations resolutions, previous agreements, and international law, with Jerusalem as the capital of both states, is long overdue. The United Nations will continue to support all efforts towards that goal. End of reading. Thank you.
I thank Special Coordinator Kaag for her briefing. I now give the floor to those council members who wish to make statements. I give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, Coordinator Sigrid Kaag, for your briefing. As the United States has consistently said, the future of the Middle East must look different. Fresh thinking is needed for a better tomorrow for Israelis and Palestinians alike. The stated purpose of this meeting is to report on the implementation of Resolution 2334, the passage of which was a mistake and whose ongoing discussion is a distraction from the real threats to international peace and security. Indeed, it is an impediment to this council's work to address them. Hamas bears full responsibility for the ongoing war in Gaza and for the resumption of hostilities. Every death would have been avoided had Hamas accepted the bridge proposal that the United States offered last Wednesday. Hamas continues to hold 59 hostages captive, including 5 Americans. They must be returned to their families immediately. President, colleagues, no country would willingly allow terrorist groups to threaten its people, and Israel is no different. Israel has the right to defend itself from groups that wish to do it harm. As it relates to the West Bank, the United States supports the efforts of the Israel Defense Forces and the Palestinian Authority security forces to root out violent extremists in Jenin and Tulkarem. We welcome the announcement by the Palestinian Authority that it will end the practice of offering cash payments to the families of those who carry out terrorist attacks, which for far too long has incentivized violence against Israeli civilians and set back the prospects of peace. The time for half measures and false promises to end this abhorrent practice has passed. Hamas has steadfastly refused all attempts to extend the ceasefire in recent weeks, including the bridge proposal that would have provided calm beyond Ramadan and Passover and allowed time to negotiate a framework for a permanent ceasefire. President Trump has made clear that Hamas must release the hostages immediately, or there will be hell to pay. That is non-negotiable. The pillars of America's approach remain resolute: stand with Israel and stand for efforts by the IDF to prevent civilian harm. It has been more than 17 months since Hamas started this horrific conflict, upending so many lives and causing such great suffering across the region. The United States calls on the United Nations, and particularly Secretary General Guterres, to join us in putting pressure on Hamas to end the bloodshed and put down its arms. Calls for both sides to respect the ceasefire display a false equivalency that is counterproductive. They fail to acknowledge that Hamas is guilty of rejecting proposals to extend the ceasefire, and they ignore the reality that Hamas must disarm and play no role in the future of Gaza. The United States offers condolences to the family of the UN staffer who was killed on Wednesday in Gaza, and we welcome Israel's investigation into the incident. We also note that far too long, Hamas has misused UN facilities for far too long, and it is important for the UN to speak out about these repeated violations. We expect all parties to comply with international humanitarian law. We recognize Egypt and Qatar's interest in mediating negotiations, and we look forward to continued discussions with Arab partners on the future of Gaza without Hamas. Madam President, we need bold thinking to avoid making the same mistakes in the West Bank, Gaza, and further afield. In 2017, President Trump recognized the reality that Jerusalem is Israel's capital, and several other countries did the same. It is time for new thinking on Gaza as well, so Gazans and the region may enjoy security and prosper. But we must also acknowledge that the Middle East continues to suffer from violence and instability fueled by Iran and the terrorist proxies it funds, such as Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. The weakening of terrorist groups such as Hamas and Hezbollah provide the countries of the Middle East an opportunity to reshape their region
just want to start by saying we had a meeting yesterday on the Department of Education, which is being moved. We're going to educate the children in their states where they can get a proper education. The numbers are horrible the way it is, and we're going to make a move that's very big. I don't think it's even risky a little bit. I think it's going to be amazing. Should have been done years ago. They've been talking about doing it for many years, but nobody ever got it off. But we did. And there was great excitement and great acceptance of it by almost everybody, including a lot of Democrats, actually. I do want to say that I've decided that the SBA, the Small Business Administration, headed by Kelly Loeffler, is a terrific person, will handle all of the student loan portfolio. We have a portfolio that's very large, lots of loans, tens of thousands of loans, pretty complicated deal. And that's coming out of the Department of Education immediately, and it's going to be headed up by Kelly Loeffler at SBA, and they're all set for it. They're waiting for it. It'll be serviced much better than it has in the past. It's been a mess. And also Bobby Kennedy, the Health and Human Services, will be handling special needs and all of the nutrition programs and everything else. Rather complex, but that's going to be headed by and handled by Health and Human Services. So I think that'll work out very well. Those two elements will be taken out of the Department of Education. And then all we have to do is get the students to get guidance from the people that love them and cherish them, including their parents, by the way, who will be totally involved in their education along with the boards and the governors and the states. And it's going to be a great situation. I guarantee that in a few years from now, I hope I'm going to be around to see it, but I think we're going to see a lot of it. I think that you're going to have tremendous results. You're going to have results like Norway, Sweden, Denmark, a lot of the countries that do so well. I think you're going to have a lot of those results. If you look at Iowa and Indiana and Idaho, so many places that run so well, Florida, Texas, big ones, you're going to have great education, much better than it is now at half the cost. And we're not even doing it as a cost item, although you will save probably half, maybe more than that. And you're not going to be at the bottom of the list. You're going to be much higher. And maybe you'll be, I will guarantee some of the states will be at the top of the list. They'll be comparable or better than these number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 countries, the countries that are in the top 5 positions. So that's, to me, it's very exciting, and it's been received very well. So I just wanted to tell you about the student loans and special needs. But we're here for a reason today that is very exciting, and I'm thrilled to announce that at my direction, the United States Air Force is moving forward with the world's first 6th generation fighter jet, number 6, 6th generation. Nothing in the world comes even close to it, and it'll be known as the F-47. The generals picked a title, and it's a beautiful number, F-47. It's something the likes of which nobody has seen before in terms of all of the attributes of a fighter jet. There's never been anything even close to it, from speed to maneuverability to what it can have to payload. And this has been in the works for a long period of time. After a rigorous and thorough competition between some of America's top aerospace companies, the Air Force is going to be awarding the contract for the next generation air dominance platform to Boeing. As you know, was highly competed for. There was a lot of competition, generals, and it's been going on for a long time. Very, very tough competition, but this plane is produced numbers that nobody's ever seen before. The F-47 will be the most advanced, most capable, most lethal aircraft ever built. An experimental version of the plane has secretly been flying for almost 5 years, and we're confident that it massively overpowers the capabilities of any other nation. There's no other nation. We know every other plane. I've seen every one of them, and it's not even close. This is a next level. You know, level 5 is good. This is level 6, they say. The F-47 is equipped with state-of-the-art stealth technology. It's virtually unseeable and unprecedented power. It's got the most power of any jet of its kind ever made. Maneuverability likewise is there's never been anything like it, despite the power and speed. Its speed is top. It's over 2, which is something that you don't hear very often. America's enemies will never see it coming. Hopefully we won't have to use it for that purpose, but you have to have it. And if it ever happens, they won't know what the hell hit them. A new fleet of these magnificent planes will be built in the air during my administration for the next couple of years. It's ready to go. They've already built much of what has to be built in terms of production, including the sheds. Will ensure that the USA continues to dominate the skies. We've given an order for a lot. We can't tell you the price because it would give way to some of the technology and some of the size of the plane, good sized plane. This contract also represents a historic investment in our defense industrial base, helping to keep America at the cutting edge of aerospace and technology. Our allies are calling constantly. They want to buy them also, and certain allies will be selling them, perhaps toned down versions. We like to tone them down about 10%, which probably makes sense because someday maybe they're not our allies, right? But I would like to ask Secretary Hegseth, who's doing a fantastic job. He's really been very inspiring in so many ways. And I must say that before he speaks, we have had record people wanting to join our military in the last 2.5 months, literally since this, I think probably since the election, November 5th, but especially since we came to office and since I announced Pete. He's young, he's smart, he's strong, he loves it, and they love him. But we've had record numbers of people wanting to join our military. Now, if you go back 6 months, it was the exact opposite. You had record numbers of people not wanting to join the military. Now you have record numbers of people wanting to be in our military. And that's a great honor. That shows you we're really on the right track. So Pete, maybe say a few words.
Sure. Well, Mr. President, this is a big day. This is a big day for our warfighters. This is a big day for our country, a big day in the world. The name of this program is the Next Generation of Air Dominance. And Mr. President, because of your leadership, your clarity, America is going to have generations in the future of air dominance because of this 6th generation fighter. We've had the F-15, we had the F-16, the F-18, the F-22, the F-35. Now we have the F-47, which sends a very direct, clear message to our allies that we're not going anywhere, and to our enemies that we will be able to project power around the globe unimpeded for generations to come. Mr. President, this is a gift to my kids and your kids, to my grandkids and your grandkids. This is a historic investment in the American military, in the American industrial base, in American industry that will help revive the warrior ethos inside our military, which we're doing, rebuild our military, which the previous administration did not do, by the way, Mr. President. They paused this program and were prepared to potentially scrap it. We know this is cheaper, longer range, and more stealthy. President Trump said we're reviving it and we're doing it. And then we are also going to reestablish deterrence. Under the previous administration, we looked like fools. Not anymore. President Trump has reestablished American leadership. The F-47 is part of it. And Mr. President, thank you for having the courage to do it and leading the way for all our warfighters.
Thank you very much, Pete. One of the things I will say, but the generals are going to speak in just a couple of seconds, but this plane flies with drones. It flies with many, many drones, as many as you want. And it's a technology that's new, but it doesn't fly by itself. It flies with many drones, as many as we want. And that's something that no other plane can do. So I'd like to introduce, if I might, Air Force Chief of Staff, General David Alvin, and also General Dale White, two incredible people that I've known over the years, but I got to know really well over the last few months. And would you say a few words, please, General?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for your unwavering commitment to our military. I will say that this is a big day. This is a big day for our United States Air Force as well. You know, air dominance is not a birthright. but it's become synonymous with American air power. But air dominance needs to be earned every single day. And since the earliest days of aerial warfare, brave American airmen have jumped into their machines, taken to the air, and they've cleared the skies. And whether that be clearing the skies so we can rain down destruction on our enemies from above, or we can clear the path for the ground forces below. That's been our commitment to the fight. And that's really been our promise to America. And with this F-47 as the crown jewel in the next generation air dominance family of systems, we're going to be able to keep that promise well into the future. I also want to thank everyone from industry and with the government, our engineers who have worked tirelessly on this program to bring it where we are right now today. This shows that American talent, American skill, and American determination are second to none because this platform is second to none. So we believe that this provides more lethality. It provides more capability, more modernized capability in a way that is built to adapt. This, along with our collaborative combat aircraft the President talked about with drones, this is allowing us to look into the future and unlock the magic that is human-machine teaming. And as we do that, we're going to write the next generation of modern aerial warfare with this. This enables us to do this. The manner in which we put this program together puts more control in the hands of the government, so we can update and adapt at the speed of relevance, at the speed of technology, not at the speed of bureaucracy. This is more Air Force. This is more options for the President. We say as our mission in the United States Air Force is to fly, fight, and win air power anytime, anywhere. If you want to go anywhere, you have to have a platform that gets you anywhere. This provides the President options from the very one end, which is a quick response, and then we can get right back into fighting stance without having to deploy troops that are going to take maybe months and cost more lives. We can be back in fighting stance and maybe we restore that deterrence, all the way to decisive victory as part of a joint force that is the most lethal and capable military ever known in history. That's what we provide now, and this allows us to provide it into the future. It's more deterrence, more capability. It's what peace through strength looks like in the future, Mr. President. And so we're very proud to do that. And all we can say is, on behalf of the United States Air Force, let's deliver.
Thank you very much. Thank you, General. Would you like to say something?
No, sir, I'll just double check what the chief said.
He knows what to do. He
Generational
knows
leap.
who the boss is. Look
That's
at
exactly
that.
right. Your security is what it's all about, and this is what we'll deliver.
That's great. Thank you very much. Great job. We've worked together long and hard on this, and this was a big secret. In fact, we don't show too much of the plane for that reason. See what we show? You see how beautiful that is, but that's just a very small part of it. I wasn't surprised. I was wondering how much are you going to show if they came in with that? You see a wheel in the front? That's about it. Any questions?
Mr. President Trump,
Peter?
80,000 pages of documents is a lot to sift through.
Yeah.
Can you just tell us who killed Kennedy?
Well, I was given the task of releasing that because many presidents have gone through it and they haven't released. And I said, release. We even released Social Security numbers. I didn't want anything deleted. They said, so what about Social Security? People long gone, but they're long gone, so I can't imagine. But I said, if you don't delete it, if you do delete it, we have people are going to say, why did you delete it? There's something in there. So we gave Social Security, we gave everything. And the rest is for you to look at, Peter. You're going to see whether or not you see anything. But we've given it. We're doing it with Dr. Martin Luther King, too. They're preparing all of that. They're going to release everything. And whoever else they want. I mean, we have nothing. We really have nothing to hide. We shouldn't have. When a lot of time goes by. But with the Kennedy files in particular, they were going crazy on them. I don't think there's anything that's earth-shattering, but you'll have to make that determination. In those, it's 80,000. It's actually 88,000, and we have some additional things, as you know, come out today. And for that, you can go to the offices and you can see whatever you want to see. Everything is out there, totally open. The additional stuff is available later on today. You go over to the offices and you can have it immediately, and you'll make a determination.
And on something else, these Tren de Aragua guys, because of your executive order, they are designated as foreign terrorists.
Yeah.
If ISIS or Al-Qaeda foreign terrorists were operating here in the United States, cops would probably be shooting first and asking questions later. And so what is the difference between terrorists, between somebody like an ISIS or an Al-Qaeda operative versus a MS-13 or Tren de Aragua?
Well, these are people that focus on destroying people in their homes. They're not as international in that sense. They're a group of thugs. They come from Venezuela. They come from the prisons of Venezuela. They're very, very dangerous people, but they didn't look so dangerous when the guards took care of the situation from El Salvador. And I want to thank the president. He's a friend of mine. He's done a great job. But I just can't imagine that the Democrats are taking this issue where they want to have them back. You know, so now they have men playing in women's sports. They have transgender for everyone. They have open borders. They have all of their crazy policies that are, I think, 95-5, not 90-10, okay? And their new policy is, let's bring Tren de Aragua back into our country. Let's bring the worst, these are the worst gang members there are. They looked amazingly frail, though, by the way they were handled. It's very amazing. You know, they weren't, when they were in Colorado cutting the fingers off a man because he made a phone call to the police, they seemed a lot tougher then than they did when they were having their head shaved and they were in shackles. They're tough people. They're bad people. We don't want them in our country. We can't let a judge say that he wants them. You know, he didn't run for president. He didn't get much more than 80 million votes. And we just can't let that happen. It'd be so bad for our country. I won on the basis of getting criminals out of our country that were let in. It was called unforced error. They were let in by Biden, incompetently let in, and let in by the millions, actually. 21 million people. I believe it's 21 million. And that's not even including the gotaways, but these are rough people. We want them out of our country. And I won the election based at least partly on that. And that's a big part, yeah?
And I don't know if you saw I don't know if you saw this. Tim Walz is now saying about Trump supporters, and forgive me, I'm just reading a quote from Tim Walz. I think I could kick most of their ass.
Oh, boy, he'd be in trouble.
Is there any way to know?
Well, he's a loser, yeah, I mean, he's a loser. He lost an election. He played a part. You know, usually a vice president doesn't play a part, they say. I think Tim played a part. I think he was so bad that he hurt her. But she hurt herself, and Joe hurt them both. They didn't have a great group, but I would probably put him at the bottom of the group.
Have you heard that Biden wants to get back involved for Democratic politicians, fundraising and campaigning against your policies? What do you think of that?
Mr. President, there are several families. Mr. President, there are families from some of the people. I'm with La Nación newspaper from Argentina. There are families from some of the people that were on those flights to El Salvador that claim that they're not criminals, they're not members of Tren de Aragua, of MS-13. What can you tell them, and what guarantees can you give them that everyone in those planes were actual criminals, terrorists, as you said?
Well, I was told that they went through a very strong vetting process, and that that will also be continuing in El Salvador. And if there's anything like that, we would certainly want to find out. But these were a bad group. This was a bad group, and they were in bad areas, and they were with a lot of other people that were absolutely killers, murderers, and people that were really bad with the worst records you've ever seen. And but we will continue that process, absolutely. We don't want to make that kind of a mistake.
Is the U.S. planning to give up the position of NATO's Supreme Allied Commander, and if so, why?
NATO is something that I saved. NATO was gone until I came along. In fact, the previous Secretary General, very good man, both of them are good. The current man is fantastic. But both of them have said, if it wasn't for Trump, you wouldn't even have a NATO, because we were paying the cost of almost all of the countries. And now they're paying. I said, we're not going to do this. We're not going to continue. You hurt us on trade. You do bad things on trade. And then on top of it, we're supposed to pay for your military. And because of what I did, hundreds of billions of dollars flowed into NATO by countries that just weren't paying. They were delinquent. They weren't paying their bills. So NATO is solid. They're strong, but they have to treat us fairly.
Are we going to give up the?
Because look, without us, NATO is not the same. And I can tell you, I've been having very good discussions, as you know, with President Zelensky and with President Putin. And President Putin will tell you that without the United States, he wouldn't be worried. But he is worried when the United States is involved. And I have to tell you, I've dealt very well with both gentlemen, and we have, I think we have the confines of a deal. I hope we have the confines of a deal. I'm doing it for two reasons. Number one, and by far most importantly, thousands of young people, and they're not American people, they're Russian and they're Ukrainian, are being killed every week, thousands a week. And also the United States has paid, because of Biden, $350 billion on a war that should have never happened. If we had a competent president in this, sitting right here, that war would have never happened. It would have absolutely never happened with me. And it didn't happen. For 4 years, it didn't happen.
Mr. President, do you think you have the authority, the power to round up people, deport them, and then you're under no obligation to a court to show the evidence against them?
Well, that's what the law says, and that's what our country needs, because we were, unfortunately, they allowed millions of people to come into our country, totally unvetted, totally unchecked. So you ought to ask, did he have the authority to allow millions of people? Did Biden have the authority to do something that's unthinkable? Have open borders where millions of people poured into our country, totally unvetted and totally unchecked, just as you would say. And many of those people were criminals. Many of them were from jails and prisons and mental institutions and gang members and drug dealers and very dangerous people. Many were murderers. We have 11,088 that we know of murders they murdered. Of that number, at least half killed more than one person. They're in our country. They're in a location near you. Biden allowed that to happen to our country. And his people that really ran the country. And the person that operated the auto pen, I think we ought to find out who that was, because I guess that was the real president. So when you ask me if we have the authority, did Biden have the authority to allow millions of people to come into our country? Many of these people, hardened criminals at the top of the line who have caused tremendous damage in our country. You see them in New York City fighting with our police. I mean, literally having fist fights in the street with our police. These are tough, hard criminals. Many of them came out of jails, and not just South America, from all over the world. They came out from Africa, from the Congo. They came out from Asia. Not just South America, but many from South America. These are hard, tough criminals, and we have to get them out. And a judge sitting behind a bench someplace got a nice appointment. You can't take that away from the people that are responsible. Now, in this case, Marco Rubio has a lot of big decisions to make, and he's a fantastic person, a great man. I think he'll be our best. I think he has a chance to be our best Secretary of State. He's been doing incredibly. He works so hard. He's gone to so many different countries already, and he's got the authority to get bad people out of our country. And you can't stop that with a judge sitting behind a bench that has no idea what goes on, who happens to be a radical left lunatic.
Do you think the judiciary?
You guys today are denying this New York Times report that Elon Musk was going to be shown a 20 to 30 page presentation about a theoretical war plan against China. Why not just show it to Elon?
Because I don't want to show it to anybody. You know, you're talking about a potential war with China. Now, I deal with these people all the time, and I'm dealing with Pete. I'm dealing with these gentlemen on numerous different airplane purchases, and I think they're all going to be great. But I don't want other people anybody seeing potential war with China. We don't want to have a potential war with China, but I can tell you if we did, we're very well equipped to handle it. But I don't want to show that to anybody. But certainly you wouldn't show it to a businessman who is helping us so much. He's a great patriot. He's paying a big price for helping us cut costs, and he's doing a great job. He's finding tremendous waste, fraud, and abuse. But I certainly wouldn't want, Elon has businesses in China, and he would be susceptible perhaps to that. But it was such a fake story. The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. And anybody read that story, people laughed at that story. Who would do such a thing? And the first thing I did is I called Susie and I called Pete. I said, is there any truth to that? And they said, it's ridiculous. No, he's over there to talk about costs. You might want to address that, Pete. But Elon was over there today to address costs. Doge, thing called Doge, which you've heard about.
That's exactly right, Mr. President. You pointed out it was a fake story. We pointed out it was. It was meant to sort of undermine whatever relationship the Pentagon has with Elon Musk. Elon Musk is a patriot. Elon Musk is an innovator. Elon Musk provides a lot of capabilities our government and our military rely on, and I'm grateful for that. We welcomed him today to the Pentagon to talk about DOGE, to talk about efficiencies, to talk about innovations. It was a great informal conversation. The rest of that reporting was fake. There was no war plans. There was no Chinese war plans. There was no secret plans. That's not what we were doing at the Pentagon.
I might add that I think Elon, if they ever wanted to do that, I think Elon wouldn't do it. I think he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't want to put himself in that position. But if you read what's out of the New York Times, it's such a dishonest newspaper. It's such garbage. It's, it used to be called all the news that's fit to print. Well, it's all the news that's not fit to print. They have fake sources, or they don't have sources. I think they make most of it up. But this was a made-up story by the New York Times. I call it the failing. It's a failing newspaper. It's failing. And they shouldn't do that. They really are the enemy of the people.
And
We do need honest journalism in this. We've made such big strides over the last 2 months, but we just need honest journalism, and we don't have it. When you have a CNN, you have to watch these people every once in a while just to see where they're coming from, and it's so dishonest. MSNBC is, I think, probably worse, and they're both doing horribly in the ratings. I think they're going to be turned off. I don't think they're not doing any ratings. You're doing well on the ratings.
Mr. President, just quickly on, I understand that your trade rep is meeting their Chinese counterpart next week.
Yes.
Is there anything that they can do to stop April 2nd or to roll back the tariffs that you put on China already?
Well, we could talk, but basically, I call April 2nd. I would have made it April 1st, but I didn't want to be April Fool's Day because then nobody would believe what I said, and they do believe me. April 2nd is going to be Liberation Day for America. We've been ripped off by every country in the world, friend and foe. We've been ripped off on trade. We've been ripped off on military. We protect people and they don't do anything for us. It's just so unfair for years and years. And now some of that money is going to be coming back to us in the form of tariffs. Tens of billions. It's going to be numbers like nobody's ever seen. So NVIDIA announced today, you saw that, hundreds of billions of dollars of investment. The biggest chip maker in the world announced hundreds of billions of dollars of investment, hundreds of billions, not millions, but billions. They're all coming here. Apple just announced $500 billion worth. They're going to build plants here. They built their plants in China. They're going to build them here. And they're starting immediately. We have investment, the likes of which this country has never seen, already announced. And they all want to have news conferences. I don't have enough time to have that many news conferences, but I would say so far at least $4 trillion. $4 trillion is coming in. Car companies, very importantly, a lot of the car companies that were going to build in Mexico or Canada are now building here, because I don't want cars from Canada. I don't want cars from Mexico. They want to do it, it's fine, but I want the car companies to build here, not, they were building in Mexico 3 plants, big plants, really big plants, and they were going to sell the cars right across the border. We wouldn't have the jobs, we wouldn't have the profits, we wouldn't get the taxes, we get nothing. All we get is unemployment and empty factories. Those days are over. So now those 3 places are going to build here, but many more than that. We have a big one. Honda is building, just announced a really big plant in Indiana, great state, smart place to build. And we have many car companies coming here. The steel mills are going to be booming, And many other things come with that, but we need that for defense. There are certain things you have to have. You have to have steel. We would have had, if I didn't do in my first term tariffs to stop the onslaught, because they were dumping steel in order to destroy our steel plants. If I didn't do 50% and even 100% in certain cases tariffs on steel, you wouldn't have a steel plant in the United States. And Biden was unable to get rid of those tariffs because they threw off so much money that his numbers, which didn't work anyway, because his numbers were terrible. What he did, the way he spent money was so horrible, and what he allowed to happen to energy. That's the other thing. Energy is going to be like it's never been before. Mr. Vice President is here. Do you have anything to say while you're here?
No, sir. I'm
good, Vice President.
I'm just here to watch the show, sir.
Okay.
I think airplanes are pretty cool, so I wanted to check this out.
Airplane's cool. It is cool.
Mr. President, anything that China can do to take off the trade war at
Well, I'll be speaking to President Xi. I have a great relationship with him. We're going to have a very good relationship. But we have $1 trillion deficit because of Biden with President Xi. More than that. I mean, I've heard $1.2 trillion. We have a deficit. And I've explained that to President Xi. We also have a problem where he's allowing fentanyl to be sent into Mexico and then cross the border and, killing. I think the number is much higher than the 125, 115 that I think it's closer to 300,000 people a year. And so that's a problem. But they have a tremendous surplus against the United States, and we don't want that.
Mr. President, why do you want to control Ukraine's power
A
plant?
number of industries have come to you asking for exemptions on tariffs. Is that something that is under consideration by you?
Well, people are coming to me and talking about tariffs, and a lot of people are asking me if they could have exceptions. And once you do that for one, you have to do that for all. So, I mean, generally, I did something interestingly during 2 weeks ago. I gave the American car companies a break because it would have been unfair if I didn't. And everybody said, oh, he changed his mind on tariffs. I didn't change my mind. I helped our, sort of big three, big four. I helped some of the American companies. And instead of taking it properly, they said, oh, he changed it. I don't change, but the word flexibility is an important word. Sometimes there's flexibility, so there'll be flexibility, but basically it's reciprocal. So that if China's charging us 50% or 30% or 20%, and I don't mean China, I mean anybody, any country, Canada. Nobody knows that Canada's charging our dairy farmers. They have 270% tariffs. Nobody knows that. Nobody knows that. They have up to 400%. They have a couple of tariffs at 400%. Nobody knows that. Nobody talks about that. And remember, with Canada, we don't need their cars. We don't need their lumber. We don't need their energy. We don't need anything from Canada. And yet it costs us $200 billion a year in subsidy to keep Canada afloat. So when I say they should be a state, I mean that. I really mean that. Because we can't be expected to carry a country that is right next to us on our border. It would be a great state. It would be a cherished state. The taxes for Canadian citizens would go down in less than half. They don't spend money on military because they think we're going to protect them. There are many things that they do, like icebreakers. They want us to provide icebreakers for them. Oh, that's wonderful. So the Canada, they're very tough traders too. I want to just tell you, all the people, they're tough traders. They trade very tough. And, the expression I use is some people don't have the cards. I used that expression about a week and a half ago, right? Somebody was negotiating who didn't have the cards, who's now, I think, saying that he wants to do it. And I think we're going to have a big deal on that very special something. We got to make a deal on that. But Canada has been a very nasty negotiator against the United States, took advantage of the United States for a long time. But nobody knows that they were getting 270% tariffs on dairy products.
I don't think I've heard you say this in all of the talk about Canada becoming the 51st state. Are you concerned that if they became the 51st state, they would be a very, very blue state? Very, very big and very, very blue.
No, there might be, but it would, you have that artificial line that goes, that straight artificial, that looked like it was drawn by a ruler, somebody with I don't mean a ruler like a king, I mean like a ruler, this way. And it's just an artificial line that was drawn in the sand or in the ice. And can I tell Peter, just, you add that to this country, what a beautiful landmass, the most beautiful landmass anywhere in the world. And it was just cut off for whatever reason. It would be great. Now, is it liberal? Maybe, but a conservative until I got involved, because I don't care who wins up there. And frankly, probably would do better with the liberal than the conservative, if you want to know the truth. But just a little while ago, before I got involved and totally changed the election, which I don't care about, probably it's to our advantage actually. But the conservative was leading against, I call him Governor Trudeau. The conservative was leading by 35 points. So. So I don't know about that. I think Canada is a place like a lot of other places. If you have a good candidate, the candidate's going to win.
And I don't know if you've seen this, but the two astronauts that you just helped save from space, They didn't get any overtime pay for all that extra time. They got $5 a day per diem for 286 days. That is $1,430 in extra pay. Is there anything the administration can do to get them, to make them whole?
Well, nobody's ever mentioned this to me. If I have to, I'll pay it out of my own pocket, okay? I'll get it for you.
Mr. President, I'll follow up on the petition signs.
I like that.
Mr. President,
Mr. President,
I'll pay it right out of my, is that all? That's not a lot.
Me
For what they had to go through. And I want to thank Elon Musk, by the way, because think if we don't have him. You know, there's only so long, even though they're in the capsule up there, that the body starts to deteriorate after 9 or 10 months and gets really bad after 14, 15 months with the bones and the blood and all the things that you've been reporting on very well. And if we don't have Elon, they could be up there a long time. Who else is going to get him? And I just want to thank him. He's going through a lot, what they're doing to him. And these people are going to be caught, and they're going to be caught, and they're going to be prosecuted. And from what they tell me, I see this just by watching your programs and reading the news, but from what they tell me, they could get 20 years in jail, and they'll get it. I'll tell you, there's going to be no leniency, and there'll be no pardons. I can tell you that right.
And you said this morning 20 years in jail, and then maybe you said this morning 20 years in jail, and then maybe they'll go to one of these prisons in El Salvador. Do you think with the way that the judges have been issuing injunctions, it would be easier or harder to send these Tesla domestic terrorists to a jail in El Salvador than these MS-13 or Tren de Aragua guys?
Well, I view these people as terrorists, just like others. These are, when I looked at those showrooms burning and those cars, not one or two, like 7, 8, 10 burning, exploding all over the place. These are terrorists. You didn't have that on January 6th, I can tell you. You didn't have anything like that on January 6th, which is sort of amazing because on January 6th, the Democrats were talking. Nobody was killed other than a very beautiful young woman, Ashley Babbitt. Nobody was killed. And you look at what's going on now with these terrorists. These are terrorists, and that's an organized event. You know, take a look at their signs. Take a look. They're all made by the same sign company. A nice, expensive job. Now, these are the people that finance it are, in my opinion, in just as big a trouble as the people that are setting the match and setting the fires. So we'll see. It's under very serious investigation by the FBI and by the Justice Department. These people are terrorists.
Mr. President, you mentioned a deal with Ukraine.
Mr. President, what do you say to American military families who are seeing Elon Musk at the Pentagon today, are hearing about Defense Department cuts, and their thoughts are immediately going to the safety of their loved ones who are currently deployed?
Well, we're making our country strong. And when they see a thing like that and they hear that story about Elon and China, what they should do is realize that the New York Times is a corrupt institution, because I think they're the ones. They knew that story wasn't true. Nobody believed that story. People that, when I first called, they laughed when they heard this story. Nobody believed it, that the Pentagon was giving him a briefing on what war with China would look like, and he has business in. No, they made that up because it's a good story to make up. They're very dishonest people. I have it with the Times, and you'll see more and more of it. To me, it's a very dishonest organization. But a story like that is made up. It's total fiction. And I just wanted to make sure. I called up Chief of Staff and I called up Pete. And I said, is there any truth to that? Absolutely not. He's there for Doge, not there for China. And if you ever mention China, I think he'd walk out of the room. He wouldn't take it anyway. So it's just a made up story. Nobody's taken better care of the military. One of the things that I know that Pete's doing is he's talking about a lot of the civilian staff, and we're going to get them other jobs. You know, we're going to have a lot of jobs in this country, but we don't want to have wasteful jobs. We want to have meaningful jobs. And those were wasteful jobs. Those are jobs that not only military, but jobs where people don't show up. You take a look at Department of Education. I've never seen so many buildings with the names on it. You go past one after another Department of Education, and they're empty. The people don't show up. You know why? Because they have other jobs, because they're playing golf, or they're playing something, they're doing something. And we have a lot of great people, but we have to move that back to the States. We're going to make our country strong, and we're going to get people much better jobs. because we have companies moving into our country, the likes of which we've never seen before. Nothing like this has happened. And it's automatic. They don't want to pay the tariffs. How do you avoid paying the tariffs? You build your plant in the United States, and it's a beautiful thing to see. I see it. So far, I would say $4 trillion. Nobody's ever heard of them. No country's ever heard of numbers like that. $4 trillion, and those are the best ones. The biggest, best chip maker in the world. I'm not a fan of the CHIP Act, where you give billions of dollars away to companies that don't need it, and it won't bring them here. I'm giving nothing away. All they're doing is coming here. They're building because they want to avoid. Remember this on the tariffs too, because that's going to be, Liberation Day, April 2nd. It's reciprocal. If they charge us, we charge them. So somebody said, well, how much are the tariffs? Very fair. If India, as an example, has been very bad to us on tariffs, they charge 100%, 200%, whatever they charge. Now, Europe just announced they're lowering the tariffs on cars. We charge like a joke, 2.5%. That's what this country charges. Europe just announced that they're reducing their tariffs on cars to 2.5%. It's nice. But they also have non-monetary tariffs where they make it impossible for the cars to get in even without the dollars on them, the dollar signs. It's called a non-monetary tariff, where they put on controls where no matter what happens, because they don't want cars, they don't want the American car in their market. And yet they send us millions of cars. They send us big agriculture. They don't want our agriculture. They don't want anything from us. European Union's very tough, but now it's fair. So whatever they do to us, we do to them.
Mr. President, you mentioned last month you mentioned.
Russia continues to attack Ukraine. Are you planning to impose any sort of
Well,
sanctions?
they're fighting against each other. Yeah, I think we're going to have we have a ceasefire on a lot of areas, and so far that's all held very well. And getting that ceasefire, they had a lot of guns pointing at each other. We got some soldiers, unfortunately, surrounded by other soldiers, and they are going to be, I believe, we're going to pretty soon have a full ceasefire, and then we're going to have a contract. And the contract's being negotiated, the contract in terms of dividing up the lands, et cetera, it's being negotiated as we speak.
What do you say to critics who say that your actions towards law firms amount to coercion?
Well, the law firms all want to make deals. You mean the law firms that were going after, that went after me for 4 years, ruthlessly, violently, illegally? You mean, are those the law firms you're talking about? They're not babies. They're very sophisticated people. Those law firms did bad things. They went after me for years. Russia hoax, all a hoax. It was a hoax. It was Hunter Biden's laptop. It didn't come out of Russia, by the way. It was came out of his bedroom. It was all a hoax developed by Democrats. Hillary, I don't think Biden did, because I don't think Biden knows what the hell he's doing, frankly, based on everything I see. I've seen things since being here that are so sad. What he's done to this country, what he and they did to this country, those people that surrounded him, who, by the way, are radical left but smart. He's not smart. He was never smart. But these are radical left, smart people. They totally controlled him. He did whatever they told him to do. And it's a shame. It's so sad to see what happened, what they've done to this country, both not only the inflation you saw, but allowing millions and millions of criminals into our country. That's an inexcusable act. And many other things besides that. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, can we talk one more question on Ukraine? Why do you want to control Ukraine's power plants, sir?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
In a way that affords all its people a better path forward. Stronger ties between Israel and its neighbors and an expansion of the Abraham Accords offer an alternative to Iran's malign influence and state sponsorship of terror. We cannot tolerate a nuclear weapons-capable Iran that funds the destruction and destabilizing terrorism plaguing the region and beyond. But the Islamic regime is capable of ending these conflicts. Just as Hamas could end the war today, this moment, by releasing the hostages and laying down its arms, Iran could choose to join the community of nations by ending its support for terrorist proxy groups and providing transparency on its nuclear program that the global community has consistently demanded. The United States will do its part and is committed to working with our Arab partners and Israel to create a brighter future for all of the region's people. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United States for the statement, and I now give the floor to the representative of Panama.
Muchas gracias, presidente,
Thank
por
you very
convocar
much,
esta sesión.
President, for convening this
De igual
meeting.
manera, agradecemos a la señora
I
Sigrid
would also
Kaag,
like to
coordinadora
thank Ms.
especial para el
Sigrid
Medio
Kaag,
Oriente,
Special Coordinator for the
por su
Middle
detallado
East,
informe.
for her detailed report.
Reconocemos también la
We
asistencia de
also
los
acknowledge the
representantes de
presence of
Israel,
the representatives of
Jordania y
Israel,
el Estado
Jordan,
Observador
and
de
the Observer
Palestina,
State of
que nos
Palestine.
distinguen con su participación esta
They have
mañana.
honored us with their
El
participation this
conflicto
morning.
israelí-palestino
The
es uno de los más
Israeli-Palestinian
prolongados y
conflict is one of
dolorosos
the
de
most
nuestra era,
protracted and
que
painful
ha
of our
cobrado
times.
demasiadas
It has
vidas y
cost
sigue
far too many
desafiando los
lives and
esfuerzos
continues to
internacionales
defy
por
international
alcanzar
efforts
una paz
to achieve
duradera.
a lasting peace.
Esta semana,
This week,
este consejo se ha
our
reunido en
council
3
has met
ocasiones
3
para
times
abordar
to
distintos
address
aspectos de este
different
conflicto
aspects of
y
this
sus
conflict and the
consecuencias.
fallout.
De por sí, un
That
reflejo
in
del
and of
complejo
itself
contexto que
reflects the
enfrentan hoy
complex
las
context
poblaciones en
faced
Cisjordania,
today
Gaza
by
e
the
Israel.
people in the
Y un
West Bank, Gaza,
recordatorio
and
urgente
Israel. It
de
is
que
an
la
urgent
solución a esta
reminder
crisis
that the
no
solution to
puede
this
ser
crisis
militar y
cannot
debe
be
ser
military,
política e
but
integral.
rather must be
Panamá reitera
comprehensive
la
and
urgente necesidad
political.
de que se ponga
Panama
fin a las
reiterates the urgent
hostilidades,
need to put an
que
end
se
to
libere a
hostilities,
todos los rehenes
to ensure the
incondicionalmente
unconditional
y se
release of
reanude
all
el camino del
hostages
diálogo
and
político
to
que
resume
permita reducir las
dialogue,
diferencias para que se
political
pueda
dialogue,
avanzar hacia un proceso
allowing for
creíble
differences to
con
be
miras a
overcome
una solución perdurable al conflicto.
so that progress
Panamá
towards a
reconoce
credible
que la
process for a
resolución
lasting
2334
solution to the
es
conflict
parte del
can
marco
be
jurídico
ensured. Panama
internacional
recognizes
para
that
la
Resolution
solución de este conflicto.
2334 is part
Al
of the
mismo tiempo,
international legal
comprendemos
framework for the
que
resolution of this
cualquier
conflict.
aplicación
At the
de
same time, we
esta y
understand
otras
that any
resoluciones
implementation of
debe
this and other
considerar siempre
resolutions
las
must
legítimas
always take
preocupaciones de
into account
seguridad
the
de todas
legitimate
las partes
security
involucradas.
concerns of all parties
Señora
involved.
Presidente,
Madam
durante
President,
décadas,
for
la
decades,
falta de voluntad
the lack
política
of
y las
political will
decisiones
and
postergadas
deferred
han
decisions
profundizado la
have further
desconfianza
fueled
y
mistrust
generado un
and have
entorno
created
propicio
an
para la
environment
violencia
conducive
que ha
to
sido
violence.
aprovechada por el extremismo.
Extremists have
Si
taken
bien la
advantage of
resolución
these circumstances.
2334
While
se
Resolution
centra en Cisjordania y
2334
Jerusalén
focuses
Oriental,
on the West Bank
sus
and East
principios son
Jerusalem,
igualmente
its
relevantes para
principles
la
are equally
estabilidad en
relevant
otros
for
territorios,
stability in other
como Gaza,
territories, such as
donde la
Gaza,
ausencia
where
de
the
una
absence
solución
of a
política
political solution
ha facilitado el
has
surgimiento de
facilitated the
fuerzas
rise of
extremistas
extremist
como
forces
Hamas,
such as
que ha
Hamas.
contribuido a
And this has
prolongar la
contributed to
violencia y ha
prolonging
agravado el
violence and
sufrimiento de las
worsening the
poblaciones
suffering of the
civiles,
civilian population,
impidiendo cada día que
every
se logren
day
avances en la
impeding
resolución de este
progress
conflicto.
towards a resolution of this
Panamá confía
conflict.
que en un futuro
Panama trusts
Gaza,
that in a
libre de la
future
autoridad de
Gaza,
grupos
freed from the
extremistas,
rule by
junto con Cisjordania y
extremist groups,
Jerusalén Oriental, puedan
together with
integrarse
the West
plenamente
Bank
en una
and East
estructura territorial y
East
política
Jerusalem,
que permita
can
la
be fully
convivencia
integrated
pacífica
into a
entre los pueblos de
territorial and
Israel y
political
Palestina
structure, allowing
dentro de
for peaceful
fronteras seguras y
coexistence between the
reconocidas
peoples of Israel and
internacionalmente.
Palestine within
Señora
safe and
Presidente,
internationally recognized
Panamá cree
borders.
firmemente
Madam
que la
President,
convivencia
Panama
pacífica
firmly
es
believes
posible
that peaceful
porque nuestra
coexistence
propia
is possible.
experiencia
Our
lo
own
demuestra.
experience is proof of
En
this.
nuestro país,
In our country,
judíos,
Jews,
cristianos,
Christians,
musulmanes y otras
Muslims, and
confesiones
people of other
conviven y se
faiths
relacionan
live
en
side by
armonía y
side and
respeto mutuo.
interact in
Anhelamos
harmony
que esta
and
realidad
mutual respect.
sea la que en
We
el
hope
futuro
that
se
this
viva en
reality
otras
will be the
partes del mundo.
reality in
Por
other
ello,
parts of
Panamá
the world
reitera que
as
solo a
well.
través de una
For
solución
Panama, we
política
believe
negociada
that
será posible
only
alcanzar
through a
una paz
negotiated
justa y
political
duradera
solution will it be
para
possible
israelíes
to
y
achieve a just
palestinos
and lasting
que
peace for
garantice
Israelis
plenamente
and
la seguridad e
Palestinians, fully
integridad de Israel
guaranteeing
y su
the
derecho a vivir
security
en
and
paz.
integrity of
Muchas
Israel
gracias.
and its right to live in peace. Thank
And
you.
I thank the representative of Panama for the statement. And I'll give the floor to the representative of France.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President.
La France remercie Madame la
France
coordinatrice
thanks the
spéciale pour
special
son rapport.
coordinator for her report.
Le bilan est accablant.
The picture is bleak.
Presque 10 ans après la
Almost 10 years
résolution
after the adoption of
2334,
Resolution 2334,
résolution de référence,
that is a
résolution canonique
benchmark
à nos yeux,
resolution,
tout ou presque s'est
a
dégradé
landmark
et la région
resolution
vit une
in our
catastrophe qui
view.
semble ne pas vouloir finir.
Everything or almost everything has
Notre
worsened
Conseil a
in
eu
the
l'occasion
region
de
and the
discuter de
catastrophe
cette
seems
situation
to know
hier et
no
avant-hier
end.
déjà,
Our council has had an
ou
opportunity to
plutôt deux de
discuss
ces dimensions les
this
plus tragiques.
situation
Le
yesterday
sort
and the day
poignant
before
des otages
yesterday. At
israéliens
least we've
retenus
discussed
par
two
le
of the
Hamas depuis le 7
dimensions, the
octobre
most tragic ones,
2023,
the harrowing
le
fate of
sort
the
tragique
Israeli
de la population
hostages
de
held by
Gaza
Hamas since the
depuis
7th
le
of
début de
October
l'offensive militaire
2023,
israélienne.
and the fate of the people
La
of
position de
Gaza
la France
since
est
the
bien
beginning
connue et
of
je
the
la rappelle
Israeli
en quelques
military
mots.
offensive.
Rien ne peut justifier les
France's
attentats
position is
terroristes
well
commis
known,
par
and
le
I will
Hamas
sum
le
it
7
up here in a
octobre.
few words.
La
Nothing
France
can
les condamne
justify the
absolument.
terrorist attacks committed on
Comme
the
l'a dit le
7th of
président Macron à
October.
maintes reprises,
France condemns
Israël
them
a le droit de se
absolutely.
défendre,
As
mais dans le respect
President
du droit
Macron has
international
said on a number of
humanitaire
occasions,
et en
Israel
ayant
has the right to
conscience qu'il n'y
self-defense,
a
but
pas de
with respect
solution
for
militaire à Gaza.
IHL and aware of the fact that there is no
L'accord de
military
janvier a
solution in
ouvert une
Gaza. The
perspective avec ses
January
trois phases
agreement provided
et son
a prospect
articulation
with
entre le
its three
cessez-le-feu,
phases,
la libération de tous les otages,
including
la
the
reprise de l'aide
ceasefire, the
humanitaire
release of all
et l'engagement
hostages, the
d'une discussion
resumption of
sur l'avenir.
humanitarian aid, and
42
commitment
jours
to a
ont porté
future,
la promesse
to
d'un
a discussion
changement.
about the future.
Depuis la reprise du blocus de l'aide humanitaire par Israël et le
42
lancement
days
d'une nouvelle
where
campagne de
we held this
bombardement
promise
massif,
for change,
à
since the
nouveau,
resumption
la
of the
terreur
blockade
et la
on
mort règnent sur
humanitarian aid
Gaza.
by Israel and the
La
beginning
raison
of a new
invoquée par
campaign
Israël
of
pour
massive
justifier son
shelling once
revirement ne
again,
tient pas.
terror and
Les
death
retards dans
reign
la
in
libération
Gaza.
des otages ne sauraient
The reason
justifier
invoked by
la
Israel to
punition de tout un
justify this does not hold
Voilà
water,
pourquoi
and
nous appelons à
delays in the
nouveau
release of
à la
hostages cannot
libération de
justify the
toutes et
punishment of
tous
an
les
entire
otages
people.
dans la dignité
We call
et à la
therefore once
restitution des
again
corps
for
de
the release
décès.
of all hostages
Le
in
Hamas
dignity
doit
and
le
the
faire
return of the
et épargner au monde la
bodies of the
sinistre mise en
deceased.
scène à laquelle il soumet les
Hamas
otages libérés. Qui
must
gagne-t-il
spare the world from
sinon de
this very
manifester de
dark,
façon
bleak
spectaculaire
picture
son mépris pour la vie?
and the
Voilà
situation
pourquoi nous
it
appelons le
has
gouvernement
subjected the
israélien à
unfortunate
reprendre sans condition l'aide humanitaire, à
hostages
cesser les
to.
bombardements, à
Who
s'en tenir à la
wins
logique des négociations,
in
quelque
this
que lente qu'elle
situation
soit, en cessant de répondre
by
à la
showing such
cruauté
contempt
par
for
le
life?
déchaînement de la violence.
We call on
Pour
the
notre
Israeli
part,
government
nous nous tenons aux
to
côtés des
resume
pays
without
qui,
condition humanitarian aid, to
États-Unis,
cease shelling, and to
Qatar,
hold to the negotiations,
Égypte,
however slow they are,
travaillent
and
inlassablement à
to stop
obtenir du
responding
Hamas
to
la
cruelty
reprise des
by unleashing
libérations
violence. For our
et
part,
du
we
gouvernement
stand side
israélien
by
le
side
retour
with
à la
the
logique
US,
de l'urgence.
Qatar, and Egypt, working
Mais Madame la
tirelessly to
Présidente, le
obtain from
Conseil ne
Hamas the
doit pas
release of the
détourner les yeux de
hostages
l'autre
and
réalité
calling upon
que
Israel to
signale le
return
rapport
to
du
the
secrétaire
process from
général
January.
et
But
que nous
Madam President,
rapporte
the
Madame
Council
Sigrid
must not
Kaag
turn a
en
blind eye
application de
to
la
the other
résolution
reality
2334.
pointed out in Ms. Kaag's
Relire le
report,
texte de cette
pursuant to
résolution
Resolution
et
2334.
précisément ses
In
paragraphes
rereading the
opérationnels
text, more
au regard de
specifically
la
the
politique
operational
israélienne
paragraphs with
actuelle,
regard to the
c'est
current
mesurer à
Israeli
quel point
policies,
nous sommes loin du compte.
in doing that, we
La
see how far
colonisation à
off the mark
Jérusalem-Est
we
et en
are.
Cisjordanie ne s'arrête
Settlements in
pas.
East Jerusalem and in
Elle
the West Bank are
s'intensifie
ongoing.
et
They are
devient de
being
plus en
ramped
plus
up and they're
violente.
becoming
Elle se
increasingly
produit
violent, and they
avec
are
la
taking
participation
place with the
active des
active
forces de sécurité
participation of the
israéliennes.
Israeli security
Le droit
forces.
est là,
We have the
réaffirmé par
law.
la Cour
It has been
internationale de
reaffirmed by
justice
the
dans son arrêt
ICJ
consultatif
in
du
its
19 juillet
advisory
dernier.
opinion on the 19th of
Israël
July.
doit cesser
Israel must
toute activité
cease
de
all
colonisation dans les
settlement
territoires
activity
occupés,
in the occupied
car elle est
territories
illégale.
because it is
Puissance
illegal.
occupante,
An occupying
Israël a le
power,
devoir
Israel
d'empêcher les
has the
violences
right
commises par les
or the
colons
duty
extrémistes
to halt
et de
violence
protéger les civils
carried out by
palestiniens,
extremist
de
settlers and to
préserver le
protect
statu quo
Palestinian
historique sur les
civilians,
lieux
to
saints,
preserve
en
the
un mot,
historic status
d'empêcher
quo
tout
over
ce
the
qui
holy
rapproche de
sites.
l'annexion de
In
fait
short,
des
to
territoires palestiniens
halt
occupés.
anything that
Le ministre
relates
Jean-Noël
to
Barrot
de
l'a dit
facto
aujourd'hui,
annexation of
la
the
France est
occupied
opposée à
Palestinian
toute forme
territories.
d'annexion, qu'elle
Minister
concerne la
Barrot
Cisjordanie ou
said
Gaza.
this today. France is opposed
Le
to
droit
any form of
l'exige, mais
annexation, be
aussi
it
la
in the
raison
West Bank or in
politique.
Gaza.
La spirale de violence qui s'est mise en mouvement depuis le 7
The law
octobre,
requires it, but so
culmination
does
d'une
political
dégradation
logic.
progressive
The
ces dernières
spiral of
années, ne fait pas
violence,
que détruire
which has been
et
set in
tuer des
motion
civils
since the
innocents.
7th of
Elle
October,
nourrit
is the
la haine
culmination of a
de part et
progressive
d'autre.
worsening over
elle
the
éloigne
past
de
few
toute
years.
perspective de
It has simply
Qui peut
destroyed
raisonnablement penser qu'une
the lives
solution
of
consentie hébergera de
innocent
ce
civilians. It
cauchemar?
is
Qui
fueling
peut penser
hatred
qu'une
on
solution
all sides,
négociée
and it is
entre
taking us
Israéliens et
further away from the
Palestiniens peut
prospects of peace.
aboutir
Who
quand
can
les esprits
reasonably
sont
think that
prisonniers de ce
an
cycle
agreed
de
solution will
violence?
emerge
C'est
from this
cette logique d'escalade et de déni de
nightmare? Who
l'autre
can
qu'il faut
believe that a negotiated
Pour
solution
cette
between
raison, depuis des
Israelis and
mois, la
Palestinians
France travaille avec tous les
can
pays,
be
arabes en premier
brought
lieu,
about
à la recherche d'un
if their
mécanisme qui,
minds are
s'appuyant
still
sur le point de
prisoners of this
départ
cycle of
d'un
violence? For
cessez-le-feu
that
dans les
reason,
termes
for
de
months, France
janvier,
has been working with all
réengagera le
countries,
dialogue.
the Arab countries
La
first and
conférence
foremost, to
internationale sur la
find
solution
a
à deux États
mechanism
a été
and to
demandée par
use the
l'Assemblée générale
ceasefire
le 3 décembre
pursuant
à
to
une
the
écrasante
January
majorité.
terms as a starting point for
Avec l'Arabie
resuming dialogue.
saoudite,
The
la France travaille
International
activement à cette
Two-State Solution
préparation.
Conference
En
called
même
for by
temps,
the General
nous
Assembly
fondons
on
nos
the 3rd
espoirs sur la conférence de
December was done
reconstruction de
so by an
Gaza que
overwhelming
prépare
majority.
l'Égypte
With Saudi
avec la
Arabia,
Ligue arabe.
France is working actively to
Enfin, Madame
prepare
la
for it.
Présidente, il est du devoir de
And
notre
we do
Conseil
hope
de
placed a great deal of
réaffirmer
hope
avec
in the conference for
force
the
que
reconstruction
l'ONU,
of Gaza, which is
notre
being
maison
prepared by
commune,
Egypt
doit
and the
être
Arab League.
respectée.
Finally, Madam, it is
La
our
France
duty
exprime sa
as the Council to
consternation à
reaffirm
la suite des frappes
that
qui ont touché des bâtiments
the
de l'ONU.
agreements must be
L'attaque a
respected.
fait plusieurs
France
victimes,
is
dont un
quite
mort.
concerned that
2 ressortissants
two French
français employés
citizens
des Nations
employed by the
Unies
United
ont
Nations
été
were
grièvement
seriously
blessés.
wounded
La
following
France
the
présente ses
strikes,
condoléances à l'ONU,
and we extend
aux
our
victimes
condolences to the
et à
UN,
leurs
to our
familles.
victims, and to
Elle
their
rappelle que les
families, and it
installations
recalls
et
that
personnels de l'ONU
the
doivent
facilities
être
and
absolument
personnel of
protégés
the
contre
UN
les
must
attaques.
absolutely
En outre,
be protected
la
against
France appelle à
attacks.
ce que
Moreover,
cessent
France
les
calls
accusations
for a
infondées
cessation
selon
of
lesquelles
baseless
l'ONU, ses
allegations
organisations et
according
ses
to which the
agences
United
n'accompliraient
Nations,
pas
its
leur mission de
organizations and
protection des
agencies are
plus
not
vulnérables,
carrying out their
de
mission to protect the
réaffirmation de
most
droits,
vulnerable, to
de secours aux victimes,
reaffirm
de
law,
condamnation des
to
actes de
provide
terrorisme
relief to
ou
victims,
des
to
violations
condemn
des droits
acts of
humanitaires.
terrorism or
L'ONU
violations of
remplit sa
human
mission,
rights.
ses
The UN
personnels le
is
font du
carrying
mieux
out
qu'ils
its
peuvent,
mission.
trop
The
souvent au
staff are
prix de leur
doing
vie.
what they can,
Faisons en
quite
sorte
often
que
at the
toutes ces
cost of
victimes
their own
sacrifiées,
lives. Let us make sure that
israéliennes,
these sacrificed victims,
palestiniennes,
Israelis, Palestinians,
onusiennes,
and
ne l'aient
UN
pas été en
workers
vain. Je
will
vous
not
remercie.
have been in vain. Thank you.
I thank the representative of France for the statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of China.
谢谢主席女士，
Thank you, Madam President.
我感谢卡
I
格临
thank
时特别
Special
协调员
Coordinator
的通
Clark
报，
for her briefing.
并愿通过你对
I'd
联合
like
国秘
to
书长古特雷
comment
斯
through you
在巴以问
the
题上的立
position
场
of the
表
UN
示
Secretary
赞赏。
General Antonio Guterres on the Palestinian-Israeli issue.
加沙战火再
The
起，
resumed
引起国
fighting
际社
in
会
Gaza
广
has
泛
sparked
关切和担
widespread
忧。
concern and apprehension
以
in
色
the
列
international
从
community.
3月17 日
Since 17th
开始
March,
实施大规
Israel
模
has
空袭，
carried out large-scale
重新发
airstrikes,
动地面进
renewed
攻，
its ground
并占
offensive,
领加
and
沙东部。
occupied central Gaza.
以色列还先后
Israel
切断
has
人
also
道
cut
物
off
资水
access
路
to
和电
humanitarian
力供应，
supplies and electricity
造
in
成巨大
succession,
人员伤亡，
causing massive loss
使
of
人道
lives
灾难更加严峻。
and worsening the
中
already
方
grave
对来之不
humanitarian
易的停
disaster.
火被打破
China
表
is
示
gravely
严重关
concerned
切。
about the breakdown of the Hot One ceasefire.
15个月血
The
腥冲突
stark
和
contrast
42天
between the
停火的鲜
15-month-long
明对
bloody
比已
conflict
经说明，
and the 42-day
重
ceasefire
启战事
speaks
不
volumes.
是解决
Resuming
人
the
质的
fighting
正
is not
确
the
方
right
向，
way to bring back
只会
hostages.
造成
It
更
only
多的
results
杀
in
戮。
more killings.
实现持久停火
Securing a
是拯
durable
救生命、
ceasefire
让人质
is
回
the
家的
best way
最好办
to
法，
save lives and bring
是压倒
hostages
一切的
home,
优
and
先事项。
it is an overriding priority.
我们敦促以色列
We urge Israel
放弃使
to
用武力
abandon
的执念，
its obsession
立
with the
即
use
停
of
止
force,
对加沙的
immediately
军事
cease
行动，
its military operations against
解
Gaza,
除
and lift
对人道物资进
blockade
入加沙的封锁。
on the access of humanitarian supplies to
希
Gaza.
望停火
It is
协议
hoped
的保
that the
障国
guarantors of the
秉持
ceasefire
公
agreement
正、
will
负
act
责任态度，
impartially and
采取
responsibly
行动，
to
推
promote
动3阶段
consistent
停火协议
implementation of the
连
three-phase
贯落实，
ceasefire
在加
agreement
沙实现
in order
持
to
久停
achieve
火。
a durable ceasefire in Gaza.
在加沙燃烧的同
With
时，
Gaza
约
in
旦和
flames of
西岸
war, the
局
situation
势
in the
同
West
样
Bank
危
is
急。
equally critical.
过去1年
Over
多，
the
以
past
色
year
列
or so,
在
Israel
西岸
has
大
been
规模扩
expanding
张定居
its
点，
settlements in the
拆
West
除
Bank
大量巴
on
勒
a
斯坦
massive
人民
scale,
房屋，
demolishing a large number of
纵容
Palestinian
定
homes
居者
and
暴力。
condoning settler
特别
violence.
是在过
In
去2个
particular,
月，
over the past 2
以色列
months,
持续开展
continued
军事
Israeli
行动，
military operations have emptied
强制
by
清空
force
多个巴勒
multiple
斯坦难
refugee
民营，
camps,
造成4万多
displacing
人流离
over
失所。
40,000 people.
定居点活动
Settlement
违反国际
activities
法和安
violate
理会
international
第
law and
2334号决
Council
议。
Resolution
以色
2334.
列应当
Israel
停止
should
对西
cease
岸的袭击，
its attacks on the West
停
Bank,
止定
stop
居点活动，
settler
切
activities,
实遏制定
and
居者暴
effectively
力。
curb settler violence.
中方重申，
China wishes wishes to
落实
reiterate
两国方
that
案是
implementing
解决
the
巴勒
two-state
斯坦问题
solution
的唯一
is
可
the
行
only
出路。
viable way to resolve the
国际社
Palestinian
会
issue.
应当加大努
The
力，
international
推
community
进
should step
两
up
国
its
方案
efforts to
政治进
promote
程，
political process of
并
the
为此
two-state
提
solution
供有力
and
保障。
provided with robust
中方
guarantees.
支持
China
埃及
supports
和阿拉伯国家共同
the
发起
Gaza
的加
Recovery
沙
and
恢复和
Reconstruction
重
Fund
建
jointly
计划，
initiated by Egypt and
支
other Arab
持
states
以
and supports
8人治8原
the
则开
commencement
启
of
重建。
rebuilding in accordance with the principle of Palestinians governing
中国反
Palestine.
对
China
对
opposes
加沙民众的强制
the
迁
forced
移，
removal of
反
Palestinian
对任何
people.
吞并加
We
沙
oppose
或西岸
any
领土的
attempt
企图。
to annex the West Bank and Gaza and other
Sushi.
territories.
在中东其他地区
President,
紧张局势
elsewhere
也在
in the
升级，
Middle East,
和
tensions
平
are also
稳定
rising.
仍受
Peace
到威
and
胁。
stability are still in peril.
以色列军队
Israeli
占领黎
forces
巴
have
嫩南部
occupied
5处地点，
5
违
locations
反
in
安理
southern
会第
Lebanon,
1701
flouting Council
号决
Resolution
议，
1701,
侵犯黎巴嫩主
violating
权和领
Lebanese
土完整。
sovereignty and territorial
以
integrity.
色列近期
Israel's
频繁
recent
对叙
frequent
利亚
airstrikes
发
against
动空
Syria
袭，同样
have
侵犯
also violated
叙利亚主权
Syria's
和领土完整。
sovereignty and territorial integrity.
中方敦促以色列尽
China
快
urges
从黎
Israel
巴
to
嫩、叙利亚
withdraw
领土撤
from
出。
Syria and Lebanon
叙利亚政治
without
过渡
delay.
正处于
The
关键阶
political
段，
transition
叙
in
利亚
Syria is
临
at
时
a
当
critical
局有
stage.
责任
The Syrian
确保
authorities
政
are
治进程
responsible
的
for
包容性，
ensuring the
并切实
inclusiveness
履
of
行
the political
根据
process
国
and
际法
effective
承担的
fulfillment
义务，
of their
包
obligations
括
under
反恐
international
方
law,
面的义务。
including counterterrorism obligations.
中方对也门和红海局势再次
China
升级表示关切，
expresses concern over the
呼吁
renewed
有关国
escalation
家
in Yemen
停
and
止
Red
对
Sea
也门的
and
空
calls
袭，
on the country
切
concerned to
实
stop
尊
their
重也
airstrikes
门主
against
权
Yemen
安全
and to
和
respect
领
in
土完
earnest
整。
Yemen's sovereignty, security, and territorial
胡塞武
integrity.
装
The
应当
Houthis
停止
should
针
stop
对
any
商船
attacks
的任
against
何
and
袭
harassment
扰行
of
为，
commercial
维
vessels
护
and
红海水
maintain
域
safe
航道安
routes
全。
of navigation in the Red Sea.
伊朗核问题
The
再
Iranian
次
nuclear
走
issue
到
has
关
once
键
again
十字
come
路
to a
口，
critical crossroads.
妥善处
A
理伊
proper
朗核问
handling
题
of the
对于
Iranian
中东
nuclear
地
issue
区和平
is
稳定
crucial
至关
to
重要。
peace and stability in the Middle
历
East.
史和现实
History
反
and
复证
reality
明，
have once again,
制裁、
time and again,
制裁施
proven
压、
the
武力
futility
威
of
胁没
sanction,
有出路，
pressure, and the
对
threat of
话协
force.
商才是
Only
真正
dialogue
的
and
解决之道。
consultation provides the right way
3月
forward.
14日，
March
伊
the
朗核问
14th
题
saw a
中俄
successful
伊
Beijing
北
meeting
京会
between
晤
China,
成功举行，
Russia, and
并发
Iran
表联
on
合
the
声明。
Iranian nuclear issue. A joint statement
王毅
was
外长
issued
在会
from
见
Minister
俄罗
Wang
斯
Yi
伊朗与
during
会
his
代表
meeting
时，
with representatives
就
of
新形
Russia
势
and
下
Iran,
妥善
put
解
forward
决伊朗
China's
核
5-point
问题，提
proposition
出中
on
方
the
5
proper
点主
settlement
张，
of the Iranian nuclear issue in the new context,
呼吁坚持
calling
通过
for
政治外交手
adherence
段
to
和平
peaceful
解决争
settlement of
端，
disputes through political and
呼吁
diplomatic
积
means,
极为
the
恢复对话
creation
谈
of
判创造
conditions
条件，
for the resumption of
避
dialogue
免
and
采取
negotiation, and
升
cautioning
级
against any
局势
action
的举动。
that may escalate the situation.
中方愿同各
China
方一
stands
道，
ready
努
to
力
work with
推
all
动达
parties
成
for a just,
公正、平
balanced,
衡、
and
可持续
sustainable
的
solution
伊
to the
朗核
Iranian
问题
nuclear
解决
issue.
方案，维护国际核
Uphold
不扩散
the
机制，
international nuclear
促进
non-proliferation
国际
regime
和地区
and
和平
promote
稳定。
international and regional peace and stability.
最后，我要
In
重申，
conclusion, I wish to
巴勒斯
reiterate
坦问
that
题是
Palestine
中东问题
issue,
的核
the
心。
question of Palestine, is at the core of the Middle East problem.
加沙不能成
Gaza
为政治
must
博
not
弈的战场，
become a battleground for
平
political
民
gain.
生命不能
Civilian
成
lives
为
must not
政
be
治算计
sacrificed
的牺牲
to
品。
political calculations.
加沙必须实
A
现持久
durable
停火。
ceasefire must be realized in
中
Gaza.
方支持
A
安理
lasting
会
ceasefire
为此采
must
取
be
一
realized
切
in
必要
Gaza.
行动。
China
谢谢主
supports
席。
all necessary action by the Council to this end. Thank you, President.
I thank the representative of China for the statement. And before giving the floor to the representative of Pakistan, as I understand that this is his last meeting in the Security Council, allow me to pay tribute to our dear colleague, Ambassador Munir Akram, on the completion of his tenure as permanent representative of Pakistan to the United Nations. I know I speak for all our colleagues when I say when we thank you for your cooperation and your dedication to the work of the Security Council and the United Nations. We'll all wish you wisdom, miss your wisdom, your wit, and your warmth. So we wish you the very best in your future endeavors. And you have the floor, Munir.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for those kind words. I hope they enjoy consensus in the Council. Madam President, Pakistan thanks Special Coordinator Sigrid Kaag for her comprehensive briefing, and we endorse the Secretary General's conclusions and recommendations as conveyed by the Special Coordinator in her presentation. We are meeting again, Madam President, to review the consequences of what we all know and understand is a process of ethnic cleansing. And as the ICJ has said, I quote, probable genocide. More than 50,000 innocent Palestinians, mostly women and children, have been killed in Gaza, over 100,000 injured. And since Israel broke the Gaza ceasefire on Tuesday, 591 Palestinians, including 200 children, have been killed and 1,042 injured in the Gaza Strip. Pakistan strongly condemns Israel's latest escalation, including its renewed bombardment of Gaza and its systematic blockage of humanitarian assistance, as well as the decision to cut off power supply that threatens water access in the Palestinian territories. Over 90,000 of Gaza's population faces starvation due to Israel's blockade. Newborn babies are reportedly dying. Civilian structures, hospitals, schools, and mosques are being destroyed on the pretext of targeting combatants. Every principle of international law, including international humanitarian law, has been violated. But Israel has vowed to continue the slaughter irrespective of its consequences for Palestinian civilians. It is doing so with impunity, knowing well that the world and this council will be deterred from taking any action to enforce its resolutions calling for a ceasefire and an end to the mounting atrocities. Madam President, the Gaza genocide is now being extended to the West Bank. Israel's large-scale military operations, which began in Jenin and other areas of the northern West Bank on 21st January, have expanded to Nur Shams, Tulkaram, and Jenin camps, causing the largest population displacement since 1967. Daily military raids, settler violence, and illegal land annexations are part of a systematic effort to ethnically cleanse the Palestinian people in the West Bank. According to OCHA, between 7 October 2023 and 4 March 2025, 896 Palestinians, including children and women, were killed in the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem. 90 Palestinians since the start of this year. The ongoing expansion of illegal Israeli settlements in the West Bank and East Jerusalem flagrantly violate the international law and UN Security Council Resolution 2334 and constitutes a clear breach of the Charter. Security Council resolutions are binding, Madam President, and cannot be ignored or selectively observed. The Security Council and the world community cannot sit back and watch this ongoing ethnic cleansing. A failure to halt this brutal war will unleash the worst instincts of powerful and predatory states, shred the principles of the UN Charter designed to prevent aggression and the scourge of war, and create a Hobbesian hell of conflict and chaos. Madam President, the elected members of this Security Council, who have a direct mandate from the General Assembly to work for peace and security and the defense of the Charter, must again come forward to initiate concrete measures to end this cruel war and restore the conditions for a durable peace in the Middle East. The Palestine issue is the heart of all the conflicts that are raging in the Middle East. To address the Palestine question, the Council can and must take the following decisions. First, we must demand that Israel immediately halt its military attacks in Gaza and its military operations and the settler violence on the West Bank, and that an indefinite and continuous ceasefire be established. 2, the Israeli blockade of humanitarian supplies to Gaza must be ended and full access provided to the UN and other humanitarian agencies and organizations. Starvation of civilians cannot be used as a weapon of war. 3, negotiations should be resumed to implement the second and third phases of the ceasefire agreement of 12 January, including for the release of hostages and withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza. The ceasefire should be observed until these negotiations are concluded on the second and third phase of the agreement, as also envisaged in Resolution 2735. We would hope that the mediators, Qatar, Egypt, and the United States, will work to secure the full potential of the 12 January agreement. 4, serious and high-level consideration should be accorded by all major partners to the Arab and OIC plan for recovery and reconstruction of Gaza. This plan offers a practical and realistic path for economic and social rehabilitation in Gaza, for its governance, and for peace between the Palestinians and Israel. 5, simultaneously, a credible and irreversible political process must be launched to promote the two-state solution, including the establishment of an independent and sovereign Palestinian state within the pre-June 1967 borders, with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital. Madam President, if we can agree to initiate these steps, particularly if we can halt Israel's military campaign, sustain a ceasefire, and end the humanitarian crisis, it would create conditions conducive to the success of the endeavor for a two-state solution at the conference co-chaired by Saudi Arabia and France next June. This is an outcome that should be desired by the world and should enjoy consensus within the Security Council. I thank you, Madam President.
And I thank the representative of Pakistan for his statement. I now give the floor to the representative of Greece.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to thank Ms. Sigrid Kaag for her briefing today. We share the grief for the UNOP staff member who died these past days and express our sincere condolences to his families and the UN. We hope for the speedy recovery of the other 5 UN personnel who were seriously injured. Madam President, the world craves for peace in Gaza. This is the main takeaway for our discussion this week. Israelis deserve peace. Palestinians deserve peace. The ceasefire and hostage release agreement in Gaza demonstrated during a short but crucial lifespan that progress is possible when the parties are bold enough to commit to it. The flow of humanitarian aid was greatly improved, and Israel also allowed the return of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians to northern Gaza, while the guns were widely silenced. However, the resumption of hostilities and the alarming death toll of civilians that has ensued is cause for grave concern. Greece has repeatedly condemned October 7 terrorist attacks perpetrated by Hamas, as well as the ongoing detention and cruel and inhumane treatment of its hostages. We reiterate our demand for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages and unequivocally condemning Hamas's terror. It is the people of Gaza that suffer in the face of Hamas intransigence and Israeli launch of operation. We echo the calls for the crossings to open as soon as possible and for humanitarian aid to flow again at scale and unhindered in Gaza. The suffering of civilians must end. At this critical juncture, we call for the immediate and full implementation of the ceasefire agreement. In the meantime, we urge for the unconditional, massive, and unhindered delivery of humanitarian aid at scale and the restoration of access to electricity and water. While the unhindered and continuous flow of aid into all parts of Gaza should remain a priority, UNRWA's role still remains pivotal and indispensable. Madam President, Greece is a staunch proponent of international law which frames and guides its foreign policy. In line with its principles, we call for the respect of the Fourth Geneva Convention relative to the protection of civilian persons in times of war in 1949, We recall that, as outlined in Security Council Resolution 2334, acquisition of territory by force is inadmissible by international law. We deplore the increase of settlement activity in the West Bank. Such attempts are contrary to international law, and the relevant Security Council resolution have no legal validity. The cessation of settlement activity is essential for salvaging the two-state solution. We are particularly concerned about the reported escalation of violence in the West Bank and the displacement of some 40,000 people, particularly from refugee camps in the north. Attacks on civilians, including children, as well as on civilian infrastructure, constitute violation of international humanitarian law and human rights law. The reported demolition and seizure of Palestine-owned structure is also concerning. As this is a Muslim holy month of Ramadan, soon to be followed by Easter for all Christian denominations, we are reminded of the importance of the special status quo of the holy sites in Jerusalem. Considering the universal importance of the holy sites, Greece reaffirms its deep interest in the preservation of the status quo. Madame la Présidente, I will switch in French now.
Madam President,
Pour n'importe quel parti,
for
choisir
any
l'escalade
party
serait
opting for
dangereux,
escalation would be
surtout dans cette
dangerous,
région
especially
instable.
in this unstable
Alors que le
region.
Liban tente de se
Lebanon
relever
is now
et que la
trying to
situation
recover, and the
sécuritaire en
security
Syrie demeure
situation in
volatile,
Syria
la
remains
stabilité
volatile,
régionale semble
and therefore
précaire.
the stability in
Dans ce
regionally
contexte,
remains
les
precarious. In
efforts
this
louables des
context, the
États-Unis,
laudable
de
efforts by
l'Égypte et
the
du
United
Qatar
States,
pour ramener
Egypt,
les
and
parties à la
Qatar to
table de
bring parties
négociation
to the
doivent
negotiating
être
table
couronnés de succès.
must be
Le
successful.
processus
The
politique
political
doit
process
être
has to be
revitalisé afin
revitalized
de
so as
parvenir à une
to get
solution à
to
deux
the
États,
two-state
conformément aux
solution in
résolutions
line
pertinentes
with
du
the
Conseil
relevant
de
resolution
sécurité,
of the Security
tout en
Council,
reconnaissant le
while
droit d'Israël à
recognizing
exister en
the
paix et en
right of
sécurité.
Israel to exist in peace and
Nous,
security.
nous attendons donc
We
avec
are
beaucoup
looking
d'intérêt la
forward,
conférence
therefore, with a
internationale
great deal
qui
of
se
interest
tiendra
to
à
the
New York cet
international
été
conference
sous
in
la
New York
coprésidence de la
this
France
summer
et
to
de
be
l'Arabie
co-chaired
saoudite.
by France and
Dans
Saudi
le même
Arabia.
esprit,
In the same
le plan
spirit,
arabe
the
pour la
Arab plan
récupération et
for
la
the
reconstruction
recovery
de
and
Gaza,
reconstruction
présenté par
in
l'Égypte,
Gaza
est une
presented by
proposition
Egypt
constructive
is a constructive
et la
proposal,
Grèce se réjouit de
and Greece
participer au
is
développement
happy
de
to
telles
participate
activités,
in the
entre
development of
autres
such
dans le
activities
cadre de la
inter
prochaine
alia within
conférence
the framework of the
internationale
upcoming
sur la
international
reconstruction
conference
qui se
on
tiendra au Caire ce
reconstruction
printemps.
to take place in
Madame la
Cairo in the
Présidente,
spring.
une
Madam
autorité
President, a
palestinienne
Palestinian authority
renforcée et
which is
réformée,
strengthened and
capable
reformed,
d'exercer sa
capable of
gouvernance effective en
effectively governing
Cisjordanie
in the
et
West Bank and
éventuellement à
eventually
Gaza,
in Gaza,
doit être au cœur
has
de
to
nos
be
efforts
at
pour
the heart
l'après-guerre.
of our post-war
Pour les
efforts.
otages
For
israéliens
the
et pour
Israeli
le peuple
hostages and for the
palestinien
Palestinian
qui
people
espèrent tous
who
rentrer chez
all
eux
want
sains et
to go
saufs,
home
il
safe
faut
and
que nous
sound,
redoublions nos efforts
we
pour
need
la
to
paix,
redouble our efforts for
que nous
peace.
remplacions
We
le
need to
désespoir par
replace
l'espoir,
their
tout en luttant
desperation with
contre la
hope
cause profonde de la
while combating the
radicalisation,
root
car
causes
l'espoir
of
peut renaître
radicalization.
à condition
Because
que nous
hope
ayons le
can
courage
rise again if
d'emprunter
we
le
have the
chemin de la paix.
courage to take
Je
the
vous
road of
remercie.
peace. I thank you.
Representative of Greece for the statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of Slovenia.
Thank you, Madam President. And I also want to thank Special Coordinator Sigrid Kaag for her briefing. Colleagues, upon receiving the Nobel Peace Prize in 1994, Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin stated, and I quote, "There is only one radical means for sanctifying human life. The one radical solution is a real peace." End of quote. His words remain as valid today as they were back then. Madam President, we have been witnessing what many are calling the Gazification of the West Bank, in particular through Operation Iron Wall. This campaign has led to the most extensive destruction and displacement in the West Bank since 1967. Looking at the pictures of destruction in the northern West Bank, one might think it was taken in Gaza. Military operations, particularly in Jenin and in other refugee camps, are deeply disturbing. We condemned killings of civilians, including children, and recently a pregnant woman. We call on the Israeli government to hold these large-scale military operations, as well as the pattern of unlawful use of force against civilians, destruction and demolitions. Not only sites, also dynamics remind us of Gaza. Violence is spreading like fire. Forced displacement is unfolding, and humanitarian crisis advancing across the West Bank. This is intertwined with increased checkpoints and movement restrictions, fragmenting Palestinian communities and restricting access to essential services, and coupled with settler violence in this context. The one radical solution is a real peace. Madam President, we underline Slovenia's support to the ceasefire agreement in Gaza, in line with the Council Resolution 2735. We note with great concern that rather than moving towards the next phases of its implementation, the situation has deteriorated by spillover of violence from Gaza to the West Bank and by a rise of limitations to the work of UNRWA, limitations to the Palestinian Authority, limitations to the political process and viability of two-state solution, limitations to the work of non-governmental organizations, limitations to civic space, including free speech, as observed through the raids of the educational bookshop. We are deeply alarmed by the overall patterns observed in the West Bank, Israel, and more broadly, in the trajectory of Israel-Palestine question. We once again underline our steadfast rejection of annexation and of deportation of Palestinians, and call for the end of the occupation and return of displaced persons to their homes. As is the case with all Council resolutions, Resolution 2334 is legally binding and must be implemented. The one radical solution is a real peace. Finally, Madam President, we echo High Commissioner Turk's words that any plan for a better future must deal with the past, so accountability is crucial. Killings must be investigated and perpetrators held to account. We would appreciate being briefed one day on the progress of investigations of numerous crimes committed in Gaza against civilians and humanitarian staff. The same goes for all human rights violations and abuses that have taken place in Gaza and Israel. Pages of history already written, including those contained in the reports of accountability mechanisms, such as More Than a Human Can Bear report by the Commission of Inquiry, must be a wake-up call for a new chapter to take place, a radical future, the one of a real peace for Israelis and the Palestinians alike. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Slovenia for the statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. I thank Special Coordinator Karg for her briefing. We welcome this opportunity to discuss the evolving situation in the occupied Palestinian territories. And first, I'll address recent developments in Gaza. This week saw more bloodshed return to the Gaza Strip. It is appalling that hundreds of Palestinians have been killed following Israeli strikes since the 18th of March. We strongly oppose Israel's resumption of hostilities. Escalation and endless violence is in nobody's interests. We are outraged that a UN compound in Gaza was hit on Wednesday morning. Our thoughts are with the victims and their families. There must be a full investigation into what happened. We urge all parties to return to dialogue and to implement the ceasefire agreement in full. This must include the return of the 59 hostages who've been cruelly held by Hamas for over 500 days. As we said in the Council yesterday, Hamas must be held accountable for their depraved actions. We also call on Israel to immediately restore humanitarian access and electricity to Gaza. Refusing to do so risks breaching international humanitarian law. Second, President, we must look to the future and redouble our efforts to secure long-term peace for Israelis and Palestinians. This means a credible plan to allow Palestinians in Gaza to return home and rebuild their lives, with Hamas removed from power. To be clear, We oppose any attempt to forcibly annex land in Gaza. We welcome the Arab initiative of a recovery and reconstruction plan for Gaza, and we urge all parties to engage constructively with it. Sustainable peace also means addressing worrying developments in the West Bank. We are seriously concerned by the scale of the Israeli military operation in the West Bank and the displacement of nearly 40,000 Palestinian refugees. We recognize Israel's right to self-defense, but civilians must be protected, and Israel must ensure its operations are proportionate to the threat posed. Israel must halt settlements which are illegal and undermine the viability of a Palestinian state and the security of both Israelis and Palestinians. The violent settlers must be held to account. The UK has introduced 3 rounds of sanctions on violent settlers and their supporters to bring accountability for abuses of human rights, in the absence of sufficient Israeli action. We will consider all further options. Reports of the killing of Palestinian civilians in the West Bank, including children, are abhorrent. The IDF must take all precautions to prevent civilian deaths and must investigate civilian deaths thoroughly and demonstrate full accountability to the law. The level of restrictions on Palestinian movement in the West Bank are crippling. These only fuel further instability. It is important, especially during the month of Ramadan, that religious freedoms are respected. Restrictive visa and registration processes are also deeply concerning. Israel must ensure the UN, including UNRWA, can provide essential humanitarian and service delivery in a safe and secure environment. President, 17 months on from the dreadful attacks of 7 October, we urge all parties to implement the ceasefire agreement in full and to work towards a 2-state solution with a safe and secure Israel alongside a viable and sovereign Palestinian state. This is the best way to deliver a peaceful future for Israelis and Palestinians alike. I thank you.
I thank the representative of the United Kingdom for the statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Madam President. I would also like to thank Special Coordinator Sigrid Kaag for her comprehensive briefing. Madam President, we are now awaiting Eid al-Fitr, one of the biggest holidays for Muslims around the world, including those in Palestine. When this year's Ramadan started a month ago, we were filled with both hope and anxiety that the hard-won ceasefire in Gaza could and should be extended. However, we are shocked and saddened that the renewed offensive is endangering Palestinian civilians in Gaza again. We are also heading toward this year's Passover, commemorating the anniversary of the exodus of the Jewish people. It is deeply regrettable that the families of hostages still held in Gaza are losing hope that they will be able to spend this year's holiday with their loved ones. Since the resumption of the offensive in Gaza earlier this week, hundreds of Palestinians, as well as UN staff members, lost their lives. At the same time, 59 Israeli hostages are still being held by Hamas, many of whom are presumed dead. As such, we call on parties to this conflict to prioritize innocent people's lives and go back to negotiations to secure a return to the ceasefire and release of hostages. Madam President, while the international community is horrified by the recent resumption of casualties and destruction in Gaza, we should not look away from the grim situation in the West Bank that has been constantly deteriorating. We are seriously concerned by the ongoing Israeli operations in the northern West Bank, which have displaced over 40,000 Palestinians in only 2 months. It is disturbing that since January 21st, when Israel commenced military operations there, more than 70 Palestinians have been killed. We are also alarmed by the ongoing expansion of its settlements. Contrary to resolutions of the Security Council and the General Assembly, as well as international law, combined with the persistent violence by settlers and the demolition of Palestinian homes. We are deeply concerned that UNHCR's recent report detailed the significant expansion of settlements in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, and the report pointed out how Israel's gradual transfer of powers over the occupied Palestinian territory to the Israeli civilian authorities is consolidating this worrisome trend. The ongoing violence and vandalism by Israeli settlers against Palestinian civilians and their property, often with total impunity under the protection of Israeli forces, are unacceptable. These honorable acts, including the targeting of livestock and olive trees, are hampering the livelihoods of Palestinians and driving them off their land, changing the demographic composition of the West Bank. Madam President, Resolution 2334 in 2016 was a milestone Security Council resolution. It provides a number of important elements, including the cessation of settlement activities and immediate steps to prevent all acts of violence against civilians, based on international humanitarian law, which prohibits an occupying power from imposing permanent changes on the occupied territory. In this regard, it is regrettable that, according to UNHCR, the number of Israeli settlers in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, already exceeds 700,000. Also troubling is that some Israeli leaders have recently advocated for re-establishing settlements in the Gaza Strip as well. Madam President, we note with deep concern that since the horrendous terrorist attacks by Hamas on October 7th, opposition to the vision of the two-state solution has increased in Israel, as demonstrated by last year's overwhelming approval for a rejection of Palestinian statehood in the Israeli Knesset. However, we need to acknowledge that sustainable peace and stability can only be achieved when both the legitimate aspirations of Palestinians and the legitimate security concerns of Israelis are met simultaneously. Therefore, the Republic of Korea reaffirms its belief that the two-state solution, where two democratic states living side by side in peace, is the only viable option to achieve a just and durable peace. We encourage Israel, as well as the Palestinians, to recognize this proposition as being attainable. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank the representative of the Republic of Korea for the statement, and I give the floor now to the representative of Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Madam President. I would also like to thank Ms. Sigrid Kaag for her comprehensive briefing on the implementation of Security Council Resolution 2334 and the current situation unfolding in the Gaza Strip and West Bank. The provisions of Resolution 2334 are unequivocal in outlining Israel's legal obligations to protect all civilians. They specifically condemn actions aimed at altering the demographic composition of Palestinian territories, including the construction and expansion of settlements, home demolitions, and the displacement of Palestinian civilians, all of which constitute violations of international law. These actions represent a significant obstacle to peace and the two-state solution. We regret that this reporting period has seen a significant escalation of tensions in the West Bank. Israel's Operation Iron Wall, which began around the same time as the most recent but now breached Gaza ceasefire in January, has resulted in intensified military operations in heavily populated areas in Tulkarem, Jenin, Nushams, Tobas, and others. While Israel has reported that these operations are in response to militant activity, The military actions, combined with settler violence, raids, and confrontations between Israelis and Palestinians, have devastated refugee camps and communities. This has resulted in the tragic loss of lives, including children, and displaced tens of thousands of civilians. This represents the largest population displacement in the northern West Bank since the 1967 war. Madam President, a military solution will not resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, as decades of bombings, airstrikes, and terror attacks have demonstrated. Israel's violation of the Gaza ceasefire agreement and Hamas's recent rocket attacks into Israel can only exacerbate an already fragile situation in the occupied Palestinian territory, plunging the civilian population further into devastation and suffering. Most troubling, history has shown that such actions breed continuous cycles of hatred and violence, with the deadly consequences for both Israel and Palestine, as well as the wider region. Despite these seemingly intractable challenges, our goal should remain to define a path toward a peaceful resolution of this conflict that ensures the safety of all civilians, the release of all hostages, unimpeded humanitarian assistance, and a political horizon in line with international law. With this in mind, we make the following 3 points. First, we remain deeply concerned that as the humanitarian needs in the West Bank and Gaza Strip grow, UNRWA, the main humanitarian organization in the territory, is facing severe security, administrative, and operational challenges that hinder its ability to serve the thousands of civilians reliant on its assistance. Despite Israeli restrictions on humanitarian aid to Gaza, UNRWA and other agencies, including the WFP and UNICEF, continue to provide life-saving food, water, medical care, and sanitation. In this regard, we call for the immediate reopening of all humanitarian aid corridors. We also condemn the killing of UNRWA employees and one UNOP staff member. Noting the statement by the Secretary General's spokesperson that the locations of UN facilities in Gaza are well known to all parties, we call on all parties to respect and protect UN and humanitarian aid workers in accordance with international humanitarian law. Simultaneously, we urge the international community to bolster support for humanitarian and reconstruction efforts in Gaza and the West Bank. Second, Sierra Leone recalls General Assembly Resolution ES 10/24 of 18th September 2024, which addressed the International Court of Justice advisory opinion on the legal consequences arising from Israel's policies and practices in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. This resolution calls for an end to all actions that harm the civilian population in the occupied territories and undermine the two-state solution. We urge the parties to refrain from unilateral actions, provocations, incitement, and inflammatory rhetoric that erode trust, hinder dialogue, and obstruct the path to negotiations. Israeli settlement expansion in the West Bank and the demolition of Palestinian homes must cease immediately. Third, we emphasize the critical importance of revitalizing the political process, which will undoubtedly pave the way for a negotiated two-state solution, promote sustainable development, and foster a just and lasting peace in the region. In this context, the international conference to be co-chaired by France and Saudi Arabia in June 2025 offers a crucial opportunity for consolidating positions and agreeing on concrete measures to establish.
Meant to, should they be? Enhancing regulatory clarity is a laudable goal. So is a reasoned policy debate. As long as our goal is to promote compliance with, and not avoidance of, a legal framework that is faithful to the SEC's mission to protect investors and the markets. As we delve into today's topics, we must bear in mind that the stakes could not be higher. You will be discussing the legal underpinnings of the $120 trillion U.S. capital markets, which remain the envy of the world. The financial well-being of tens of millions of Americans and countless American businesses depends on consistent and effective regulation of our markets. This regulation rests on a well-built edifice of law that, over the last 90-some years, has been duly built up by Congress and the courts. At the foundation of that structure is the definition of security. and the Commission has used this definition for decades to successfully regulate an incredibly diverse array of financial products. We cannot poke holes in the foundation without expecting the walls may crack. Modifying the law to facilitate the success of a chosen product category is fraught with risk. Risk not only of weakening regulatory protections for that category, but of creating a negative domino effect on other areas of the market protected by the same laws. For the SEC, holistic protection of the markets has always been and must remain our North Star. That said, I understand there's a view that current law is not working for crypto. And I agree that policy must keep pace with new products and technologies. I welcome the diversity of views and urge you to present those views with careful consideration of the potential benefits and costs of proposed actions. This means asking, for example, what authority does the Commission have to make such changes? How do you balance the desire for greater clarity with the need for a sufficiently flexible definition of security that cannot be easily evaded? Does the contemplated change protect investors, the capital markets, and national security? This is critical given the heightened risks associated with crypto assets, including, just to name a few, their speculative nature, a disproportionately high volume of scams and frauds, lack of legal redress available against bad actors that are unidentifiable or located abroad, and use of crypto assets to finance crime and terrorism. If the intention is to create a special rule for crypto assets, how can those assets, either as a group or by specific type, be clearly defined and differentiated from other types of assets to which those rules are not intended to apply? Will any new legal framework for crypto assets deliver a similar level of investor and market protections to that of other similar asset classes? Will it provide a level playing field among all market participants? I look forward to hearing a variety of viewpoints today on these and other issues. Thank you for the Crypto Task Force for organizing this event, and thank you again to all the participation and your engagement with the Commission.
We're about to get this show on the road, so don't worry. I'm not going to talk too long, but thank you to Richard, to Chairman Ueda, Commissioner Crenshaw, and thank you to all the panelists for taking your time to be here today and bring us your expertise. And thanks to those of you in the audience here and watching online. I'm delighted to welcome everyone today to the inaugural roundtable of the spring sprint toward crypto clarity, which is actually quite hard to say, but it's actually harder to do. So we're going to see that later. Thank you to our panelists. You do bring years of experience and serious consideration of the topic at hand to the table. And I think as Chairman Ueda and Commissioner Crenshaw laid out, we're approaching these issues in the context of well-developed securities laws, and we are working with those laws to try to get to a place where people can easily and consistently apply them in the crypto context. It's fitting that today's panel takes place exactly 2 months after Acting Chairman Ueda announced the formation of the Crypto Task Force. And just as DC is brimming full of the early signs of spring, spring signifies new beginnings, and we have a new beginning here, a restart of the Commission's approach to crypto regulation. The formation of the Crypto Task Force gave permission to staff working in the building to seek earnestly to find a workable framework for crypto regulation, and staff have responded with palpable enthusiasm. I think there's enthusiasm in the room here as well, so let's seize the moment and have a meaningful conversation today. I think there are lots of people in this room who have been thinking about these issues for a very long time on the panel, in the audience. So I think we're ready for the sprint ahead. The roundtable series that we're starting today will allow us to explore issues collaboratively I'm reminded of a story that my brother told me recently about how he had a shed on his property that was really in great repair, and he was going to pull it down. And a friend of his came over who was very handy, and so he brought his friend back and said, "Hey, shouldn't I just pull this thing down?" And his friend said, "Pull it down? Are you kidding? Let's build it." And he said, "Well, okay, we can rebuild it, but my tractor is broken, and we're going to need that." And his friend said, "Well, let's repair the tractor." So that day, they not only repaired the tractor, but they also put the shed up and got it shored up so that it was functioning again. And so I think that is a little bit of a model for what we're going to do today, which is we have to get the tractor running. We have to address those definitional questions, which are so key to so many of the other questions in this area. And they will allow us to then build a functional and efficient shed, which is the regulatory framework. And I think these people are as adept as my brother and his friend, so I'm excited to see what lies ahead. We do have some foundational questions I think that we can talk about today. Obviously, what makes something a security? Is that status permanent, or might an asset start as a security and convert to a non-security, or vice versa? How does decentralization affect our analysis, if at all? Can we translate the characteristics of a security into a simple taxonomy that will cover the many different types of crypto assets that exist today and may exist in the future? So thank you to everyone who made the roundtable possible today. There's been a lot of work that's gone into it by people throughout the building. I'm looking forward to the conversation. And I'm going to hand it over to our former Commissioner, Troy Paredes, who's going to moderate this group. And I'm really looking forward to the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank the entirety of the commission for not only hosting this, but certainly for the opportunity afforded me to moderate. I'm looking forward to a lively and engaging conversation, and it's certainly great to be back at the commission. The panelists have lots of different views, and I think that's what makes for a great panel. And if everybody was of the same view, we probably wouldn't need to be here, and the commission wouldn't have seen fit to host all of us today. So it should be a great conversation. The goal, very much consistent with what's already been said, but just to offer a particular take on it, is a very simple starting point from at least my perspective, which is everything is something. And it may be a security, but it may not be a security. And so as I've often thought about it, this what is it question, or perhaps more aptly put, what are they question, has never been, I think, more front and center in the history of the federal securities laws, at least not insofar as I can consider or recall. I've taught Howie many times back in my law professor days, and I used to teach it out of almost a sense of obligation. And then all of a sudden, wow, it's one of the most important cases in the history of Supreme Court jurisprudence involving the federal securities laws. So it really is amazing to see how things have continued to develop in the context of securities regulation and otherwise, and that's no small part because of what the pace and magnitude of innovation has been over the last handful of years. So as was mentioned, the focus today is on what's security, how do you define it, and what does that mean, particularly in the context of crypto assets, sometimes called tokens or digital assets. I'm sure we'll use those words interchangeably. Before we jump in, let me walk through some game plan so that everybody is on the same page. I'll run through a number of items. I'll do this quickly, and then we will get into the substance. So here's the game plan. I'm going to call on people. The first three, though, and I've not told them this yet, but they're about to hear. So the first three, so no one's caught off guard, are going to be Chris, and then Teresa, and then Sarah, and then we'll proceed from there. Next, in the initial go around, I'd ask that you keep your responses to a couple of minutes or so. There is so much for us to get into, and the conversation is sure to be engaging and interesting. So we want to make sure we have plenty of time for you all to engage with one another. When responding, just your name and affiliation. Your bios are available on the Commission's webpage, extraordinarily impressive bios. So if you can just give your name, your affiliation, and encourage folks to take a look at the more complete bios that are available. Please keep it engaging and interactive. Feel free to react to folks, respond to folks, riff off what somebody else has said. If you need to get my attention, my, I guess, ask is lean forward, wave your hand, stand up, whatever it is, and get my attention. You can also, pipe up and everybody will do that in a respectful way, I'm sure. If I interrupt, it's only so we have plenty of opportunity to hear from everybody. I hope I don't have to interrupt, but I won't be shy if I need to make sure we hear what everybody has to say. I would ask also that folks be as precise as they can be and define their terms. One of the things that I personally find challenging is there are so many new words or different words. Sometimes folks use the same word to mean different things. Sometimes folks use different words to mean the same thing. So I think if everybody understands precisely what it is that you're referring to when you use a particular phrase or a term, I think that'll help motivate the conversation as well. In addition to saying what you think, I would encourage everybody to say why you think it. I think that's a key part as well to make sure the conversation flows. A few final quick game plan points. I'd ask that you don't make any specific reference or even innuendo, if you will, to actual enforcement actions. And so keep it general if you're talking about anything that touches on something that might be related in some way or another to enforcement. Commissioner Peirce and the members of the task force, if there's something you want me to do, feel free to come up here and tell me to do it. I'm happy to take instruction. This is really about a discussion that's most useful for all of you, and so feel free to pass me a note or raise your hand or whatever, and chime in any way that's helpful. I think we go for about an hour and a half, and I think until 3 East Coast time. So we'll keep to that. Then we'll have a break, and then after the break, my understanding is that there will be questions that folks have submitted from the audience, whether it's folks here who are joining in person. I think there's a way to submit written questions, and I think for folks who may be watching and joining us online, my understanding is if you were to email, and Samira or somebody will tell me if I'm wrong on this, crypto@sec.gov, then and if you put in the subject line roundtable question, then we'll be able to take those into consideration as well, and we'll work through those during the break. At least some of us will, and then be ready for after the break. Final point is there is more to it than Howie. Howie gets a lot of the attention, and for understandable reason, but there's more to it than that. And so certainly encourage folks not to feel as though this is only a discussion about Howie. It's a broader discussion by nature, even though Howie is certainly a key part of it. So with that, let me turn, as I indicated, to Chris. So Chris, you have a unique perspective being a professor as well as a CEO of a company, as well as the opportunity to sit on a few different boards. What are 1 or 2 considerations that you think should drive the determination as to whether a particular crypto asset is or is not a security? And to what extent, as somebody yourself who's thought a lot about disclosure that's related, how has your thinking about what's the most relevant disclosure when it comes to crypto assets or different kinds of crypto assets informed your assessment?
So thank you for that. My name is Chris Brummer. I'm a professor over at Georgetown Law. I am the CEO of Blueprint, a crypto disclosure company, and I am the former good friend of Troy for making me go first. So
I think we're still good friends, no?
Okay. Let me just go for a little bit of a running start, because it's important that this kind of conversation is difficult because we're all, on the one hand, a little bit of philosophers because we're talking about the nature of securities law, but we're also auto mechanics, which I take as our objective to come up with some actionable road items. When I think about putting on the philosopher hat for 15, 20 seconds, when I think about the Howey test, just in general, because that is sort of this over-encompassing standard, it's a lot smarter than people would think. Certainly, there are some limitations when it comes to crypto assets, but the logic behind it is actually pretty interesting when you think about each of the individual prongs. Ultimately, each of those prongs represents a kind of a risk that the gods of securities law have said when they are collectively there, we're going to mandate disclosure, as Troy had mentioned. We're basically saying when you have savings, there's an issue of investor protection. The common enterprise prong that we're all familiar with is really addressing a kind of a free riding problem, almost like when you teach to a large room of students and you ask them to raise their hand and nobody raises their hand. Everyone's being a very rational actor. And so it goes to this question of whether or not there's going to be an under provisioning of information. The efforts of others prong, it really just goes to information asymmetries. And then the question of sort of profits goes to investor psychology, greed and fear, the kinds of things that can distort decision making. And basically, when you have all those factors together, you have a mandated disclosure requirement. Now, many of those factors, I would say, are this is a very old rule. This is right after the New Deal, and it's premised on pieces of paper and the kinds of risks that accompany transactions when information was distributed through pieces of paper. When you move to any kind of new technology, we're obviously talking about crypto now, but certainly a digital technology, the underlying risks relating to each of those prongs can change in different and interesting ways. And so when you ask me, what am I actually, or what do I think a securities law regime or any kind of regime for crypto assets should look like, it should certainly address the fundamental sort of risks that would involve any kind of transaction when you have a collectivity of these underlying concerns, but it also has to address the changes of the technology, the backdrop behind which the transactions themselves are being consummated. This is not just a question of whether or not the regime is efficient for the market, but it's also how do you best protect investors. And I think that the two sort of key characteristics are what are the specific risks? I'm going to break it down to three. What are the particular risks? Are those risks reflecting this sort of old 90-year-old regime in terms of the sort of meta concerns? And then are there things that are interesting about the technology that require adaptation to those risks? Questions like predictability, which has not always been Howie's strongest point, become more important when you're dealing with technology like this, because you're talking about digital information, information that can be programmed, information that can be embedded in different kinds of transactional systems, information that can be used to comply faster, easier, more effectively. So what does that mean in terms of our analysis? In terms of the overall reach, last little bit and point, securities have always, I have a job as a securities law professor because I can give exams where things don't fit neatly into a category of securities law. That's you guys may take that job away now. But ultimately, it's in that gray zone that there's always been some kind of ambiguity, but does the ambiguity sort of rise to a level where you can no longer sort of build things? And when it does, you have to do a little bit of an assessment about what are the risks, what are the opportunities, we already heard that before, and then to think creatively and to build systems like you have iteratively to deal with those. So I'm looking to see that in a particular regulatory system, and there are many ways in which an auto mechanic can get this done, but they have different kinds of trade-offs, and I'm sure we'll talk about those trade-offs over the course of the semester/session.
Thanks, Chris. Teresa, so you have the perspective of being in private practice and doing enforcement-related work as well as transactional related work. And as I understand it, you focused a lot in your thinking on the topic we're talking about today around things like rights, duties, other characteristics and attributes that attend to a particular crypto asset or some arrangement, think about it from an investment contract perspective or otherwise. So can you expound upon that aspect and the ways in which right, duties, characteristics, features, whichever word or words you think are the best to use, are informative to the determination as to whether or not there is or is not a security? And how does that align? Does it align, or is it a different approach and perspective from what Chris was saying in terms of starting with the risks, right? As I understood Chris's point was you got to start with the risk and do some version of a risk mapping. Not that that's the only thing you do, but that's an important piece of the overall assessment. How does your perspective align with that, or is it a different take on the question?
No, thanks so much. And I'm Teresa Goody-Guillen, a partner at Baker Hostetler. So I agree with Chris in that I think that risk mapping is an important part of the analysis. My analysis starts at a different place, and it's a much more fundamental level. And looking at it, and I don't want to get hung up like on too many words with, what is a right or an interest. Just I am using Black's Law Dictionary definition if anybody wants to know what I'm referring to, which is very broad. But in looking at this, what are these? And I think that's exactly what the question is. And they can be many different types of things. And I think it's a looking at what are the various rights and interests and obligations that are a part of them, that come from them, that they represent. So, and I take it kind of looking back historically, when have we gone through this before? And when have we developed, a business form, a new business form, and how did we approach that? And when new assets have been created, how did we analyze them? How did we group them? How did we just determine how to regulate them? And, first it starts with, these interests, and I'll talk about it a little bit deeper in a second, but those rights, interests, obligations, anything that's there. Because everything is something. It's not just nothing. Air is air. It's not nothing, right? So there's everything is something. And then by looking at that, you can start to look at these different types of relationships and transactions. And it's a much deeper kind of analysis than I think, is people are kind of engaging a lot of the time in. It's a very much more basic level. And from there, you can look at what then are like the risks. What are, there's always some sort of an assumption of risk when you have any kind of a transaction. And that's kind of what the negotiation is. Somebody bears some sort of risk, and there's usually some sort of economic incentive, or there's some incentive for that. And then from moving forward, how do these things move together? What are their characteristics? How are they similar? How do they move in a market? Like commodities and stocks, and how does that work? Like you can see that some things are correlated, some things are not. When there's high inflation, you see more commodities being purchased. And so there's an interrelation between all of these things and between the people. So it's not just the assets, it's also the relationship between all of the different actors. And just because I'm not acting myself, but I'm acting through some autonomous something, or I create something that then can go out and behave on its own, that does not mean that it doesn't exist because there's no human. Like it always starts from a human, right? And if I do something, if I put some code out there and it creates something, that becomes there's some sort of warrant of merchantability, there's some sort of fitness of use. Like there's lots of different theories of property, of economic principles of the law, of business forms, of torts, right? Reasonable person duty. Like you still have duties that may then be, you may breach, and it may proximately cause somebody else's injury. And if I do that through, a human being, or I do it through something else, it's something that's autonomous, you still have to think about how all of these things work together. And if you go back and look at when a corporation was first created, the corporate form, originally, it was me, I had a business and I operated that business and I was fully liable. My person, you could come after my house. Then we separated out liability. And then I had me, my business, but you could only come after my business. My house was safe, right? And then we separated this, and with shareholders, with ownership being separate from control, and instead of groups of people putting their money in and all working together to do something, they started getting other people to invest. And it's actually, in the grand scheme of things, not that long ago, in 1904, there's this Corporation Commission report talking about the experiment of a corporation and all these various incentives, thinking that the law went too fast and it created this these incentives that weren't aligned, and created market issues and fraud and all these other things that we learn about. We talked about for the 29 crash. And they had to look at and these questions of, this is new. If I separate wealth, my property of wealth, if I'm separate from it and I give it to somebody else to manage, do I still have those same rights to that wealth that I used to have, that I had when I was doing it? And this was a question that had to be answered. And I think similarly, we're reaching a point here where there are some of those very fundamental questions we need to answer. And so, for example, if you look at it as, and this is not my idea, this is Adolf Berle's idea, but if you have, like, thinking of a shareholder as having passive property, they don't do anything with it, and you have the manager having the active property because they control it. He thought, what happens one day if could you have a property interest in that active property? And I think that the DLT is what created that ability, and that is a new right we haven't seen before. So particularly with governance tokens, and not all, I mean, even governance tokens are different. So that's why we really have to think about what are these, because so a governance token is kind of unbundling and debundling of things that we've already been recognizing. And so I have the ability in a very small part to control with my vote. And then, so I own it and I'm controlling it, but only a very small part, so I don't really have the ability to do a big change unless I'm with a bunch of other people or I own a ton of it. But generally speaking, that's what it is. And that's tradable. So this is now a property interest in active property, and we've never had it. So I think it's at least worth asking, like, what is that? What does that mean? How should we think about that? And getting to really like to do that, and how the securities laws applies is to ask, what is the sine qua non of a security? It's not Howie. Howie's the definition of an investment contract. There's lots of other things. Howie does not apply to evidence of indebtedness. Howie does not apply to voting trust certificates. That's not the test. And so I think we need to look more at what is it? There's some sort of an economic interest. And if you think about these DLT networks, not as just some piece of technology, but more in the fourth kind of industrial revolution we're in, as like a new business form, a new way of doing things, a new way of allocating resources, it becomes much bigger than that, of thinking through what these actually are. And I encourage everybody to dig a little deeper in trying to figure out what they are.
Great, thank you. So we have Chris, I'm paraphrasing and I'm sure I'm going to get things wrong here, but Chris talking about risks, and Teresa talking in a very fun way about rights, duties, obligations, raises questions about under what circumstances does somebody owe obligations to others, and in a way that gives rise to legal liabilities, and how does that through an obligation responsibility, how does that flow through in terms of thinking about jurisdictional questions like what's a security? And then Sarah, I'd mentioned that you were going to be third, and you have a different perspective insofar as you're general counsel. And so how do I have that right? Yeah. Yeah, at your job. Yeah, sorry. Oh, okay, yeah, so I was thinking about that job. Sorry about your job, if I got that right. I think I have that right. So you're dealing with these things in a very practical way is the point, from which is a different vantage point from in terms of being House and having those responsibilities, a different vantage point. So what's the biggest challenge that you face in trying to wrestle with this question as to whether or not something is or is not a security? Because to make a implicit point that's come through Express, the security question is so consequential because it determines jurisdiction. It determines regulatory jurisdiction. So it's not, yes, it's an interesting academic question, but it's a very practically consequential question. And even if it's not a security and therefore there's not jurisdiction by the SEC, well, then it's, again, something. And so somebody else has got jurisdiction. And so how do you wrestle with that? What's the biggest challenge wrestling with that? And is there a particular thing that you think the commission could do or should really consider doing that you think would really move things forward, not to the exclusion of other considerations, but one that may really stand out from your perspective?
So I think that the specter of the application of securities laws has moved early stage projects in the market to sort of take an arc very similar to IPOs where they stay private longer. These assets in the traditional model are designed to have wide, broad, early distribution. And most of the market is hedging that on the application of securities laws. So it ends up looking a lot like your traditional markets where people will basically marshal, their way to an exchange listing without that broad dissemination or price support or, actually fully launching the technology. And we see more and more the token is the product. There's attention economy models, and prices being more, I guess, there's different ways that people are artificially supporting price, like the high FDV, low float model that's come. And it's generally been, I'd say, sort of toxic to the market with everything structured to avoid intricate structuring to I guess, hedge downside that you're complying along the way with securities laws, just in case it is deemed to be a security.
And so to pick up on that, now, John, I'm going to go to you. From your perspective, having heard Chris's take, Teresa's take, Sarah's take, three different takes, and I think that's the whole point here to see the different perspectives on this. From your perspective, John, you've had a lot of opportunity over the years to think about the intersection of technology and our capital markets and technology and finance and securities regulation beyond just right now in the context of blockchain technology and crypto assets. So how would you suggest that the commission adopt, if you think they need to adopt or adapt, a technology neutral approach to the question of what's a security? And very much related to that, are there circumstances under which you would say, well, if a particular crypto asset had these attributes or rights or obligations or interest, or a lack of these attributes or rights or obligations or interest, or to pick up on Chris's point, these risks or not these risks, that you would say without being perhaps conclusive about it, well, under that condition, that particular crypto asset most likely would not be a security?
Well, thanks, Troy. And thank you for everyone. And I'm really honored to be among this group. It's an incredible group of attorneys. And Commissioner Pierce, who I knew when she was a staff attorney, I can't say enough amazing words about her and about this task force. I think it's an incredible idea to really recommend and figure out what you want to tell Congress with respect to securities regulation. But I don't see it as something you can tell the courts, because the courts have already spoken. If you look at the statement that I wrote, and I know the statement that Professor Reiners wrote, it, as far as what is a security, the economic reality of the transaction, however you want to look at it, the people buying crypto are not collectors. We all know that. They're investors. And the mission of the SEC is to protect investors. And how do I know they're investors? Because whenever I go around and talk about this stuff, whether it be on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, in a big space, or on 60 Minutes, you know, I get death threats afterwards because I'm talking literally, because I'm talking about crypto and that it should be regulated. And whether you're talking about eel farms or ostrich farms or orange groves, the whole point of securities regulation was to wrap that all up into a very big, broad, principles-based regulation. Principles-based regulation works. And if you read all the cases that I cite in my statement that Professor Reiner cites, I don't think the SEC, with respectfully, can just suddenly say, all these cases don't exist. We've decided that the law is different. The law right now talks about the principle, the fact that the 33 Act and the 34 Act were written to be flexible. And this kind of criticism has been around for a long time. You know, coming into the building, I worked here for almost 20 years. By the way, I'm president, managing partner, CEO, and director of John Reed Stark Consulting, a company of just one. I have no stake in the crypto world or cryptoverse of any kind at all. I'm pretty much, you know, semi-retired. You can tell how calm I am. Yeah, I think that, so I look at this stuff very objectively. And I think back in the 20 years that I was here, I was 11 years, I was chief of the Office of Internet Enforcement. And it's tough coming in this building today because I hadn't been here for 15 years. And my first day was September 9th, 1991. And I met a guy, Mark Lewis, who would become one of my best friends in the world for 35 years. How many best friends do you have for 35 years? You know, I have some for 50 years, but Mark was very special. And I've been thinking a lot about Mark lately because he's very sick with leukemia in New York. Why am I bringing that up today? First of all, everybody please hope for him. Second of all, Mark at the time wrote an article with then director Bill McLucas because someone had created a shadow SEC and said the SEC was overreaching with all of its regulations about things like insider trading and going off the rails and rogue in everything. And Mark and Bill McLucas wrote this, the director at the time wrote this article about principles-based regulation and the flexibility of 10b-5 and of things like Howey. And that design was specifically meant, as the Supreme Court has stated, not to cabin the scope of the definition of security. So when you look back at these transactions, these people are buying this because they're investors. And the SEC's, like I said, their mission is to protect investors. And I just don't see how you can, I appreciate the idea that you can say, okay, you know what, these laws can be done better. I remember Teresa Goody's old boss, Harvey Pitt, came in. One of the first cases that I worked on was an insider trading case involving an oil well. And he came in and he said, you know, there's no definition of insider trading and there's no breach of fiduciary duty here. And my client you should leave my client alone. And he was right. You know, when we looked at it, he was right. At the time, insider trading hadn't developed to that. But it didn't mean that, you know, if we recommended that there be a new definition of insider trading, that we stop all prosecution of it, or that we give up prosecution of it. You know, what it meant is, okay, maybe there can be better definition. When I worked under Commissioner Paredes at the time, there was a case called Doroshko, which involved somebody hacking into a system of a company and then trading on that system. That's what Doroshko did. He made like $5 or $10 million doing it. So we charged him. Sounds like insider trading, right? Well, the district court judge in that case said, nope, that's not insider trading. That's computer theft. And I remember I was joking with Commissioner Paredes, who called me into his office at that time, and he said, you got to stop with these cases because a district court has said that, number one, that there's no duty here. There should be a duty lurking, and this is not what insider trading is all about. And I understood that, and we stopped working on those cases. We appealed the Doroshko case, which got overturned. It was sent back because the idea was, well, maybe this hack was a deception, because whoever was hacking in there had somehow masqueraded themselves as an administrator, and that was a fraud, as opposed to, it's like dressing up like a letter carrier to steal inside information. That's a fraud, that's insider trading, that's SEC jurisdiction. But if you bang on the window and you walk in, not so much, and just steal the information. So the idea was, so then they came back and it turned out the Edgar system got hacked and somebody was trading on information that they had gotten from people who'd done Edgar files. So the SEC ended up bringing one of the biggest cases ever. The only case they brought during the big shutdown was against the hackers who did that. So I get it that you can have some district courts that say one thing or the other, but right now we have many, many courts. It's unbelievable, really, the volume of case law that has developed so quickly, because all of these crypto firms, they went for this sort of delay idea, and they hired the best law firms in the world. And these law firms all fought the SEC with incredible briefs, just incredible briefs. I've read every single one of them. And they lost just about, I would argue, every single time. Digital assets were securities, SAFs were securities, initial coin offerings were securities, staking products were securities, lending products were securities, all because of Howey. How can the SEC just suddenly say, you know what? The Division of Corporation Finance has decided that digital assets are not securities. I mean, there are some members of the states in the audience here, and I'm sure they're saying, well, not in my office, they're not. The SEC does not have this sort of unilateral authority. So I look, Commissioner Paredes, I look at it like, it's hard for me to call him Troy because, again, when I worked for him, he was always commissioner. But I look at it like this law has been decided and it's out there, and the SEC can't abdicate its responsibility, its mission to enforce those laws. They certainly can get together like this task force with all these brilliant people whose hearts are in the right place and say, this is different, here's what we think Congress should do. But they can't unilaterally repeal the 33 and the 34 Act because of this innovation. And I don't see it as innovation. I see the iPhone as innovation. I see the cloud as innovation. I see AI as innovation. I don't see it. I agree with Commissioner Crenshaw that, you know, the risks are tremendous and it just doesn't outweigh the benefits. Where's the utility? If it all went away tomorrow and you weren't speculating in it, you wouldn't care. So that's sort of how I look at it.
Great, thanks, John. So Miles, turning to you. So I think John's perspective, principles-based, and that essentially the courts have addressed it. And so Miles, from your perspective and the perspective of A16Z, where you're crypto, where you're the general counsel, what's your view in terms of not only principles-based, but in terms of the courts have spoken to it, and how does that perspective reconcile or not, as the case may be, with something that you and your firm have talked a lot about, which is decentralization in the context of crypto assets?
Sure. So I think I'll start out by saying I agree that principles-based regulation is the proper approach, and I'm in alignment with John on that fact. I think from there, though, we start to depart quite a bit. I think it's a straw man argument to say that the people up here on this panel generally don't believe in principles-based regulation, and that people are looking to apply formalistic restraints to Howey that would then allow for easy circumvention. I think that there are very few proposals that actually pursue, doing away with principles-based regulation. And I think that is for good reason, right? Most of us that work in the space understand that the nature of digital assets can change. What the underlying network that they relate to can be controlled by a single individual, or it can be controlled by no one and be completely autonomous. And so all of those things change the overall risk profile of it. As a result of that, I think a lot of us believe that principles-based regulation should continue to be the law of the land. The problem with principles-based regulation, though, is, as we've seen, I don't think that anyone could credibly argue that the last administration's approach to the industry accomplished any of the SEC's objectives. It did not lead to investor protection, it did not lead to capital formation, and it did not lead to efficient markets. As a result of that, the current approach is clearly a failure, and we have to do better. Now, some people will argue that means getting rid of principles-based regulation, applying formalistic requirements to Howey to say, hey, if you don't have a legal relationship with the issuer, then securities laws shouldn't apply. I firmly do not believe that is the case. That would allow for very easy circumvention, and such an approach would make it impossible to distinguish Bitcoin from an asset like FTT, which was basically a profits interest in FTX, where FTX promised the market that they would buy back the token with their profits from running their exchange, right? And there was no legal relationship with people that were investing in that token, but clearly the economic reality of those transactions were that people were investing in a proxy into FTX. Pretty good sign of that being a securities transaction was that when FTX shut down, that asset went to zero, right? we do not believe that type of thing should escape the bounds of securities laws, nor do we think that you should be able to escape securities laws merely by providing some additional disclosure on it. We don't exclude brokers, we don't exclude exchanges, we don't exclude notes from being securities simply because there's disclosure provided around them, nor should we do so with investment contracts. But fundamentally, right, if we look at the SEC's approach, if we want to embrace the idea that we're going to do and look at substance over form, right, and we're going to focus on the substance, we have to engage with what that substance actually is, and we have to do the work of defining what that substance is. That does not mean, right, continuing to not provide any guidance to the industry, right, letting the courts decide over a period of years, right, what happens, having decisions that are at odds with one another. Yes, the SEC has won some cases. They have not won a single case that applies Howey to secondary transactions. They've only won on motions to dismiss. So it was kind of a miscategorization to speak about the cases that way. And on top of all of that, right, we have entrepreneurs everywhere, right, that are looking to do the right thing. And what they're faced with every day as a result of this regulatory uncertainty is bad actors taking advantage of the regulatory uncertainty to push to the limits of where securities laws potentially apply, right? Deliberately going over that line, hoping that they don't get caught. Meanwhile, the good entrepreneurs are sitting there talking to us saying, hey, why can't I do what X is doing? Well, because government inaction is not consent. That is a very hard conversation to have with entrepreneurs, and it's one that I have every single day. We are not fostering innovation. We're not protecting investors. We're not helping capital formation. So we have to engage with the substance. Our general approach and the way that we believe that the SEC should focus on the issue is to look at control. That is a technology neutral, merit neutral approach to looking at what differentiates a system like Ethereum from ownership of equity in Apple, right? Apple is a system that is controlled by humans. Ethereum is not controlled by humans. As a result of that, the risk profile of that underlying asset, the trust dependencies associated with that asset are very different. Teresa talked about a second ago, right? She said that one of the things that C Corps did was it allowed us to split ownership from control, right? That's a very important concept, right? Shareholders don't have direct control. They use officers and directors as their proxy. Blockchain systems, right, can have ownership without any control whatsoever. They can function autonomously, permissionlessly, trustlessly. As a result of that, the inherent trust dependencies that come up with a share of stock are not relevant for certain crypto assets that meet, control criteria. As a result of that, we do not think, right, in those cases that securities laws should apply the same way they apply to shares of equity.
Great, thanks, Miles. So, Collins, we've heard a lot of different views. I think some instances where there's some degree of overlap and complementarity, even if there's a point at which there's some departure. Some is a different way to frame, but not necessarily an inconsistent way to frame. Others who think, the courts have taken care of it. Others say, well, maybe they're taking care of it, but there's still confusion and a lack of clarity. And so how does that factor in, setting aside jurisprudence, set aside the role of the courts? How does that impact clarity in terms of a very practical matter? So all these different perspectives and viewpoints so far. So from your perspective, as somebody who is advising early stage companies, and again, that picking up on a point that Miles was referring to, you got to give advice, you got to give counsel, you want folks to do things the right way. Of course, you have entrepreneurs who have really cool, interesting things to do. How do you counsel and advise, not in the context of your client, of course, but just as a general matter, how do you approach that? And is there a particular something that you think would be the most constructive thing the SEC could do or reconsider or double down on in order to try to achieve whatever you happen to think ought to be achieved here in this context?
Yeah, thanks. So I think kind of as a preliminary matter, one of the things that this conversation might reveal is that one of the first things I'm always talking about is whether we're in a capital formation context or some other context. And I think we beg the question a little bit when we start only focusing on capital formation, because to be frank, it's obviously a very significant part of the industry, but there are so many other elements of the industry that are affected by this downstream taxonomical question that get lost in this discussion. And that's often what I'm frequently dealing with my entrepreneurs on. So I represent a lot of people that are in the decentralized finance industry. And so the threshold question of what an asset isn't just relevant for capital formation in a couple of ways. And I'll give a few examples. When you're dealing with somebody who does something like a DeFi front end, and this is a type of application or a website that provides access to an underlying protocol, there's a question first off as to whether they are providing access to that service directly or if they're acting as a mere conduit. And this is relevant because when you're looking at whether you get this taxonomy of do you have security or not, there's a question of, okay, well, if this thing is a security and I am actually acting in a capacity beyond just being a conduit, I may be stepping into the broker-dealer world. If it's not, I may be in some other type of category. Another type of example is if I'm dealing with a type of security, but it's equity or debt, and I'm going to conduct a capital formation type of transaction, what type of regime am I dealing with if I'm in Reg S? Is it a category 1, category 2, category 3 security? So I think those are just two quick examples, but one of the first things that I'm always thinking about is what's the context I'm operating in? Am I thinking about...
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Badlands Live. What's up, Ghost?
What's up? How are you?
I'm great. Your mic sounds weird. It sounds like you
I-
may have the wrong mic selected.
Yeah, I probably do. I had to set up my space. Whoa. Let me try to unplug and plug.
So I thought what we would do is play John's interview with Chanel. I have it teed up. It was excellent. And I have a lot to say about it. I'm sure you have a lot to say about it as well. We can play it and kind of pause it as we go, or we can play it and talk about it afterwards. What do you think?
Your call. Dealer's choice.
Well, let's start it, and it's only like about 10 minutes. So, but we're a couple minutes late getting over to do this live discussion, live commentary, because we were both watching the interview, which was just fantastic, very
was great.
exciting. And I know that there's about 1,000 people watching over here that haven't seen it yet. So let's do that. You can fix your mic, and then as we go, we'll pause if we need to, or just talk about it afterwards.
Chanel, how you doing?
Hi, you're Patel Patriot.
I am. John Harold is the real name, but
Well, let me just preface this with my godmother is an absolute top fan of yours, and she has been singing your praises forever. So I'm very honored to be on the program.
well, that's good to hear. I think I met her at a conference or something somewhere. I think.
I'm sure you did.
I remember somebody telling me like you need to get in touch with Chanel, and like I know where I can get. I'll put in a good word or something. And anyway, I'm so glad to have you here. Honored to have you here on Badlands. I want to talk to you about the White House Correspondents Association, the press corps, because you were kind of at the front line of advocating for change. Can you kind of outline what you went through? Back in 2017, was it when you first started your new?
I first started at One American News in 2019 in the spring, and I was new to media, period. And I joined as a weekend White House correspondent. So I was new to not only the field of journalism, I was new to the White House scene, the Washington scene. I was new to everything. And in a way, being new to a set industry is an advantage because you can just wander into scenes and places that you're not supposed to be. And all of a sudden you find yourself, asking the president a question face to face. The challenge that I ran into very quickly was running into set structures that had not been questioned for decades. That set structure was monopolizing the White House briefing room. It was in the form of the White House Correspondents Association. I found out that was not an official organization of the government. It was not, mandated by Congress. Didn't have a contract with the White House. This was just a private 501c3 that was somehow acting like these rogue judges are acting now. They were acting like they were kings of the White House briefing room. They decided who sat where. They decided who got access to the Oval Office, who was able to participate in what we call a pool. A pool for those outside the industry is a group that you're allowed to participate in where you get to document the goings-ons of the White House. So you'll say, oh, the president or the team just came out into the briefing room. They said this or they said that. So
So I just want to pause here. What she's describing is what we see in every industry. There is this extra governmental structure. When it comes to elections, it's things like the National Association of Secretaries of State or the Colorado County Clerks Association. These structures exist outside of government, but actually have governmental powers. Have in terms of elections, those entities are the points of escalation, the kind of subject matter expertise. And what she's describing is we've theorized this, right? Abs and I talk about this on Culture of Change every single week, that there are these entities and these structures that allow the government to do things that it's constitutionally restricted from doing. It comes through in standards and norms and professional associations like the White House Correspondents Association. And what we're finding through this age of disclosure is that it's in every industry, in every aspect. There are these kind of gatekeeping structures that are actually, in my opinion, doing functions of government.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I talk about on Badlands Daily all the time when I discuss or mention dismantling the regulatory state and how that's going to allow small business to cannibalize corporate America. And what you just described is exactly it. Back in the day, they called them robber barons. Chanel, I heard her use the word monopolists. Those all describe the same thing. Oligarchs. It's all the same thing. It's people who, they may start out as free market entrepreneurs, but eventually they find themselves at the top of their industry, and then all of a sudden they get very protective and defensive of the thing they've built, and they seek to establish barriers against would-be usurpers as they see them, people to challenge their dominance.
Yeah, and I know what she means. She talks about, at the beginning of that being new and not knowing what the standards and norms are. So you kind of run into it. And it reminds me of when we were covering the Trump 14th Amendment trial, and the plaintiffs, paused the proceedings after Kash Patel called me out by name, to the point where the judge looked into the camera and said, I'm paraphrasing, but basically said, this is only for real journalists. You don't have access to be able to cover this. If you continue to cover this, then you're going to be in violation of a court order, because Badlands, right? Now, the judge didn't know it was Badlands because the attorney on the case lied to her and said it was me, streaming by myself. We were streaming on Badlands. But that kind of gatekeeping can even impact a judge in the middle of a trial to give special deference to this idea of real journalists. Well, the case law is pretty clear that the government doesn't get to decide who real journalists are. But when they have entities like the White House Correspondents Association and other professional associations, Colorado, Press Association, of which I'm a member, that when they have those entities running cover for them, then they kind of can say who are real journalists. And that's unconstitutional as all hell.
Yeah. And to be frank, it's just evil. And whenever you look at any of these organizations, whether you're talking about the oil industry or big pharma or the insurance industry or the media, the press corps, anytime people try to establish a gatekeeping exercise for any purpose, they're always evil. They're always in the wrong, and they will always present themselves as the righteous actor. We're doing this for moral purposes. We're doing this to protect the public. We're doing this to protect the consumer. Never. It's always done. It's always done to protect
the institution, Ghost.
Yeah,
we have to protect the institution of journalism.
Yeah, it's always done to protect the oligarchs and to protect the fat cats at the top. It's why it's always done. And it is our job, as Chanel was very articulating, very well articulating. It's our job to besiege them and usurp them. That is our job, in the most figurative way imaginable, but also in the most literal way imaginable, because we do need to remove these people from the power that they have. And as Chanel explained, they have a lot of power. I mean, you're talking about the ability to walk up and ask the president of the United States a question, which is absolutely imperative at this point in time. And the questions that we've seen have been nothing short of a laughing stock, in my opinion. 95% of the questions have been nothing short of embarrassing for the people who
Agreed.
asking the questions.
Agreed. All right, let's keep going.
Participating in the pool is a very important function as far as media access to what is happening on the White House goes. So what I discovered very quickly joining One America News as their new weekend White House correspondent and then later chief White House correspondent was this was a cabal. They bullied anyone who challenged them. And I was just not susceptible to their bullying, mostly because I wasn't a member, number one. And number two, when COVID struck, they had removed my seat because I asked some question they did not like. So they removed OAN's seat assignment, and suddenly I was outside the briefing room. I asked the White House, hey, I've been, quote, ejected by this private group from accessing the president and the press secretary. How do we go around this? And the press secretary at the time looked at me and said, you know what? I'm personally inviting you to the White House briefing room. You may stand in the very back. We'll sort this out. We'll figure out how to navigate this. But for now, just stand in the very back. And it was over the course of that encounter with this cabal, this monopolistic private organization that was telling everybody what to do in the briefing room, that I then formed my own competing association. And that was the National White House Correspondents Association. And what I discovered was that no one had challenged them before in its entire 100-some year history.
That is the crux of their power. This is true in the court of law. It's true in the established power structures at the state level, at the local level, at the federal level. Nobody challenges them, and that's why it continues. That's one of the things that we found out in my lawsuit is that there's no downside for these people to bring these cases because nobody's ever forced a downside for them. Nobody ever challenges them. People just cave because the institution said. Mad respect for Chanel.
Yeah. And I really love the part where she said that. I really love the part where she said that she, because she was new, she didn't really know where she was allowed and not allowed to go, and so that led to her basically coming face to face with Trump and being able to ask him questions. And that kind of like, I don't know what you call it, naivete or too dumb to know better, whatever it is. It's like, that's the attitude that we have to take on at all times, is that whatever the established norms are, we should just completely ignore them and reestablish new norms.
Agreed.
Had challenged them because they were too afraid of the system. They were afraid of the system of, well, if I challenge them, no one's going to have my back and I will be out in the cold. I won't have access to the White House. And so everybody of all colors and stripes played along until One American News, until me. And so we formed, we stood up, the Herring family of One American News stood by me. And I, on my own, set up the National White House Correspondents Association. And we ultimately had our own tent. We didn't get our seat back. We still don't have our seat back, by the way. But we built a tent. We maintained a workspace in the basement. And I ended up appearing inside that briefing room every single day during the COVID era. And that was just an incredible experience, but eye-opening. Challenge monopolies, it has to be done. And oftentimes it just takes one person, literally one person, to say, how does this work? And that opens up a whole can of worms.
Yeah, well, definitely commend you for that. You don't see enough people standing up to the powers that be. But it's interesting you don't have your seat back when the White House stripped the White House Correspondents Association of their power, right? Like they don't have any role anymore, I thought.
Well, they still have roles. I mean, obviously, they're still in there. They're still operating. They've been stripped of their pool assignments, which is something I was recommending behind the scenes for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
I just advocate. I know a lot of people who are in the press office now under Trump, and I know a lot of people inside the Trump administration. So I've been lobbying pretty hard behind the scenes to make sure that they were informed too. Because what I discovered in this battle, in this journey, was even the White House General Counsel had no idea how any of this worked, and they didn't have reason to care before.
Yeah.
And I gave them a long form memo, and I said, look, this is entirely up to you. You, the White House, have discretion over this briefing room. And lo and behold, several years later, we finally get, a new press team in there. They really built off of all of those fights we had behind the scenes a few years ago. And today, the briefing room is far more accessible. The WHCA has been stripped of much of its power, but at the end of the day, the seats are still not given back.
Yeah, that's just so weird to me that they still control the seats, even though the White House, they made this push about new media, right? And a lot of people, especially us here, like we're a little guy, but we're trying. We want to get more involved. We want to have a seat at the White House. And they say we're going to have new media. We're going to invite everybody. Anybody can apply. And it's been a month and a half, and we haven't heard a peep. Like we don't even know. I mean, do you think they're living up to their kind of promise of new media in the White House? Because to me, it looks like it's just all the same old people. You know what I mean?
Let me answer it this way. I would do it very differently.
You would.
And I have provided a lot of documentation about ways to do this, and I think they've taken some of it and they've left out some of it. But one of my recommendations was, we should divide that room in half. Let the WHCA control half the room, and then let other organizations like mine control the other half. And instead of having assigned seats for all of those spots, have delegates. So, NWHCA, my organization, I would propose delegates. So you'd have someone who's in the room who has, say, 50 or 60 members that they represent, kind of like you would do in Congress. And each of those 60 members, they would fall in a different category. They'd be like regional podcasts or bigger podcasts or whatever. And those individuals can then provide their constituents, let's say, a pathway to the White House press office. If you had a question, John, from Badlands Media, you could send your set of questions to your representative, and that representative could make sure that your questions were answered, because that's one of the jobs of the press office, is to answer questions from briefing room. And this White House has been pretty good at that. The Biden White House was terrible. The Biden White House was terrible at answering any questions. This White House is a little more organized. That said, everyone's walking into new territory, and everyone's having to kind of be very cautious about how they do this. I don't think the whole one new media seat for the briefing room is quite cutting it in terms of shaking up the room.
Especially when there's Fox News contributors sitting in the new media seat. They had Katie Pavlich in there earlier this week. We covered that. It might have been yesterday or the day before. And she was a Fox News contributor. She's, the editor at Town Hall now. Okay. But the people who have been doing media for the past several decades are not new media.
Yeah. And what you'll find is that a lot of these blogs and stuff, and I'm not accusing the White House of anything because I don't know who all the new media seat people are. I know some of them, but
well, we only see when they announce them, right? So we've had some podcasters that I've never heard of, but most of the people in that seat are entities that have been around for years.
But what's been happening over the past, I'm sure probably a few years at this point, but a lot of these large media conglomerates are scrambling to buy up websites like Badlands Media and own them as a subsidiary. And then basically they have control over them. And the one that comes to mind that has been in the news a bunch, or there's been articles written about it a bunch lately, has been the Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro's outfit. That Fox News is desperately trying to purchase the Daily Wire and bring it under their umbrella. And I saw that Jeremy Boring, one of Daily Wire's CEO, just resigned. So I don't know if
he referred to himself as God King of Daily Wire.
Wait, he referred to himself. I didn't
lowercase g, he would say, but he referred to himself that way. Yes.
Interesting. I didn't really look into the story. I don't really care that much, but I just saw the headline. But so that's the other little wrinkle here is that, and here's the problem that I have, and I think Chanel was being very nice and very diplomatic about how she answered John's question, because she said earlier how she has a lot of friends in the Trump White House press office or whatever. I think the thing that really bothers me, and I think it bothers a lot of other people, is how nice it seems like there are a lot of people in the Trump administration, in the Trump orbit, who are trying really, really hard to play nice with the old guard. Like they're trying really hard to like, hey, like we're old friends, like Mr. NBC reporter, like, hey, CNN people, like we're old friends. We've worked together for the past 20 years. We still love each other. We've been through some hardship. We had a rough breakup, but we can still be friends. And it's like, no, like I don't care about any of those people. Those people participated in some of the most despicable and evil psyops against the American people that frankly led to people dying in some cases. And I think those people should all be investigated for criminal wrongdoing and prosecuted whenever possible. So, and maybe this is all part of some white hat plan to get them in the long run. But I think a lot of us have kind of adopted this mentality where we're just going to operate off of what we can verify for now, and we'll trust what we can actually verify rather than just putting our hope into unknown intentions. And what I'm seeing is just too much patty cake, man. Like we're playing patty cake with people who wanted all of us dead a few years ago, or locked up in prison. And, I have no interest in playing nice with these people whatsoever.
100% agree. I also think it's important to realize that if an outlet or an individual journalist did not investigate and cover 2020 election fraud, at best they're a coward, right? You can still maybe call yourself a journalist, but at best you're a coward. If you actively participated in covering up 2020 election fraud and carrying the Biden regime narrative about the 2020 election and demonizing the true independent journalists that were covering 2020 election fraud, then you're not a journalist, you're a government propagandist. And the government propagandists are still sitting in those seats, and that is problematic.
Yeah. And Trump does a really good job of like keeping these, it's like Weekend at Bernie's. He's like keeping the dead corpse of the mainstream media propped up so he can just every once and again just slug it right in the mouth and knock it back on its back. He's great at that though. He's really, really skilled when it comes to like keeping them quote unquote alive just so he can beat them up. But it's all these other people in his orbit who like you can just tell when you watch him interact, when you watch him do interviews, that there is like a genuine affection and friendship between them. And that really bothers me because I just think that the people that they are sucking up to, and that's the only word I can really use to describe it, are people who literally wanted American people to die or go to prison for pursuing liberty.
Yeah. I mean, some of that is art of the deal, I think. Right.
You've got
to keep your, if you're doing a change effort, these people still have some power, maybe not within the, brick and mortar institutions because the leadership of those institutions has been taken over, but in the, collective mind and society, there is still some credibility and power of the old guard, and, dismantling them in a very particular, meticulous, intentional way seems to be something Trump would do.
Yeah. And I can absolutely like agree with that and absolutely understand the strategy. I mean, I've been sitting here analyzing this Israel thing all week, and I'll be talking about that on my show 3. But and I think that's what's happening there. But it's just the other people. It's the people in the orbit who I see interact with them. And like, for example, I would like look at Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson obviously has very, very hard feelings towards like his old Fox News colleagues. Like he's said some pretty ugly things about them, or for Tucker Carlson, but there's no love lost between them. However, it's like he still, when he talks about some other people in the media, he still expresses like genuine feelings for other people. And it's like, okay, I can get it. You've known these people for 20 years, but these people, I mean, look at what way they've behaved over the past 5 years. Like, how could you?
Yeah, like the Chris Cuomo thing, when Tucker did that interview with Chris Cuomo, and they were like besties at the end of it, and some of us are sitting here going, "Hang on a second."
Yeah.
Chris Cuomo is rewriting history about his role during COVID and what his brother did, and all these kinds of things. And now, Chris Cuomo apparently is smart enough to read the writing on the wall about the old positions that he held because he was, paid to hold those positions. I'm with you. Like, I don't think they just get to come back. Oh, we got a little crazy. Sorry about that, but we're still going to, be authoritative sources of information. Absolutely not.
And to be honest,
Absolutely not.
and like my point about Tucker is like, I would actually put Tucker on the far end of the spectrum, like of the spectrum of the people who are kind of like simp in a way towards the old guard. I would put him on like the far end of the people who are at least willing to like say ugly things and call them out. The people that come, whatever you want to say, far like left of Tucker are way more endeared and are not willing to say the ugly things about those people and are not willing to call them out. And those are the people who I really have issue with. I mean, those are the people who I don't look to as leaders, as thought leaders. I don't look to them as people that we can trust or rely on, because when the going gets tough, they're going to do what they're going to go along to get along. And if they need to change their colors in order to survive, in order to stay relevant, they're going to do that. They will stop talking about certain subjects to stay on YouTube, et cetera. It's like, that's the stuff where I just have no respect for you. And if I don't respect you, it's hard for me to even listen to what you have to say.
Absolutely. 100% agree.
But they're doing this one step at a time, and that's their prerogative. Because again, as I have said before, this briefing room it exists and it allows people in at the grace of the press office and the administration in power. And that's how it should be.
Yeah. Do you think ultimately they're going to get to a spot where it is in line with your vision? Or do you think they're just they said they're going to do it, but they're just to me, it seems like status quo, and it is what it is. I know a lot of people don't like talking harshly about the administration, but I'm just calling it like I see it. It doesn't seem like much change from my perspective. You know what I mean?
I'll tell you what to look for. Go look at what the Pentagon is doing. I have very dear friends inside there who have really shaken up the media landscape in there.
Yeah, isn't Gabrielle, I can't remember her last name, but she's from OAN, right? Yeah.
Yes, she is. She's come back to us. So she used to be with us a few years ago, and then she went to work in the administration, and now she's back, and she's our Pentagon correspondent. She is doing phenomenal work. And, look at what the Pentagon did when they broke up that briefing room. They swept in and said, you know what? A handful of these outlets like NBC have maintained for too long an inhabited monopoly in this Pentagon, and we're going to give some other outlets a chance. And that's what they did. And OAN replaced NBC News and their office space. It was a huge victory for press freedom. As far as the White House goes, let's see. I mean, I think they're still only 2-3 months into this project, and they've already, I would say, accomplished what I had set out to do at the very beginning, and that is break up the WHCA monopoly. And that, to me, is a huge victory, and we must be applauding it. There's going to be nitpicky things that we all maybe little details we think we would do differently, but I think give them time. I think they'll eventually adopt some policy that makes sense. My big concern, you've got to institutionalize this stuff. If you don't, then the next administration can come in and just reinstate the status quo again. So my next recommendation was, let's just unbolt the chairs in the briefing room, remove the seats, standing room only. That democratizes that room immensely. And then, my new mission is to figure out ways to modernize that White House briefing room. I would like to figure out ways, team up with some big, technologists, and figure out ways to modernize that room so we do, in fact, have a room that reflects modern media and a diversity of press, a true diversity.
So I love that, because she's effectively, one of the things that we get so frustrated about, and you and I have talked about so much, is the pool cameras. The pool cameras are often run by one of the outlets that's in the room. And so we're kind of, on our toes trying to figure out where the feed is going to be, where if the standard access through video to the briefing room, the ability to ask real-time questions, right? Say you have the pool in a Slack channel or in some other sort of, technology enabled briefing room to modernize, to allow us to ask questions if we're not there. And there's lots of outlets that don't have, or independent journalists that don't even have the resources of Badlands. And
Yeah.
and we're a tiny fish in this whole
Yeah.
thing. But
Yeah.
there, so modernizing the briefing room, I think, is a great idea. I'm going to tell everybody to go watch the rest of that interview when you get a chance today. We are Ghost has a show in 30 minutes, so we're going to wrap this up in the next 10 to 15. But I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the other things that we've covered today and what we'll be covering this afternoon. Any final thoughts on John's interview with Chanel? There's like about 5 more minutes of it, guys. So make sure that you head over and watch that
Yeah,
one in a sec.
it was great. I've always found Chanel very impressive. She's very, very well spoken, and she certainly is a badass. I saw people in the chat saying at the time I didn't realize how much of a badass she was. That was actually something that came through to me in 2019. Was that
Yeah.
she was willing to just stand up and say things that nobody else was willing to say, ask questions no one else was willing to ask, and she took a lot of heat from like people who were paying attention. Could tell she was taking a lot of heat for what she was doing, if you could read between the lines. And
Fearless.
Yeah,
right.
fearless,
Like
yeah.
people don't realize Chanel Rion broke the Biden bribes tapes in July of 2020. And, probably why OANN was retaliated against by the White House at the, in the follow-on administration, the SCROTUS administration. But Biden taking bribes and the, son of a bitch and the back end calls with Ukrainians, that was OANN and Chanel Rion, fearless reporting at that time. And maybe it felt okay to do because Trump was in power at the time they started reporting that. But that was the run up to the 2020 election. And if people don't remember how contentious and insane that time period was, OANN was one of the only news networks that was actually covering a lot of that stuff at the time. And she was at the forefront of it.
Yeah, and then we certainly saw how cowardly everyone else in the media acted in 2020. I mean, it's one of the reasons Badlands exists right now is because of how cowardly everyone else acted in 2020, and frankly 2021 and thereafter. And yeah, I mean, the fact is that we just have a lot of cowards in our society, and unfortunately, these cowards have weaseled their way into the halls of power, not just like the literal halls of power, politics, but also the halls of power, like the gatekeepers of the media, the press, other industries. And what I've learned is that when you confront these people, this is my own personal life, and you call them out, they wither like weeds in the sun, because they're cowards and they can't stand there. They can't sit there and take the heat, even if it's not in a public setting. They can't sit there and take the heat. And so I would just implore everybody to grow a backbone, grow a spine, and just know that when you do stand up to these people who like to project power, you will see them shrink and get very small very quickly.
It's such a great point because it goes back to what she said at the beginning. Nobody had challenged these people before. The institutional power, the pomp and circumstance of being part of the White House Correspondents Association, wanting to, seeing your individual ladder as climbing to the place where, the Politico people that run the WHCA right now are, wanting that for yourself in sacrificing journalism, right? Sacrificing asking the tough questions by not challenging the power structures. And these are unofficial power structures. By not challenging them, you become complicit. And that's, we say on Culture of Change every week, change happens one conversation at a time. So you have to be brave and speak the truth. It takes one person to stand up and say, hey, you know what? I don't think this is actually right. This feels like there's a asymmetrical power dynamic. Or why does Politico have so much power to determine how people can cover the White House? Those are questions that probably every single person in that room had thought. But Chanel was and OANN were the only people willing to stand up and say, hang on a second, this isn't right. And then to actually challenge it. And now she's starting to see change that she's been fighting for since 2019. She's starting to see it come to fruition. That has to be really encouraging.
Yeah, for sure. Courage is contagious. So when you start to do it, the people around you will see it, and they will also stand up. And also the people you're challenging, assuming they're not totally corrupt and in it for the, with ulterior motives, they'll be forced to engage with what you're saying. And recalibrate their approach, because if they don't, then assuming that what you're saying is true, they're going to find themselves on the wrong end of the argument. So it's a good way for accountability.
And what's so hilarious about it to me is that these people, the people that, control the levers of power in terms of the White House, and covering DC broadly, when we were looking into how do we get access, one of the things that kind of blew my mind was that there's a congressional subcommittee that determines who has, congressional approval to cover the affairs of the federal government in Washington, D.C. And that congressional subcommittee is staffed by journalists.
Yeah.
Very strange.
That's so
Makes
despicable.
zero sense.
I've come to the point where I just don't view licensing authorities with any respect.
Agreed.
There are a handful of situations where I think having a license makes sense. Like if you're an engineer and you're going to put a stamp on a drawing where the stamp basically says, if this bridge falls down, I will go to prison for that. That's different. I mean, that's a situation where I think issuing a license to be able to do that makes a lot of sense. But everything else, I see it as literally a bribe. I see it as a payoff. Like you're basically paying either the government or some private organization a payoff for a piece of paper that says, I've done the payoff, I've bent the knee, and because of that, I now have permission to do whatever it is I was giving them money to have the permission to do. And so for that reason, all of it's illegitimate, and we should reconsider all of it.
Yeah. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. All right. So the last thing that we were covering was the SEC crypto roundtable. And this is one of the things, people can go back and watch. We'll drop the links to it in the comments so folks can watch the whole thing. We're not going to go back to it because we've got some other stuff to cover this afternoon. But it's very naive, in my opinion, to think that the crypto revolution is going to continue without the intervention of law. And it's, when I talk to crypto enthusiasts, whether it's shitcoiners or, Bitcoin maxis or, highly diversified crypto holders, there is this, this idea of the government can't. And I think that's very naive. The government has been, and this is something I tried to get my shitcoin friends to pay attention to, and just that no interest whatsoever. The Congress has been changing SEC laws, particularly as it pertains to digital assets, for the past several years. And if you go and you search the congressional record about, so I wish we had, Badlands Live 9 to 5 back when a lot of these changes were being made in the last session, because they were very specific, very micro level changes to the code as it pertained to digital assets. What's the impact of that on the crypto ecosystem broadly? Well, nobody's looking at it. Nobody's talking about it. Nobody knows. And then we see, roundtables like this. We see governments taking a much greater role in digital assets and cryptocurrency. Generally, it is there is going to be a legal landscape. I'm going to join G Money at some point on his show to talk about tokenization. Is something that he and I have been going back and forth on in the background. And tokenization holds a lot of promise, but you have to be able to understand how that's going to impact assets in meat space. Right? I can tokenize my house and decentralize the ownership of the title of my house, but possession is 9/10 of the law. How is that going to impact meat space? Well, we're going to need new law in order to govern that space. It's not just the same property right law, because we're talking about a different form of ownership structure that hasn't been crafted into law. The people who we all hate, right? The politicians, especially the ones in Congress, they exist to make law. They see their metrics as how many laws have we passed? How many bills have we passed? When they insult each other, they'll say, oh, well, so-and-so has never had a bill passed, right? Or never sponsored successful legislation, which should be a good thing, in my opinion, because we don't need more law. But they are going to attempt, and maybe the answer is, well, the way that our crypto solutions are structured, they can make all the laws they want. It doesn't matter. I have a hard time believing that, knowing the power of the United States government, but maybe that's the answer. But we should at least have intentional conversations about that. So I think all of these, we've seen so much activity we covered the do you know what a rug pull is? Can you tell me how it works? Maxine Waters in the digital assets hearing we covered last week. Like, as I said, they are, changing SEC code through legislative changes, and we need to pay attention because these people exist to make law. Even though we don't want them to make any more law, they view their mandate as new laws passed. And that's something that I wish more people were paying attention to as it pertains to digital assets.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't really know much about tokenization. It's not something I've really looked that deeply into, and some of it doesn't really make a ton of sense to me. Although I'm sure once I wrap my arms around it will. I will encourage everybody to go listen to the Rug Pull Radio interview with General Flynn
really
from last night. It was so good, and it was. G Money had told me beforehand because he pre-recorded it that it was kind of normy, but he was like, I also haven't listened to it, so I don't know. Like, I don't really remember it. He's like, I was thinking a few steps ahead during the whole interview, so I wasn't really like paying attention in the moment. I think after watching it, he was saying that he, like, on the show, he was saying after he played it that it was way more signal than he realized. I mean, they talked about like not paying taxes. They talked about, all the things you heard G Money say in the past. He brought up the General Flynn, and General Flynn's reactions to it were pretty amazing. So I would
the
encourage people to go-
Pepes at the end and the army of frogs and
he
all
brought
the
up
stuff.
he brought up Q. He brought up
Yeah.
Q. He brought up the 11s. He brought up the numerology. He brought up the 17, like digital 1776.
And he went farther with General Flynn than I've seen anybody else go.
For sure, which I didn't know if he was going to, because he had told me beforehand that it was kind of a normie interview. But I think after watching it, he realized it was a lot less normie than he remembers. But it was great. So I encourage people to go listen to that. But General Flynn made a good point on the interview. Is he said that their kids right now, there was a story, I missed it like a month ago, of a 15-year-old kid who did a bunch of research into the crypto, took a very small amount of money, and now is a millionaire because he like just was jumping around, like, I mean, basically gambling, but educated gambling, right? He was playing the markets with the crypto. So there's opportunity to do that. And then Flynn asked, like, General Flynn asked, is that a fluke? He's like, I don't know. Like, that's something we should be talking about and we should be figuring out. But the point is that ignoring this emerging situation is not the solution. Like, you should learn about it. And if your education leads you to say that's not for me, fine. But you'll probably figure out that there's a space for it. I mean, the big thing between Bitcoin and all the shit coins is that I think that one of the Trump executive orders, if I remember correctly, classified Bitcoin as a security and none of the other ones. I might be wrong about that, but I think that's what it did. But really, the biggest thing is that with Bitcoin, there's no issuer and they can't print anymore. Like, there's 21 million Bitcoin and that's it. There's never going to be more. All you can do is subdivide the existing Bitcoin into smaller denominations. And then with the shit, like with what you would,
what's
what
the
they would call
consensus protocol for the cap, though?
Well, it's all been done. So there's 21 million, and there's millions of computers that are in the blockchain verifying the. And I'm not an IT guy, so I don't know all the.
Yeah, I mean, we're
nuance and
talking about
jargon.
code, right? Ripley
Yeah,
in
we're
the
talking about
chat
code,
said
but-
magic internet money, and it's not magic; it's code.
It's not magic. It's code. It's code,
Right.
and it's decentralized because it's a bunch of different computers. That's like saying that the English language is a bunch of magic sounds that don't make any sense. And it's like, well, no. Like, the consensus protocol is that we all recognize that these words are all attached to meaning, and when you put the words in a certain order, that then creates a new meaning. And that it's kind of the same thing. It's like all these computers can look at the ledger and they can look at the transactions and they can understand where all the Bitcoin is going, where all the Satoshis are going. And that's the consensus protocol, as I understand it. But the difference is that from my research, is that the shit coins are all private organizations where there is a CEO and they can issue potentially more of their shit coin. So you're basically trading the Federal Reserve for a different kind of Federal Reserve. And that's why I stay away from all that stuff, because I just don't trust it. It sounds like a lot of these like penny stock pump and dumps where they, like eventually they have to sell more shares in order to maintain their cash flow. And then your shares get diluted and eventually you end up owning nothing if you just hold your bag. So, that seems to be the big difference between the two, and that's why I have Bitcoin. I don't have the other stuff, but everyone should do their own research. As Flynn pointed out, this kid made a ton of money on the shit coins. It sounds like so.
Lots of people have. If you're
Yeah.
if you're in the
Yeah.
know and one of the devs, you can make a shit ton of money on shitcoins. But the point is to pump the bag as high as you can and then rug it. That's
yeah,
the point
and
of
that's
it.
what all the that's like what all the meme coins, like when you hear meme coin, that's like when these celebrities come out and say, "Hey, buy my coin," and that's when people get like become bag holders.
Hawk
So.
Tua, for example, right?
Yeah, but it seems to me, and I might be wrong, that stuff, there probably are already enough existing laws in the books concerning fraud and misrepresentation to go after those people. Like, we don't need to create more laws to prevent that from happening. I mean, I would assume that there are enough laws in the books to go after them as of now. I could be wrong. So that's yeah, I guess that's an entirely different conversation, but anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously not investment advice, right? But every one of these projects should have a white paper. You should be able to look at the smart contract. You should be able to understand whether it has some role, some purpose, some underlying utility, and do your own research and make your own investment decisions. Unfortunately, it's so much hype, right? It is these emotional arguments and excitement and advertising, and you get the whole community together and everybody's super excited about it, and people want to be a part of the thing that's happening, and unfortunately they almost always, if not always, get rugged and lose everything, and then the devs disappear, and that's why there's an entire kind of population of chain investigators that have popped up to find the devs when these things happen, which I think is so exciting. I tried to convince a bunch of those guys at one point to take their powers and use them against the government, like figure out where the Nancy Pelosi wallets are and track that shit, because what we can see Nancy Pelosi does on the stock exchange. Can you imagine what's happening in the crypto space? All right. So the final thing that I'm going to do, and then we're going to let you go because you have a show in 12 minutes. We had on this morning is the UN meeting on the Israeli settlements in Palestinian territory. That it damn near put me to sleep. As we discussed yesterday, I don't care what a bunch of European leaders have to say about what's happening in the desert and why the United States has to, change their policy on it. I figured that was a good transition, though, for what you're going to discuss on your show. So you want to tell people what you're going to discuss this afternoon?
Yeah, well, I'm going to run through the internal Israeli politics, and the TLDR is that yesterday a story broke that the former Supreme Court chief, like retired Supreme Court chief from Israel, said that he's worried that they're about to devolve into a civil war, like an actual like violent civil.
Okay, you're frozen for me. I don't know if I'm frozen or you're frozen. Is he frozen for you guys, or is it just me? Am I frozen?
War in Israel.
Okay.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. I don't know if
Okay.
You were frozen. Okay, the chat says you were frozen. Okay, I didn't know if
Okay.
it was me. It's very possible that it could be me in those moments.
Could have been me. I could hear you the whole time.
All right, so start over because we didn't hear any of that.
Okay, so yesterday the Supreme Court chief, or retired Supreme Court chief from Israel, said that he's worried that the country is about to fall into civil war, like a violent civil war. And apparently those concerns are so real that Bibi Netanyahu came out and addressed them today on X. And then all of like the other Israeli leaders like Benny Gantz and others responded to him and were basically like, you need to step down. Otherwise there probably is going to be a civil war. So we're going to look at all that. We're going to hash out what happened and why that's happening. And that's something that I've been writing about pretty much every day on the brief and kind of tracking it. So it does seem like there is some real potential for, I don't know about a violent civil war, but there's certainly a very real cold civil war happening right now. Very similar to, I think, what we see in the United States. Different dynamics and different politics, but just similar that you have an old guard and then I think maybe a populist movement or something that maybe could become a populist movement emerging. So we'll see. But yeah, and then as far as these hearings, as far as the hearings go, I listened to a lot of it today. I listened to most of it yesterday, and I agree. Like we talked about it yesterday, a lot of it was pretty boring. A lot of it was just like the Europeans getting up there and bloviating about things that they really have no say over anyway, because they're
the UK guy. Oh my gosh, that guy made me like as if the British government has any moral high ground in any of these affairs for them to, come up and very, well, we're very serious and we're going to tell you what needs to happen in this. Fuck all the way off.
Yeah.
Like
For sure.
You guys broke it. You can sit this one out.
And as if any of you have like real clout anyway. I mean, I understand that they have power because of the octopus that they have established. The tentacles that are everywhere through the city of London, but nobody respects Europe at this point, and they have no real power projection. But the interesting comments came yesterday from Russia and today from China, and so both Russia and China were firmly in the realm of peace right now, like stop the war right now, and two-state solution. They're like, that's what was on the table on October 6th, 2023. That's what was on the table. We need to go back to October 6th and put in the two-state solution right now. Like no more fighting, no more excuses, no more delay. And both China and Russia seem very firm in that. And so I think the question will be like, I think ultimately Donald Trump aligns with that viewpoint, and he already kind of has expressed that, but we need to see how that happens, because the other thing that happened today was the Israeli defense minister came out and said, we're going to annex Gaza. Gaza is now part of Israel unless every hostage gets released like today. So we'll see.
Yeah. And by hostages released, as you and I have talked about, and I think most people know, but just in case they don't, we could also be talking about bodies, which is so like, where are the refrigeration
That's what I said.
capabilities in
That's what I said.
Gaza for holding bodies for a year and a half?
The allegation in some of these instances is that they killed the people on October 7th, carried their 200-pound, these like grown men, 200-pound bodies back to Gaza, and then have been basically crawling around these tunnels with these rotting corpses tied to their back for the past year and a half. Doesn't make any sense to me. It's like
it doesn't make any sense. It's a very legitimate question. When they say they're going to return the bodies of the hostages that were taken and ostensibly killed on October 7th, how have they been preserving those bodies? What does that look like? We don't get to know. We just have to buy the story,
never.
line and sinker.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, I'm going to let you go. We are going to shift now to talk about or to watch John Kennedy talking about NPR's coverage of certain stories and why NPR should probably not get government funding any longer. It's about 20 minutes, and then we'll shift to the State Department press briefing that started just as you and I were going live. Make sure that you guys smash that thumbs up button for us. Helps us out quite a bit. And Ghost Show comes up in 5 minutes. Later tonight, we have Why We Vote, Eye of the Storm, Liberty Den. Stay tuned to Badlands Media, everybody. We've got continuing coverage all day for you. And with that, we'll see you guys. We'll see you guys when we see you. Cheers.
See you.
What I want to talk about is less pleasant. But I don't mean it to be divisive. I don't. There is a lady by the name of Laurel Libby. Laurel Libby. She happens to be from Maine. I love Maine. Beautiful, beautiful state. She's in the state legislature. And by all accounts, Ms. Libby is a very talented, accomplished legislator. She has beliefs, as we all do. And one of her beliefs is that it is unfair to allow transgender women to play women's sports. In other words, Ms. Libby, I don't speak for her, but I've read her interviews. She believes it's unfair, fundamentally unfair, that it will destroy women's sports if transgender women, biological males who identify as transgender women, are allowed to play women's sports. And she has said so. In fact, she put up a Facebook post. And the Facebook post highlighted a transgender athlete who one year placed 5th, I think, in the pole vault, and then transitioned into, he placed 5th as a male athlete, but then transgendered or transformed into, or transitioned is what I'm trying to say, into a transgender woman and competed at the state level and came in first. She came in first. So when this individual was a biological male and competing, the biological male came in 5th in the state competition. The biological male transitioned into a transgender female and was allowed to participate by the officials in Maine in the pole vault in women's sports and came in first. Well, Ms. Libby thought that was really unfair. And so she posted a picture of the athlete, the transgender athlete, when she was a biological male and currently when she has now become a transgender woman. She posted the picture. She didn't put any name, any phone numbers, any addresses, or any of that. She posted the picture of the athlete side by side before transitioning after. And here's what she said. We've learned that just 1 year ago, John, the transgender athlete, when she was a biological male, was competing in boys pole vault. That's when he had his 5th place finish. And then she went on to say, so all of this transpired in the last year with the full blessing of the Maine Principals Association. 2 years ago, she wrote, John tied for 5th place in boys pole vault. Tonight, John, now Katie, because John is transitioned into a transgender woman, tonight, Katie won 1st place in the girls' Maine State Class B championship. And Ms. Libby thought that was unfair. And so do many Americans. So do I, frankly. Well, Ms. Libby's in the state legislature. And her colleagues, Democrats, who are entitled to their opinion as much as Ms. Libby, who is a Republican, is entitled to her, they got very angry. They wanted to throw her out. They wanted to throw Ms. Libby out of the Maine legislature. They wanted to expel her, but they couldn't do it because that takes a 2/3 vote. So they said, we're not going to expel her. We're going to censor her. That only takes a majority vote. But in censoring her, which they only needed Democratic votes to do, they added conditions that Ms. Libby could no longer vote and could no longer participate in any legislative committees. I guess she just has to sit there. Well, that disenfranchises the constituents that Ms. Libby represents. And frankly, they kind of went through the back door when they should have gone through the front door in a transparent way. I'm not here to try to meddle in the Maine state legislature. Let me say it again. I love Maine. I think it's one of the most beautiful places in the world. And the way they handle their local politics is none of my business. That's not why I'm here. But I am here to say what Ms. Libby did. Let me put it another way. Ms. Libby's belief about the fairness of transgender women participating in women's sports is based on science. It is. You may disagree with the science and you may disagree with her. And if you do, you're entitled to do that. But Ms. Libby didn't just pluck this point of view out of thin air. A lot of Americans agree with her. I think most Americans think that You know, when you're 18 years of age, you're an adult. You can, this is America. You can do anything you want to do as long as it's not illegal or doesn't hurt somebody else. You can be whomever you want to be. You can dress however you want to dress. You can't run around naked, but in terms of your dress, you can express yourself however you want if you're 18. And I think most Americans don't have a problem with that. So long as it's perfectly legal, I don't. But when you're under 18, you're a minor, adults get to make decisions because you're a minor, duh. I also think that the American people have worked very hard through their elected representatives to try to lift up women's sports in America. We've worked very hard and spent a lot of y'all's money lifting up women's sports so that women can be treated equally with men. And I also think, through no one's fault, I started to say only through God's fault, but I'm not going to criticize God's decisions. Through nobody's fault. If you believe in God, it was a decision by God. If you just believe in nature, it was a decision by nature. Men and women are different. And men have a physical advantage over women. And if you allow a male, no matter how the male identifies, to compete with a woman in women's sports, particularly when you're under 18, the male's going to win every single time. That's not just speculation. That's not just common sense. That's science. The ACLU, which believes that transgender women, biological males who transition into transgender women, they say it's a fact that trans girls are girls. And the ACLU and other activists have also said that it's a myth. They call it a myth that transgender female athletes, like Katie, formerly John, they say it's a myth that transgender female athletes have a physical advantage over girls. They're wrong. This is wrong. You don't need a graduate degree in anatomy to know that. I mean, those claims are specious. Medical science and athletic data both demonstrate that the difference is obvious and that males, no matter how they identify, have a significant advantage over females in girls' sports. Even before birth, when the baby is in a mother's womb, this is a scientific fact. Baby boys begin developing different hormones and skeletal structures than baby girls that help them outperform girls when they're older. That's just a fact. We can say we wish it weren't. I'm fine with it. Some people say, well, that's bad. Well, take it up with nature. Take it up with God. But it's a natural fact. When that baby's in the womb, testosterone exposure for that baby boy alters his brain development. That improves that baby boy's motor skills and increases that baby boy's aggression vis-a-vis a baby girl. Both motor skills and aggression give that baby boy, when that baby boy grows up, an advantage over a girl in women's sports. Boys, the science also shows, they go through what's called a mini puberty. Still a baby boy in the mother's womb. The baby boy experiences a mini puberty, is what the scientists call it, right before birth, that helps a baby boy, once that baby boy is born, to gain weight faster than if he were a baby girl. And that ultimately is why boys tend to be taller than girls once they're born, on average, later in life. Now, the differences between boys and girls, again, this is a law of nature. or a law of God, depending on what you believe. The differences between boys and girls explode during puberty. I mean, I've got a single child. He's a grown man now, but I remember puberty. I learned during puberty that reasoning, there's nothing wrong with teenagers, that reasoning with them will not aggravate. That's just also a law of nature, I think. But boys and girls, the differences between them explode during puberty. Boys develop 14% larger hearts when they go through puberty, and 12% larger lungs. So boy versus girl, the boy's heart is going to be 14% bigger and in lungs 12% larger. An obvious advantage in sports. That helps boys take in oxygen and pump blood more efficiently than girls can. That's just a fact. And that gives them a clear edge in endurance sports: running, cycling, rowing, basketball. Girls also, during puberty and afterwards, develop a wider pelvis. This decreases the amount of force their legs exert when they're lifting, or when a girl is kicking, or a girl is pedaling, which also puts a girl, as an act of nature, at a relative disadvantage when you compare female athletes to male athletes. Boys during puberty and after puberty, on the other hand, they develop broader shoulders than girls. I think we know that. When they develop those broader shoulders, that makes space for upper body muscle mass. It is hard to think of a sport in which a higher muscle to fat ratio, and boys have a higher muscle to fat ratio. It is just a scientific fact. It's hard to think of a sport in which a higher muscle to fat ratio is not helpful. The average boy will also grow, again, scientific fact, 5 inches taller than the average girl. And even when men and women are the same height, men have higher levels of bone density, which helps them move more forcefully and escape more injuries. And that, I mean, you don't have, again, boys just have a physical advantage over girls, and we see it in everyday life. Top ranked, well, let me put it another way. In 2016, there was an American sprinter. She was a great athlete, is a great athlete. Her name is Allison Felix. She won an Olympic gold medal in the women's 400-meter race. Ran a hell of a race. She came in first. A year later, 285 teenage boys in America beat her time. She was the best in her class, in the world, as a female. But 285 guys in high school beat her time. Don't take my word for it. That's a study that was done by Duke University. The year she won the gold medal, there were 4,300 male athletes in America who clocked faster times in the 400 meters than she did. I don't want to belabor this, but I think you can see why Ms. Libby feels that it is unfair to women to allow biological males who have transitioned into a woman to compete in men's sports. It's not only unfair, it's dangerous. And again, I don't speak for Ms. Libby, but this is what I think she had on her mind when she exercised her First Amendment rights. I'll give you some examples. In May, a couple of years ago, a high school volleyball player in North Carolina, she's a female, she sued her state's high school athletics association. Why? Because they allowed a transgender player to play against her, and the transgender female, biological male, transgender female, spiked the ball in her face gave her a concussion, long-term physical injuries, long-term mental injuries. Last October, a high school senior in California suffered a season-ending concussion after a transgender volleyball player spiked the ball, hit her in the face during the game, and it ended her final season of high school volleyball. Now, last February, a girls' basketball team in Massachusetts, they forfeited a game after a transgender athlete injured 3 female players in a single game. The biological male who had transitioned into a transgender woman was allowed to play in the basketball game and took 3 of the female players out. And so the rest of the team said, no mas. And the coach said, nope, I'm not going to let my players get hurt. They forfeited the game. I raised this, Madam President, not to denigrate anyone. I'm going to say it again. When you're an adult, in America, you can be whomever you want to be. And, about 90% of my personal philosophy is don't hurt someone unless you have to defend yourself. Don't take other people's stuff, and leave me alone, because that's my right as an American. And I sort of feel that way about everybody. But we're not talking about freedom here. We're talking about nature. And we're talking about fairness in women's sports. And we're talking about women getting hurt. And that's why I think Ms. Libby is right. It's fundamentally unfair because, if for no other reason, acts of God or nature or whatever you want to call it, boys are different from girls when it comes to athletics. And there's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing I want to do about it, but some people do. Ms. Libby has sued in Maine and said that her constitutional rights are being violated. I think she's right. I'm not going to try to advise her judge how to rule. But I don't, so I can't say whether her constitutional rights are being violated or not. But I can tell you this: common sense and the laws of nature, or the laws of God, if you please, are certainly being violated, because female young women are fundamentally different from male young boys. And that's just a natural fact. Madam President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll. Ms. Alsterbrooks.
Yeah, feel the air there. All right, thank you, everybody. Lights seem a little brighter today. I don't know if that's good or bad. All right, yeah, these lights are really bright. Is that a different setting, or it might be my mood? All right, everybody, thank you. Welcome aboard. I got a bit of announcement for you here before we start our questions. Thank you again for coming. I'm Tammy Bruce, obviously the spokesperson for the State Department. Thank you very much for being here. As Secretary Rubio said, George Glesman is free. George was wrongfully detained in Afghanistan for 2.5 years. He arrived at Joint Base Andrews earlier today, where he was greeted by his wife and a small welcoming party. Ryan Corbett, who had been held in the same cell as George in Afghanistan, was there with his wife, Anna. After a brief ceremony, George and Alexandra flew to another location in the United States to rest and recover. We are grateful for the government of Qatar's support in bringing George home. The United Arab Emirates also played a role in facilitating the initial discussions. We remain deeply concerned about the well-being of Mahmoud Habibi and other Americans still detained in Afghanistan. The safety and security of Americans abroad remains a highest priority of this State Department, and we are working tirelessly to bring Americans home. In addition, for the first time, the United States is sanctioning a so-called teapot refinery in China for purchasing millions of barrels of oil worth approximately $500 million. We are also sanctioning several additional entities and vessels in Iran's shadow fleet for shipping millions of barrels of Iranian oil to China. Iran's behavior across the globe threatens U.S. national security interests. President Trump has reimposed a maximum pressure campaign designed to end Iran's nuclear threat, curtail its ballistic missile program, and stop it from supporting terrorist groups. The maximum pressure campaign is designed to drive Iran's oil exports, which it uses to fund its destabilizing activities, to zero. This includes oil exports to China. Now, also, we know that President Trump has never forgotten or stopped fighting for justice after Sarah Root was tragically murdered in 2018 by an illegal alien who was driving under the influence and became a fugitive from justice. Today, 9 years after Sarah's passing, the night of her college graduation, her parents will know that their tireless advocacy was not in vain. Justice and accountability under the Trump administration prevailed as the culprit of Sarah's death has been extradited from Honduras to the United States so he can face justice once and for all. I want to express, this is the Secretary's statement. He wants to express his gratitude to the Honduran government for their cooperation in this extradition. So that is a statement that's been on the record from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, about this excellent turn of events regarding Sarah and the justice now that her parents and her family will be able to enjoy. And I would like to open it up for questions, thinking you might have some. Yes, sir. Oh, Matt. I wanted to just make sure he was watching and listening, Matt Lee.
I was actually going to say that I don't really have anything to big.
I psychically could tell because the page in front of you, sir, is blank. So let's do something different. We'll come back to Matt so he can recover. Yes, sir.
Never think of usurping Matt.
And let's also do, for people who are watching at home, obviously my fourth briefing. At some point, I won't keep numbering them, but a lot of new people keep watching every time, and it's the American people wanting to get a sense of what is on your minds, what we're doing, and I look forward to doing that. So let's go.
2 questions for you. First off, hope you're doing well.
Thank you.
Yesterday, the interesting combination of Elizabeth Warren and Joe Wilson sent a letter to Secretaries Rubio and Bessent inquiring about the possible unwinding of broad sanctions on Syria, including investment sanctions, which leads to the question, where does the State Department stand right now on Syria? Is it more the European flavor of kind of opening up the arms a little bit? Is it Israel's view of staying away? It's too dangerous right now. If you can give an overview, it'd be great.
I can give you a little bit, certainly. I don't know if a full overview or not, but we are monitoring the Syrian interim authorities' actions in general across a number of issues as we determine and think about the future U.S. policy for Syria. We also continue to call for an inclusive civilian-led government that can ensure national institutions are effective, responsive, and representative. Local ownership and broad societal support is necessary for stability in Syria and the region, as recent deadly violence on the coast demonstrated. Long-term stability and prosperity for the people of Syria requires a government that protects all Syrians equally. Ultimately, the United States wants a Syria that lives in peace with its neighbors, respects human rights, and prohibits terrorists from using its territory as a safe haven. Clear designs there, clear parameters, easy to understand, and we're watching to see how they behave and how they react.
Second question for you. U.S.-South Africa relations obviously not good right now after declaring the ambassador persona non grata. A new issue arising now, the South African presidency putting pressure on the Johannesburg City Council not to move forward with an effort to rename the street upon which the U.S. consulate resides in honor of a Palestinian hijacker. That move by the South African presidency, is that as a result of direct pressure from the State Department, or is that being done on their own volition to try to mend fences?
Well, we have seen the reporting on the issue, and we don't comment on internal deliberations between really any city and its government, certainly the city of Johannesburg and the government in this case of South Africa. And perhaps South Africa would refer you to Johannesburg or South Africa for more details. But that's what I have for you.
State, did state get involved in any manner on this?
That's what I have for you.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, Matt Lee, who's still, he's scrolling. He's from,
I'm trying to find something and I can't find it.
well, welcome to my world. Yes, Nadia.
Thank you, Tammy. Two questions. On Sudan first, the army has took over the presidential palace. Do you see a change on the ground, and what is U.S. position regarding this development? And second, on Gaza, the Israelis are declaring that they want to annex Gaza, or parts of Gaza at least. Is any new initiative to bring them back to the negotiation table for the ceasefire?
Well, first on your first question, the SAF, the Sudanese Armed Forces, they have retaken the presidential palace in Khartoum. The ongoing fighting in Khartoum further underscores the devastating consequences of the conflict for the people of Sudan. And we continue to urge the warring parties to cease hostilities and facilitate the safe, unhindered movement of life-saving humanitarian assistance. So, we're watching that. I think the world should be, much of it is watching that situation. And that seems to be an important event, but we're watching and we're aware of it. As far as Gaza, look, we're still dealing with the efforts to have a ceasefire, which we had and was courtesy of Hamas, broken because of their lack of action on the parameters of the ceasefire itself. We, of course, stand by our ally Israel, as I mentioned, every day, happily so. And I certainly won't comment on or speculate on other hypotheses of what people think is going or not going to happen. I think the main goal is humanitarian supplies, the nature of the violence stopping. That is the sole focus of the nature of where we're at this point. I'm gonna, I don't know. But I'll get back to you, Said. Let's keep going here.
So today was
This is your last chance. Yes, sir.
Today was supposed to be the deadline for the visa review that was called for in the executive order. There's some indication that deadline may have actually been extended. Can you shed any light on that?
I can tell you that the deadline is now not today. I can't tell you the specifics, but it's don't expect that to be that today is a day that something will have to come out. Of course, what we do know is that what I can say to you is that the Department of State is committed to protecting our nation and its citizens by upholding the highest standards of national security and public safety through our visa process. As laid out by Trump's executive order, which is what initiated this dynamic, the visa adjudication process must ensure that U.S.-bound foreign travelers do not pose a threat to the national security and public safety of the United States. This was obviously a huge discussion on September 12th, 2001. And this is an issue that Americans care about and the nation's safety requires. The department, however, does not comment on internal deliberations or communications to the extent where, at least I can tell you that the deadline is not today.
Okay, and then just one other thing, which is also kind of it's a very brief thing, but this lawsuit that's going on, that's been the topic of much attention about on the AEA, to deport.
Well, you obviously know I'm not going to speak to anything you're going to be asking me because it involves a legal process. And a filing even today.
Well, I know, but it says that there's cabinet level discussions about using a state secrets authority to.
Matt, and that's
Well,
fine.
I know, but I have to ask.
And you do have to ask. And this is, I think, for everyone watching and everyone here, they're learning from you, unfortunately, that there's yes, absolutely ask. That's part of it. Americans wondering, what is it you guys are looking at? What are you concentrating on? But also learning that when you've got a process within the legal system and also diplomatic conversations, et cetera, there are certain things that I can't speak about. And that's one of them. But thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Andrea Mitchell.
Hi, thank you so much, Tammy. The president acknowledged today that if there are mistakes that were made in taking some of the people to El Salvador, in the identifications of people, that they will be corrected. What are the efforts or the obligation of the State Department to follow up some of the complaints from families that their relatives were taken and are not gang members and do not have a violent history, to follow up with El Salvador? What rights do people have once they are taken to El Salvador and are in that prison under human rights and under State Department procedures when they are taken under the rubric of national security?
Well, a few things, of course. I don't speak for the White House or the president. He had some great comments to make earlier today, as you know, as you're referencing. And I think his comments speak for themselves. I also can't speak about the individuals who have been transported or legal mechanisms or diplomatic mechanisms regarding their status. But what I can say is that our relationship with President Bukele is excellent, that this isn't a situation where there's no communication or a relationship that doesn't continue on with El Salvador or the president. And of course, this is an issue that we also continue to focus on. So that I can tell you is if the president mentioned it, I think that sends a signal, if not more so, about his commitment and the nature of what he knows and what he says he's going to do about it. And that's where we're going to leave
Well,
it.
let me just follow up because the video certainly that was taken by El Salvador showed some harsh treatment.
Mhm.
Does the U.S. feel any obligation in terms of human rights or legal authority when people are taken to another country, to a prison, to follow up on what the conditions are in which they're being held?
Well, again, that is also DHS. It's not the State Department's purview in that kind of a framework. Even the removing of people from the country, it's not the State Department's purview. That's a question for the DHS, but it's certainly not something I can even speculate on, or I'm not going to speak on the nature of El Salvador's process and how it handles the nature of the people that they
were
repatriated.
taken under the authority of the Secretary of State.
Well, that was
And his
implemented by the
declarations.
Department of Homeland Security. So yes. All right, now, Jen, yes.
Humera from
Humera.
No, that's okay.
This is, in all honesty, and if I was on Broadway, it might be a different situation. It's kind of hard to see. So you'll have to forgive me in the sense of that. Humera,
Okay.
yes.
Thanks, Tammy. Just a few follow-ups to colleagues' questions. You, Nadia, asked about Defense Minister Katz's comments about annexation. I just want to make it clear, does the Trump administration support Israel annexing or permanently holding territory in Gaza? And is the administration doing anything specifically to reopen the border for the flow of humanitarian aid?
Again, we're in a dynamic where there is diplomatic conversations happening. We're still working to implement ceasefires and dealing with issues and questions regarding what can happen on the ground when there's still hostilities and still conflict. I will not speak to or guess about what the president is going to do, what he's thinking. It's not my place. And the good news is we have a president and a secretary of state, as I've mentioned a few times, that are not shy men, that you will hear from them. And you do, courtesy of social media, courtesy of statements from this department or the White House. So it's certainly not my place. We want to have facts of the matter that I can state to you regarding our positions. And it is, I think, as I've mentioned to many of you, after 25 plus years of being on talk radio and television, where there is guessing or opinion, we can't do that. And so I'm clearly very strict in that regard.
One more.
Yeah, yes,
can I
yes,
have
sir.
one more on Syria?
One more on Syria.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for that Syria statement. That might actually be the clearest and the first time that administration talked about Syria. So my follow-up is this.
Can I mention, though, in the midst of that? Sure. It is because of your questions, the nature of what your interests are, and the importance of what I think we encourage here when it comes to, there's all kinds of countries and cities that are in the news all the time, but things are happening all around the world that affect all of us. And it's that kind of a modern age, and it's exciting to be able to look for those answers and at least provide some insight. So I'm sorry, go ahead.
There is a big expectation for any sanctions relief that U.S. could give to Syria. Is this something the administration is thinking about, and what would it take to give sanctions relief to Syria?
There are the sanctions dynamic has not changed, and there's no plans to change it at this point. But there is, so the existing measures that have always existed remain. And I understand why that's a question. But we have authorized Syria General License 24, which allows for transactions meant to help stabilize Syria. So it is not a blanket block, but the previous measures remain. But there is General License 24, again, that allows for transactions to help facilitate the stabilizing of that nation. All right, yes, sir.
This thing on Syria.
you speak a little bit on Syria. I was wondering what's the State Department assessment on the new Syrian constitution that was drafted by the interim authority, which the draft was rejected by the minority groups, and they are saying that it has grants likely no rights of these minority groups like Kurds and Druze.
So one thing I can tell you, we are following developments that Ahmed al-Shara signed signed a so-called constitutional declaration, and note concerns expressed around consolidation of power by al-Shara. We continue to call, as I've mentioned in my first part of my statement, for an inclusive, civilian-led government to ensure national institutions are effective, responsive, legitimate, and representative. And we are continuing to watch the interim authorities' actions to see if they guarantee equal rights and treatment for all Syrians and preserve individual freedoms as outlined in that constitutional declaration. So we continue to watch, and I think that will bear out the nature of what it is we're dealing with. Bottom line, we continue to stand with the people of Syria.
And a question on Iran. You spoke about Iran too, and that the policy of this administration is very clear.
I'm sorry, I'm not here. Can you start again, please?
Yeah, sure. You spoke about Iran, and I think that the policy of this administration towards Iran is pretty much clear. But the Iranian has rejected direct talks with you. But my question is that what other options are on the table when it comes to Iran and make Iran that not pursuing getting a nuclear weapons?
Well, certainly sanctions, as we have applied, to say the least. Iran's behavior, as we know, across the globe threatens U.S. national interests, which is why President Trump has reimposed the maximum pressure campaign designated to end Iran's nuclear threat, curtail its ballistic missile program, and stop it from supporting terrorist groups. The president has made clear Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. And that includes, again, the sanctions of nations that are assisting that framework, the sanctions, again, on a company regarding China. And there's a number of things diplomatically that can be done. This administration has been very effective in that regard, considering their position regarding stopping malign behavior while also believing that wars have to end, to say the least. All right. Yes, Saeed, you asked before. Keep going.
Thank you, Tammy. Just to follow up on the annexation issue, because it's a big issue. It's been the American position, the steadfast official position, that no to reoccupying Gaza and definitely no to annexation. So do you feel that the U.S. is going to stick to this policy, or there's going to be some change regarding this issue? And then I have a follow-up on the humanitarian situation.
Well, and I know you ask, and I appreciate your passion and asking about the humanitarian situation. That's what we all think about. You know, we think about it here at State in a certain fashion, and you do yours. But again, when we think about rumors or suggestions or hypotheses or things talked about in the media, is not a basis for my commentary about whether or not something is or is not going to happen. What I've expressed to you what we do know is what is public and what is the policy of this administration, certainly that Secretary Rubio is committed to, which is ending bloodshed. Now, so there's the talk about annexing things, or that is, if anything, for those of you who care about these issues, it is a distraction to move past the nature of what's going on now with one cause, which is Hamas's attitude and actions. And while we have to deal with what is continuing and not happening because of their choices, we are continuing to try to stop that. So it's interesting that we can continue to keep in light, sir, just a minute, keep in our minds the nature of what's in front of us, which is still to stop the wholesale slaughter of people, the use of other individuals as human shields, the general chaos that causes, and the fact that there are ways to stop it. And that's what we're working on now. But others, perhaps, they want us to always talk about something else to get people distracted about that thing, so you stop looking at what is the thing that we need to deal with immediately. And I look to the Trump administration and to Secretary Rubio as examples of keeping their eyes on the prize and working methodically in this moment to get us to where we need to go.
Just
All right.
to follow.
Yeah, yes, go ahead.
Topic, so if you want to stay on the region.
Well, well, thank you. We'll stay on the region then. Yes, sir.
Tammy just mentioned that your goal is to stop the war and to let the humanitarian aid get inside Gaza. And this is, I believe, the goal of everyone else. But according to the UN, Israel stopped aid from going through the crossing 20 days now consecutively. This is the longest since October 7th. And this happened before the renewed airstrikes now. So there was no military operations in the region that prevent aid from going in. Do you feel that this is a collective punishment for Palestinians in Gaza to force Hamas to give some concessions? And is this acceptable?
Well, when you're asking me if I feel something, obviously I'm not going to go into a soliloquy of what I feel. What I can tell you is I also won't speak about a hypothetical or a separate report of what has happened with Israel. You would need to ask the Israeli government about if something occurred that you believe occurred or want clarity on. I don't speak for the Israeli government or for their prime minister. I speak for the U.S. State Department that has an interest in it. But you're asking a question we probably could discuss over dinner. But that's not a question for this podium or for what we are discussing here. What we do know, there are certain things that are facts of the matter, is that Hamas has put Israel and the world and the Gazan people in this position because of the madness, the savagery that they decided would be a good thing to do. I don't know what they thought would occur, but it perhaps is not what has occurred, which is a unity around the world after we saw that atrocity on October 7th. What we also, though, have done for everyone affected as a global issue, certainly first the Gazan people, the Israelis, et cetera, but as a global unified effort, is to stop the carnage. It's a meat grinder. It's people being used by others who just seem to certainly they're not focused on peace at the end. It is Hamas who needs to be asked certain questions about why this continues, because this has been their choice. There has been elements that have been agreed upon, other steps that the world came together to facilitate that the United States was committed to, and they still abandoned it. Idan Alexander, when we talk about hostages who have been released or killers of Americans who've been extradited, there is an American who is still being held. The bodies of the dead being held. That is what is in front of us. This is what needs to be stopped. And that is what we're committed to. Yes, sir.
My question,
with the glasses there in the back. No, right, the gentleman in front of you, sir.
Yeah. So thank you. Daniele Compatangelo for Italian LA7.
Yes.
A question still about the meeting. If you confirm the meeting with the Israeli and the Americans next week here at the State Department and the White House, and if so, about Iran is going to be. That's from a report on Axios. So can you, if it's true, can you give us some
nice ending phrase there.
Yeah, can you give us some insight of what we're going to see?
No,
or what?
If this is at the White House, as you suggested, well, I can't tell you what's going to happen at the White House, and I won't be confirming any meetings in this regard. All right. Now you're ready, right? Let's do it.
Thank you, Tammy. You got questions about this on Monday. It will have been almost a week since there was the announcement about termination of funds to USAGM broadcasters such as Voice of America and other grantees. As a senator, Secretary Rubio was supportive of the US grantee broadcaster Radio Free Asia. He protected it from cutbacks in the past. Does he want to revive the funding for Radio Free Asia, which broadcasts into countries like China, Cambodia, and Vietnam? And is he aware that due to the funding termination, a number of the journalists who work for Radio Free Asia are potentially could face deportation back to countries like China and Vietnam, where they may face imprisonment as a consequence of the reporting work that they've done for the US government by working for this outlet? And the same goes for Voice of America journalists who also risk deportation back to countries such as Russia, Myanmar, Belarus, China, and Vietnam. Do you have a comment?
Well, did have that question, and I have the question out to the secretary. It's something that I'm following up with as well. It has been a story, understandably. You're interested in the answers to this. So I'm going directly to him. He's a busy guy, but as I'm going to continue to look for that from him. What I can tell you also, though, is that we're reducing, clearly, he was elected in large part to reduce the federal bureaucracy, right? It's about waste and fraud, mismanagement. This is something that has to occur. And in any dynamic, there's going to be actions and tough decisions that have to be made. Many of us personally also have to go through that when you're looking at a budget. The president continues to take action to ensure the whole of the United States government, including executive branch agencies, are in line with the administration's policy priorities. I've said before, and I have to keep saying, is that many, many things are fluid. And it's why it's good why you're here and why now we're doing this, 3 days a week. But also when we address the issue, as I asked about the issue of visas, there are people who are reporting certain things. And like in any situation, if you're in the United States and you have to leave, you can also apply for asylum. If you are in a situation where you believe you're returning to your home country, puts you at significant risk. We have clearly procedures where you can apply for asylum. And that is certainly if someone is coming from that workplace or some other situation, that's something that people can do. If you have a visa, and every situation is different. That's why we don't discuss individual visa dynamics. But if someone is here and it is a work visa and their employment is ended, there's a period of time. It's like any other visa dynamic for anyone who holds a visa. And you can learn about that at state.gov. You can there's a whole host of people that can help you. And I would guess if you're here on a work visa, that was probably a semi-complicated procedure. And so you're aware of these things. And so this is what is obvious for anyone in this kind of a situation, especially for those worried about the nature of reporting or a dynamic where they're concerned about returning. There are options like that. And that, again, is a very basic situation for everyone in that kind of a situation. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Tammy. We'll follow up on Iran very quickly, then I'll move to Ukraine. If you could please indulge me.
Sure.
You started highlighting some of the tools in your toolkit on Iran sanctions. I ask about particular sanction law. It's a law of the land, which is called the Mahsa Act, which requires the administration to target Iranian leadership for their gross human rights violations. Is this administration willing to implement the Mahsa Act?
Is this administration what?
Willing to implement the act.
Well, I'm not, that would take me knowing what their thoughts are or discussing what diplomatic considerations are, issues that I'm certainly not going to speculate on. That's a hypothetical for the most part, and I can't do that.
Thank you.
Yes,
I'm moving to Ukraine, if I may. Very quickly, Tammy, on Ukraine. I was hoping you could fill us in on the delegation is headed to Saudi Arabia. I know one of them is...
Wait, you're going to have, so maybe his mic can come up. Start again.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe a little bit more slowly too.
Absolutely. I was
Thank
hoping you could fill us in on the delegation is headed to Saudi Arabia to discuss Ukraine. Michael Anton from this building is a part of the team. Anyone else you could mention, please? And also any reaction to overnight assault on Ukraine? From
Well, I'm not going to speak about the particular individuals on the teams. All right. It is senior officials. It's not principals. But that's what we have. I think it's inappropriate to discuss certainly personnel, let alone senior officials who might be on a negotiation team. Yeah, it's a dynamic that clearly we'll get the results from. We'll see the details, and then we can make some assessments about perhaps who was involved and where we go next. All right, now at the end of the row here, yes, ma'am, go ahead, please.
My question is on Afghanistan. After 4 years, for first time, American delegation traveled to Kabul yesterday and discussed with the Taliban senior leader. My question is, does it mean the new diplomatic approach from United States towards Taliban? And can you clarify, aside that releasing American hostage, what other topics were discussed in this meeting with Taliban?
Well, I wasn't at the meeting with the Taliban. Even if I was, I wouldn't give you any details. If there was, certainly these are diplomatic considerations. and we have what the main end result, which I think is the North Star of this framework, is that an American is home. So that's what we have to care about. In the meantime, I think that, you know, there's a general series of issues that we're dealing with, but keep encouraging you to think about the nature of the subjects that are in front of us, that we're working on, that are steps in longer processes to not just keep Americans safe and get Americans home, but to change the condition of the world that's in front of us. All right, all the way in the back, gentleman with the white shirt. Yes, please.
Thank you. Going back to the issue of Voice of America and like global engagement media, the State Department was very active fighting disinformation, especially through the Global Engagement Center. They were very important in unveiling Russian state disinformation campaigns, Portal Combat and others in the previous administration. I wanted to ask you if the Global Engagement Center is still active. How concerned are you that RT, Sputnik News, all that Russian disinformation outlets are going to be countered now without American state media to counter their narratives and what they have been doing in the past years?
Well, that is a stretch here, and I've mentioned this on Wednesday, that we do have a lot of very familiar structures and systems that are changing. And that doesn't mean that the work stops. It means that the efforts and the outreach and the engagement will look different, perhaps. But our values and what has informed the United States of America from day one through all of this time hasn't changed. And it's why we remain the greatest and the strongest country in the world. We can have these conversations. But while we're in the process of change in this fashion, it's the change of an administrative structure regarding taxpayer dollars as we assess, is the money we're spending, does it align with the values, with the agenda of the Trump administration that the American people overwhelmingly voted for to get things done? And it doesn't mean burning the house down. It means looking at how we can make it better, what needs to be changed, what needs to be reformed, so that we can spend money in a smarter, more efficient way. So yes, certain entities, certain buildings will be housed differently. Certain attitudes will perhaps change. But the goals and the attitude and the values of the United States not only haven't changed, they've been highlighted by the election of Donald Trump, a man who has brought back the notion of the idea that any American should be forgotten, that there should be no forgotten man or woman, that we have a responsibility to the world, but not in participating and facilitating wars, in doing things new and in a different way. And that includes within the structure of this government and how we apply our values. So I would argue that this is not it's not a retreat. Quite the opposite. This is a preparation to continue the work in a smarter, stronger way. All right, we'll take one more question. Yes, Alex.
If I could just follow up on my colleagues' questions, could you take us through the choreography of this weekend at these technical talks? Is it over multiple days? How are they dividing up the two different countries? And then I'll have a follow-up on the Taliban question as well.
Yes, this is held very close. This is all very serious, and so I'm not going to answer the details of how it's unfolding. When this is complete, I will pursue the nature of getting some answers and the specifics for that for you. And I do believe one thing I can say is, like with everything with President Trump and Secretary Rubio, things happen quickly. So I would suspect that we will have answers on this very soon.
Thank you. And then in terms of just the Taliban, and that was an unusual meeting. It wasn't just Adam Bowler, who's in charge of getting hostages out, but he was joined by Zalmay Khalilzad. Does he have a formal role within the Trump administration? And Palestinian-American billionaire Bashar al-Masri was also there. Can you clarify both their roles?
Yes. There is no one with an official government role, the gentleman you mentioned. This is certainly not a negotiation. There was no swap made. There was no thing given to accomplish this. As a matter of fact, Other hostages from Afghanistan were released on the day of Trump's inauguration, so a little bit afternoon on the 20th. So I think this is, in addition to terrific envoys who know how to handle this situation, it is also the impact of a strong America led by a man who is known to do what he needs to do to accomplish his mission. And that is, I think, often an unusual situation. So I hope that answers your question.
Why were they there if they don't have official
Oh,
roles?
well, I can't speculate on that. That's something, though, at some point. But I certainly am not in a position to speculate about why they were. Yes, ma'am. The white jacket, and then that's going to be us. That's going to be it for today. Sure.
After the Istanbul Mayor İmamoğlu's arrest this week, there are indications that Turkish government is now canceling the main opposition party's latest party convention and will appoint a trustee for the main opposition. What is the US government's reaction to this? Because there are opinion reports mentioning that this operation came right after President Trump and Erdogan's phone call. Is this still internal legal process matter in your view?
What's your outlet again, by the way? Oh, great, great. Welcome aboard. Well, I can tell you a few things. First, we're following the events in Turkey, as you might imagine, including the reported detention of the Istanbul mayor and a large number of municipal employees, journalists, and other individuals. We would refer you to the government of Turkey for comments on internal judicial matters. And of course, it is worth reiterating that it's important that Turkey protect the freedoms and human rights of all of its citizens, consistent with the country's constitution and in line with our shared values and democratic traditions.
Corruption charges mayor facing, of course, but how about appointing a trustee for the main opposition? Do you have anything on that?
Well, if that is going to come up, it's not, again, my place to discuss it or to surmise or to hypothesize either. I think that's going to be it for today. All right, everybody, we will be back on Monday. We will have our briefing on Monday and Friday next week. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for being here. It's a beautiful day out there. Enjoy it.
Transportation Safety Board on the results of its investigation into last year's collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, Maryland.
The bridge subsequently collapsed into the Patapsco River, killing 6 construction crew members and injuring another, as well as 1 person on board the vessel. I want to once again extend our deepest sympathies to those who lost loved ones or were injured in this terrible tragedy. Today, we're issuing 4 urgent safety recommendations to bridge owners, the Federal Highway Administration, the United States Coast Guard, and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Specifically, we're urging 30 owners of 68 bridges in 19 states to perform a vulnerability assessment of their bridge's risk of catastrophic collapse from a vessel collision, determine whether they need to implement countermeasures to reduce vulnerability, report their findings to the NTSB, and if warranted, implement a comprehensive risk reduction plan that includes, at a minimum, short and long-term strategies to reduce the probability of a bridge collapse from a vessel collision. We're also urging the Federal Highway Administration, in coordination with the U.S. Coast Guard and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, to provide guidance and assistance to bridge owners on evaluating and reducing the risk of a bridge collapse from a vessel collision. As part of our investigation, we completed a vulnerability assessment of the Francis Scott Key Bridge ourselves to determine how susceptible it was to collapse from a vessel collision, taking into account engineering and shipping advances since the Key Bridge first opened in 1977. This vulnerability assessment is essentially a mathematical risk model used to determine how susceptible a bridge is to collapse from a vessel collision, and it's not new. The American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, or AASHTO, developed and published the vulnerability assessment calculation for new bridges on the National Highway System in 1991 in response to our investigation of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge collapse in Tampa Bay, Florida. The state of Maryland was on AASHTO's executive committee at the time and served on AASHTO's Highway Subcommittee on Bridges and Structures, which developed those standards in 1991 and revised them in 2009. Included in the 1991 standards was a recommendation from AASHTO that all bridge owners conduct a vulnerability assessment of existing bridges to evaluate the risk of catastrophic collapse in the event of a vessel collision and take action. AASHTO reiterated that recommendation to states again in 2009, and I want to read the quote from the AASHTO guidance in 2009. All remaining existing bridges over navigable waterways with commercial barge and ship traffic should be evaluated using a vulnerability assessment in accordance with risk analysis procedures contained in this guide. The vulnerability assessments would meet NTSB recommendations to AASHTO, FHWA, and other federal agencies for improved bridge safety based on previous vessel collision accidents involving bridge failures. AASHTO continues on. Based on the vulnerability assessment evaluations of existing bridges within the state system, a screening process based on the estimated annual frequency of collapse can be used to identify and rank high-risk bridges and to prioritize vulnerable structures for potential rehabilitation, retrofit, peer protection countermeasures, or replacement. The Maryland Transportation Authority never ran the calculation on the Key Bridge, and as of October 2024, they still haven't on the Chesapeake Bay Bridge. Had they ran the calculation on the Francis Scott Key Bridge, the MDTA would have been aware that the bridge was almost 30 times greater than the risk threshold AASHTO sets for critical essential bridges. 30 times greater. And almost 15 times greater for Pier 17, which the Dolly struck, as well as Pier 18. What's frustrating is, not only did MDTA fail to conduct the vulnerability assessment on the Key Bridge, they did not provide, nor were they able to provide, the NTSB with the data needed to conduct the assessment, including the characteristics of vessel traffic passing under the bridge, vessel transit speeds, vessel loading characteristics, waterway and navigable channel geometry, water depths, environmental conditions, bridge geometry, pier protection systems, and ultimate lateral capacity of the bridge piers. We asked them for that data. They didn't have it. We had to develop that data ourselves with the help of our federal partners at the Federal Highway Administration. And I want to take a moment to thank the team at the Federal Highway Administration for all their assistance on this investigation. We conclude in our report that had the MDTA conducted a vulnerability assessment of the Key Bridge based on recent vessel traffic, the MDTA would have been able to proactively identify strategies to reduce the risk of a collapse and loss of lives associated with a vessel collision with the bridge. Like the Key Bridge, other bridges throughout the United States were designed before AASHTO's 1991 guidance. To understand the scope of that risk, we asked the Federal Highway Administration to identify bridges that cross navigable waterways and are used by ocean-going vessels like the Dolly, and gather information about protection devices in place for those bridges like dolphins, like fender systems. We then narrowed that list based on when the bridge was built, whether it had a vertical clearance of at least 80 feet, and whether it had substructures such as piers and a waterway. We also evaluated vessel traffic transiting under the bridges. We repeated the same process for bridges owned by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And as a result, we identified 72 bridges in 19 states managed by 30 bridge owners that were likely not designed and built to AASHTO specifications. Owners of 4 of those bridges performed a recent vulnerability assessment and are either implementing a plan to reduce their bridge's vulnerability or will be doing so in the future. The remaining 68 bridges that have not undergone a vulnerability assessment based on recent vessel traffic have an unknown level of risk of collapse from a vessel collision, which is why we're recommending that those 30 bridge owners take action now. Frankly, we've been sounding the alarm on this since the tragedy occurred, and in testimony before the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee last April, we need action. Public safety depends on it. So the 30 bridge owners who will receive our urgent recommendations are the Bay Area Toll Authority, Caltrans, the Golden Gate Bridge Highway and Transportation District, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the Florida Department of Transportation, the Georgia Department of Transportation, Skyway Concession Company, LLC, the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development, the New Orleans Public Belt Railroad, the Maryland Transportation Authority, the Massachusetts Department of Transportation, the Mackinac Bridge Authority, the New Hampshire Department of Transportation, the Delaware River Port Authority, the New Jersey Turnpike Authority, MTA Bridges and Tunnels, the New York City Department of Transportation, the New York State Bridge Authority, the Ogdensburg Bridge and Port Authority, the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, the Seaway International Bridge Corporation, the Thousand Islands Bridge Authority, the Ohio Department of Transportation, the Oregon Department of Transportation, the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission, the Rhode Island Turnpike and Bridge Authority, the Harris County Toll Road Authority, the Texas Department of Transportation, the Washington State Department of Transportation, and the Wisconsin Department of Transportation. Now, I want to emphasize, because we don't want to see headlines naming a bridge of being at risk of collapse or imminent risk of collapse. A risk level above the acceptable threshold doesn't mean a collapse from a vessel collision is an absolute certainty. Likewise, a bridge design with a risk level below the acceptable threshold doesn't guarantee that a collapse from a vessel collision won't occur. What we are telling bridge owners is that they need to know the risk and determine what actions they need to take to ensure safety. Again, I want to reiterate our exact findings today and all 4 urgent safety recommendations verbatim. For finding number 1, had the Maryland Transportation Authority conducted a vulnerability assessment of the Francis Scott Key Bridge based on recent vessel traffic, as recommended by the 1991 and 2009 American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials Guide Specifications, the MDTA would have been aware that this critical essential bridge was above the AASHTO threshold of risk for catastrophic collapse from a vessel collision when the Dolly collision occurred. Finding number 2, had the Maryland Transportation Authority conducted a vulnerability assessment of the Francis Scott Key Bridge using the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials Method 2 vulnerability assessment calculation, the MDTA would have had information to proactively identify strategies to reduce the risk of a collapse and loss of lives associated with a vessel collision with the bridge. Finding number 3, the 30 owners of 68 bridges over navigable waterways frequented by ocean-going vessels are likely unaware of their bridge's risk of catastrophic collapse from a vessel collision and the potential need to implement countermeasures to reduce the bridge's vulnerability. Urgent recommendation 1 to the Federal Highway Administration. In coordination with the U.S. Coast Guard and U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, establish an interdisciplinary team, including representatives from the Federal Highway Administration, U.S. Coast Guard, and U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and provide guidance and assistance to bridge owners on evaluating and reducing the risk of a bridge collapse from a vessel collision. Urgent recommendation number 2, the U.S. Coast Guard and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers as the recipient of recommendation number 2. Support the Federal Highway Administration in establishing an interdisciplinary team and provide guidance and assistance to bridge owners on evaluating and reducing the risk of a bridge collapse from a vessel collision. Urgent recommendation number 3 to the 30 bridge owners. Calculate the AASHTO Method 2 annual frequency of collapse for the bridges identified in Appendix B of the report that we issued today, for which you are responsible, and inform the NTSB whether the probability of collapse is above the AASHTO threshold. If the calculations that you performed in response to the safety recommendation indicate that a bridge has an annual frequency of collapse greater than the AASHTO threshold, develop and implement a comprehensive risk reduction plan that includes, at a minimum, guidance and assistance from the Federal Highway Administration, U.S. Coast Guard, and U.S. Army Corps of Engineers interdisciplinary team. And the 4th recommendations, develop short and long-term strategies to reduce the probability of a potential bridge collapse from a vessel collision. Now, a few things about the status of the investigation itself. We're releasing over 1,000 pages of investigative material in the public docket today, including our bridge factual report and some interviews. Next week, we intend to release the hazardous materials, meteorological, and survival factors factual reports, as well as a study conducted by our Office of Research and Engineering on vessel size increases and associated safety risk. In the next few weeks, we intend to publicly release the voyage data recorder audio transcripts and associated data. We're still finalizing the engineering, nautical operations, and anchorage factual reports. We'll then begin working on our analysis and developing our findings, our probable cause, and our safety recommendations with a final report released this fall. Now with that, I will take some questions. Please raise your hand. I'll call on you. Please state your name and your affiliation.
I'm with Fox 45 out of Baltimore. So I know you said that the MDTA did not provide or not calculate these risk assessments on the Key Bridge. The Dolly was a sizable cargo ship. So had the MDTA conducted this assessment, could they have put measures in place you believe could have prevented this collapse? And if so, what types of measures would those have been?
Yeah, so these bridge owners need to be looking at recent vessel traffic. Things have changed over time. Vessels have gotten bigger, heavier. At one point in the 1950s, we had vessels that had just 800 containers on them. Now we're talking 24,000 containers. So they need to take a look at specific measures that are included in the AASHTO guidance. So yes, MDTA would have known the risk and could have taken action to safeguard the Key Bridge.
Do you think that collapse could have been prevented, though?
Had they done that, the collapse could have been prevented. Yes.
Chair Hamady, it sounds like from what you're saying, these 68 bridges, the owners have not done these assessments. But do you expect that the vast majority, if they do those assessments, the vast majority of those bridges would be above the acceptable level of risk and need significant improvements?
The question is whether the 30 bridge owners that we're issuing these recommendations to, whether we believe their risk assessment will show that they're above the AASHTO threshold. We don't know that. That is something that this is why we are urging those bridge owners to take action. We're hoping it's very few, but we don't know that at this time. We believe they don't know that, and they need to determine what their risk is and start to put in those protective measures if warranted. One thing I do want, back to your question on could they have taken action, would have prevented it. This is not new. They could have been evaluated. MDTA could have done this evaluation numerous times over the past several decades. It was recommended by AASHTO in 1991. It was recommended by AASHTO in 2009. They were part of that subcommittee in issuing those recommendations, and they especially should have looked at the change in vessel traffic, certainly after the 2016 expansion of the Panama Canal. Yes.
Thank you for taking my question. Phil Yakubuski from WBAL Radio in Baltimore. You talked about the process that they should have done these assessments. Were there warning letters sent to them? Can you talk about that? How did you keep tabs that this was not being done?
So the question is the vulnerability assessments and how MDTA had not done these vulnerability assessments. It was a recommendation from AASHTO in 1991 and again in 2009. As part of our investigation, we asked, had you done these this vulnerability assessment on the Key Bridge? The answer was no. We then asked, are you doing this vulnerability assessment on the Chesapeake Bay Bridge? The answer is no. They have not. Yes, sir.
These recommendations, how do you follow up on them? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Alan Etter from WTOP here in Washington.
Thank you, Al.
Yes, ma'am. You've made these recommendations. What does the follow-up look like? How can you ensure that these measures take place?
The question is on the follow-up and urgent recommendations. When we issue urgent recommendations, we are saying there is a safety deficiency here, a potential safety risk, and you need to take immediate action. So we will follow up with all of the bridge owners. Over time, we will follow up with Federal Highways. We had a briefing for Federal Highways today. I also called the state of Maryland to make sure they knew that we were issuing this, as well as several others. So we expect action, and we have an entire team that follows up on those recommendations and will do so.
WBAL in Baltimore. I am curious if the Bay Bridge is on the Chesapeake Bay Bridge in Maryland is on the list of the 68 bridges, because I'm also wondering if so, could that be the only bridge of the 68 where the owners knew it was on the list? Because back in May, your preliminary report specifically directed the MDTA to do short-term and long-term studies to upgrade the existing protection. So is the Bay Bridge on the list? Did they already know they were on this list? And do they give you any explanation for why, as of November, the assessment still had not been conducted?
Yeah, the question is on, is the Chesapeake Bay Bridge on the list of 68 bridges and its bridges and bridge spans? The answer is yes. The east and westbound portions of the bridge are on the list of 68. And then the question is about their vulnerability assessment and conducting the vulnerability assessment. We asked MDTA, are you doing it in writing? As of October, they stated no. Certainly, if they build a new bridge, they will have to. But as of the existing bridge, we know that they have not done that. Calculation, that vulnerability assessment takes a long time. There's no reason why they shouldn't have done it before now. It shouldn't take an urgent safety recommendation to get action, and we expect that to be done now. And we'll follow up. Sure. Yes, sir.
Adam Tuss, Channel 4 here in DC. People have a hard time driving over the Bay Bridge as it is right now. What would your advice be to them if the safety risk is kind of unknown at this point in time?
Yeah, the question is about concerns over safety and driving over the Bay Bridge. I also drive over the Bay Bridge at times. I would say the reason we are issuing urgent safety recommendations is we don't want this to occur. Certainly, the same type of traffic goes under the Bay Bridge, but at higher speeds. And so what we are trying to do is prevent something in the future. That is always what we're trying to do in issuing our safety recommendations. In this case, they need to know the risk and take action. It doesn't mean there is a risk there. They just don't know right now. So they need to determine that and do some work.
But in your opinion, is this something that drivers should factor in when they make a route choice, when they decide I'm either going to take that bridge or go a different way?
Is this something that drivers should take into consideration? I mean, drivers have to make their own decisions, especially, when it comes to their day-to-day travel. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Firdausa Stover with Fox News Channel. Have you spoken with the Maryland Governor, Wes Moore, about the challenges with MDTA?
Have I spoken with Governor Wes Moore about the challenges with MDTA? Our investigative team has worked well with MDTA throughout the investigation. They have gotten a lot of information from them. They didn't have the information to provide. So it wasn't that they were withholding the information, but they didn't have the data that needed to go into that calculation. Why that is another issue. They should have had that data. We did the work, but they have worked well with our team. Yes, sir, and then I'll go over here.
Question is about the data. Same vein as Baltimore Sun. Do you know if they have changed any of their data collection systems, and if they even have the data to have a full risk assessment for the Bay Bridge at this point?
Does MDTA have the data to do a full risk assessment of the Chesapeake Bay Bridge? They've certainly had enough notice to go ahead and get that data together. This is part of our recommendations where we are urging Federal Highway Administration, the U.S. Coast Guard, and others to work with the states to help them do that. So hopefully they'll be able to take action, but this is a great question for MDTA on what they do have available for the Chesapeake Bay. Yep.
Elizabeth Worthington from WAR2 News in Baltimore. So you testified last spring in the Senate that after that Sunshine Skyway Bridge collapse, the NTSB recommended to the Coast Guard to evaluate pier protection systems in the context of the shipping traffic those bridges see, but that was never done because the Coast Guard said at the time it didn't have the authority. Do they have the authority, and are they doing that now?
And that testimony was before House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. Their authority, I think, I don't know the answer to their authority. We will get back to you on that. They did not have the authority at the time. Federal Highways Administration also currently doesn't have the authority to mandate that risk assessment and those changes for those older bridges prior to 1991. But what I did testify to at that time is that bridge owners need to take action now and not wait.
Two more questions?
Yeah.
So kind of two questions. Like, were you surprised by these numbers? And then also, just to get at this, why are the assessments so important?
Were we surprised by the numbers? I can say yes. We were very surprised that they were so high, 30 times almost 30 times greater than the threshold that AASHTO sets, and 15 times for Pier 17 and Pier 18. That was a surprise to all of us. But, it's something that MDTA could have known and should have known. And why is it more important, you asked? It's important to understand risk so that you can take action now, implement short-term and long-term strategies to ensure public safety. Last question.
So we actually asked MDTA over the summer when we were doing a story for the AASHTO frequency of collapse calculations, and MDTA replied, this is a direct quote from them, This specification on analysis for peer protection is used only when designing a new structure to determine if/where peer protection is needed. Were they wrong on that?
They might want to, there was a quote somebody read about a response on peer protection and about how it applies to new bridges. That 1991, they might want to read their own guidance. They were on the AASHTO Executive Committee in 1991, and they were on the subcommittee that developed the 1991 guidance and the 2009 update. It says very clearly on like page 3, you should do the same calculation and risk assessment and put protective measures in place for your existing bridges before this guidance came out. So there's no excuse. Thank you so much.
River announces Bitcoin interest on cash. Now, US dollars in your River account will earn you high-yield interest rate that can be paid in Bitcoin. With the price of groceries, mortgage, and tuition on a steep rise, people are now looking at a retirement age of 80 instead of 60. And that's all because dollars are losing value at a record pace. The challenge is finding a way to hold on to your dollar while still getting ahead. That's where River Bitcoin comes in. River Bitcoin's interest on cash protects your dollars with FDIC insurance while offering you the option to recap the potential gains of Bitcoin. Over the past 2 years, you would have earned 2 times the rate of most high-yield savings accounts and 16 times the rate of national average savings account with Bitcoin interest on cash. Get started at badlandsmedia.tv/river. Move your cash to River today and start earning real interest rate with Bitcoin. That's badlandsmedia.tv/river. Are you ready for the golden age? With recent headlines buzzing about Fort Knox, it's time to shine a light on gold. We've seen questions like, is there really gold in Fort Knox? And is the government secretly moving it? But the real question is, are we going back to the gold standard? In a world where economic stability is uncertain, gold remains a timeless asset. Fort Knox, the fortress of America's gold reserves, is under scrutiny, and this might be the moment gold proves its worth once again. Don't miss out on helping to secure our future. Gold isn't just an investment. It can help safeguard against inflation, currency devaluation, and economic turmoil. Whether it's for your retirement, a family heirloom, or just to have the peace of mind, this is the perfect time to buy gold. Visit badlandsgold.com to learn how you can add gold to your portfolio. That's badlandsgold.com.
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media, but I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet. The end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup, the sequel to the best-selling Psy War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that and strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real, and we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A, the heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, patriots. Let's make it official.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to Badlands Live. We were just watching the NTSB hearing with an update on the Key Bridge collapse. They're making recommendations and asking bridge owners in the area to do safety assessments. There's a heated debate going on in the chat. As always, if you're watching Badlands Live, there's usually some heated discussions going on in the chat. I thought what we would do. So I was going to start another hearing. There's Ron DeSantis and others speak on the National Review Ideas Summit. I don't know about you guys, but hearing a bunch of politicians have ideas is definitely something that I want to watch. But instead of doing that, there's a lot of news coming out, from President Trump's social account, from the Rapid Response 47 account, from the government accounts more broadly on X. And I was thinking about this. I wonder if folks remember when Twitter first started and Kirstie Alley, rest in peace, kind of went nuts and was, always on Twitter and going at other celebrities. And the real game changer that happened with the advent of Twitter was that people could the people on TV, right? The TV characters could go directly to the audience, the people, with their message. You could interact with people directly, and that still remains kind of one of the core promises and true value exchanges of social media. So when we think about where are we getting our news, if you go to X and you follow the government accounts. In fact, let me show you guys what I did here. So this is, I think you can subscribe to this list of mine that I've set up. But when on like inauguration day or the day after inauguration day, I went through and made a list on X. And if you go to Ashe in America and go to my lists, you'll find one called Federal Government. And it's all the agency, department accounts, some of the, like House Press Gallery, Senate Press Gallery, Federal Reserve, which is neither federal nor has reserves, but kind of consolidated all of their, releases into one single list, one single view. And I find that to be very helpful as we're trying to track what's going on. This administration is moving so fast. So we got to have little hacks like that to be able to keep up. So let's start with President Trump's Truth Social page here. He's posted some stuff today. This was 4 hours ago.
Here for a reason today that is very exciting, and I'm thrilled to announce that at my direction, the United States Air Force is moving forward with the world's first sixth-generation fighter jet. Number sixth generation. Nothing in the world comes even close to it, and it'll be known as the F-47. The generals picked a title, and it's a beautiful number, F-47. It's something the likes of which nobody has seen before in terms of all of the attributes of a fighter jet. There's never been anything even close to it, from speed to maneuverability to what it can have to payload. And this has been in the works for a long period of time. After a rigorous and thorough competition between some of America's top aerospace companies, the Air Force is going to be awarding the contract for the next generation air dominance platform to Boeing. As you know, it was highly competed for. There was a lot of competition, generals, and it's been going on for a long time. Very, very tough competition, but this plane is produced numbers that nobody's ever seen before. The F-47 will be the most advanced, most capable, most lethal aircraft ever built. An experimental version of the plane has secretly been flying for almost 5 years, and we're confident that it massively overpowers the capabilities of any other nation. There's no other nation. We know every other plane. I've seen every one of them, and it's not even close. This is a next level. Level 5 is good. This is level 6, they say. The F-47 is equipped with state-of-the-art stealth technology. It's virtually unseeable and unprecedented power. It's got the most power of any jet of its kind ever made. Maneuverability, likewise, there's never been anything like it, despite the power and speed. Its speed is top. So over 2, which is something that you don't hear very often. America's enemies will never see it coming. Hopefully we won't have to use it for that purpose, but you have to have it. And if it ever happens, they won't know what the hell hit them.
All right. So Scavino put out a couple tweets about this. So we've got this image of the F-47, this new fighter jet / stealth bomber, fighter jet with stealth capability that we have here. And then there's a video he put out as well. Oh, watch that a couple of times. That's wild. All right. So back over to President Trump's feed. He's shared a article entitled AG Letitia James Building Permits Raise Serious Questions. This is particularly interesting when President Trump is sharing it, because President Trump, Brian and I on book club did Art of the Deal before. We're currently doing Government Gangsters, 6 p.m. Tuesdays here on Badlands Media. But we did Art of the Deal first. And so much of the deal process for President Trump is dealing with local and state officials on things like building permits and zoning. He knows that world very, very well, inside and out. And so when I see, when we see little winks like this of him raising things like that about Letitia James, I don't think she's just throwing stuff out there with nothing. Maybe he knows something we don't. King Charles to make secret offer to Donald Trump during UK state visit. And President Trump says, I love King Charles. Sounds good to me. Okay. Filthy redcoat. But sure. I mean, maybe it's called we do a little trolling. $55 billion investment to expand U.S. manufacturing, Johnson & Johnson. John talked about this a good bit on his show, The Daily Herald, today. So guys, make sure that you tune into that. We have NVIDIA making investments in the U.S. We have the UAE making additional investments in the U.S. These are private investments coming in to our country to help build us, rebuild our industry and infrastructure and capabilities. Going to be amazing. All right, let's head over to Rapid Response 47 on X. This is the account that does kind of the immediate releases on what's happening out of the White House. One of the things that we see this account do is tweet, like, for example, the Zelensky, fiery Zelensky meeting that happened in the White House. This account had clips of the end bit, the big fight, coming out before the feed was available to the rest of us to actually stream. So this is, what they call their rapid response account. Big story today is the extradition and arrest of Eswin Mejia. I don't know. This criminal invader right here. This guy's going out of our country. He is responsible for killing Sarah Root. Now, who was Sarah Root? Sarah Root was a young woman from Iowa who was tragically killed in a car accident on January 2016. She was 21 years old, just graduated from Bellevue University with a 4.0 GPA. The driver who hit her, Eswin Mejia, was an undocumented immigrant who was allegedly driving drunk and street racing at the time of the crash. Mejia was arrested, but later released on bail and disappeared. Weird. In Iowa, I would have thought that was Colorado, but these problems, these social justice problems seem to happen across the country. He was released on bail and then disappeared, leading to controversy and discussions about immigration enforcement and public safety. His case became a focal point in political debates about immigration policy in the U.S. Today, the administration talking about how there is finally justice for Sarah Root. He's being deported. Is he going to the Bukele prison? Because I'd feel like that's probably some justice if he is. But this is the guy that killed her. Rest in peace, Sarah Root, and good for her family. Maybe some closure. Certainly. All right. See what else we got. What else we got here? I posted some of these headlines while the hearings were going on in the State Department hearing, particularly covered a lot of these headlines, but we'll repeat them for everyone here. For the first time since 2017, Alaska is projected to increase its oil production. EIA forecasts crude oil production will increase by 16,000 barrels per day in 2026. That's coming out of the U.S. Department of Energy. Good news. We want to unleash domestic energy production so that we can stop being slaves to foreign nations. Seems like, it seems like it would be common sense, but our political class proves more and more that they don't have common sense. We've got
do want to
SBA update here from the president, from Kelly Loeffler, SBA administrator. Kelly Loeffler, thank you, Mr. President. The SBA stands ready to take the lead on restoring accountability and integrity to America's student loan portfolio. Let's take a listen.
Say that I've decided that the SBA, the Small Business Administration, headed by Kelly Loeffler, is a terrific person, will handle all of the student loan portfolio. We have a portfolio that's very large, lots of loans, tens of thousands of loans, pretty complicated deal. And that's coming out of the Department of Education immediately, and it's going to be headed up by Kelly Loeffler at SBA, and they're all set for it. They're waiting for it. It'll be serviced much better than it has in the past. It's been a mess. And also, Bobby Kennedy, the Health and Human Services, will be handling special needs and all of the nutrition programs and everything else. Rather complex, but that's going to be headed by and handled by Health and Human Services. So I think that'll work out very well. Those two elements will be taken out of the Department of Education. And then I do want to say that,
which is great. This is what we want to see. We want to see the Department of Education go away because it's unnecessary bureaucracy that sits on top of people that, functions and entities that actually do things. The Department of Education is how we end up with the Sustainable Development Goals being in our kids' classrooms here in America after being developed at the UN and propagated by the World Economic Forum. It's where international baccalaureate programs come from, and why our Prussian education system is intent on making good little citizens that don't have critical thinking capability. That is the legacy of the Department of Education, and it needs to go away. But there are potentially functions that need to remain. And what we hear President talking about here is the loan aspects go into the SBA, the special needs and early childhood type of functions that need to remain will go into HHS. None of this needs to be in the Department of Education. The Department of Education doesn't need to exist. It's effectively a government entity that's run by teachers' unions. And their legacy is taking so much funding, $800 billion, I think I read somewhere, in funding, and we've seen test scores decline. So the Department of Education was started in the 1970s, and test scores have remained flat during that time. But if you look in the past 20 years, test scores are declining. We had a golden age, I guess, of the DOE at some point, but it's over now. And it doesn't need to exist any longer. We have to get the globalism out. We have to get the special interests out. We need to actually empower teachers, good teachers that want to help kids with learning outcomes, help kids learn to read, help kids know math, build the next generation of workers in a way that is going to support American industry and support American greatness. And the Department of Education is not it. I'm very happy about this. This is a promises made, promises kept from President Trump. He promised to get rid of the Department of Education. He is now doing it. And when they screech and scream about, oh, but what about the loans? And what about the special needs kids? Those functions that should remain in the federal government, which is a very small amount of functions, those functions will go into other aspects of the government, into other departments. We don't need the separate Department of Education, particularly when you look at the data. And I have a whole list of data points on the Department of Education in the Badlands news brief this morning, badlands.substack.com. Make sure that you're subscribed over there so that you're getting our news updates every morning. But we have a long list of data points on what the legacy of the Department of Education actually is. This is a great move by the president. Here we have Secretary Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy, Secretary of HHS. This week, I announced Operation Stork Speed to expand operations for safe, reliable, nutritious infant formula for American families. The U.S. FDA will use all resources and authorities at its disposal to make sure infant formula products are safe and wholesome for families and children who rely on them. Helping each family and child get off to the right start from birth is critical to our pursuit to make America healthy again. Let's take a listen.
Hi, this is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. As Secretary of Health and Human Services, one of the agencies that I oversee is the Food and Drug Administration. The FDA is responsible for making sure that the food and medicine that Americans put into their body is safe. That's important for everyone, but especially for our children, because they're the most vulnerable, and the most vulnerable of all are our babies. If there's one food that must be safe beyond any doubt, it's infant formula. Mothers who cannot or choose not to breastfeed need to have absolute confidence that their infant formula is ideal for their babies and have many options to choose from. Parents and others who rely on infant formula should know what's in these products and how consuming them may impact their child's health. That's why I'm directing the FDA to launch Operation Stork Speed. Amongst many things, it will study infant formula to inform updates in federal guidelines. Let me tell you why we're doing this. You see, the science of human nutrition has progressed since current guidelines were put in place in 1998. So we're going to evaluate all the common ingredients from corn syrup solids to seed oils and make sure that they meet the needs of our little ones. Some things we know are bad, like heavy metals, so we're going to increase the frequency of testing to make sure that no child drinks contaminated formula. I met with the CEOs of all the top infant formula manufacturers a couple of days ago, and they're united in support of this initiative. They are ready to make whatever changes are needed based upon the current evidence, because no one wants our children to be sick. We all want our children to grow and flourish from the moment they're born. Make America Healthy Again is something that can unite all Americans. And that's what Operation Stork Speed is all about. We're going to make American infant formula the gold standard for the world.
I love babies. Those babies are so freaking adorable. You know, when my boys were small, and I don't know what this is like now, but, you know, 15, 20 years ago, when my boys were, you know, all of them breastfed in one capacity or another. But for my first one, he was born and went into the NICU. And so, you know, we used formula as in tandem with breastfeeding. And the big push when he was small, and it continued when the other two were small, was the push for soy formula. Much better for their stomachs, much you know, simpler for their system, especially if you have a colicky baby. Try giving them soy formula. And I didn't really ever do that. I mean, they might have had a sample of it once or twice, but it wasn't a you know, a consistent part of their diet. But now, with what we know about soy, particularly soy's impact on masculinity, the formula industry does need a closer look. So I'm really glad to hear that this is happening. There is nothing more important than how American society treats our children, how we take care of the food that goes into their bodies, the education that goes into their minds, the health care that they're treated with, whether or not they're unnecessarily vaccinated. All of those things have the potential to be an indictment upon American society. Certainly the way they are right now, I think, is an indictment on American society. So it is wonderful to see an administration focusing on the actual health and wellness of children, and not the, you know, sexualization, sterilization, mutilation, psychological torture of children that we've seen with the past several administrations. So happy to see that. Let's see what we got up next here. Oh, we've got Secretary Sean Duffy from the he's the transportation secretary. In this video, he's talking about DOGE cuts and also air traffic control. There was I believe a jobs workshop or a jobs fair for air traffic controllers today that I saw. Maybe we'll get there before we end the feed today. But let's hear from Secretary Duffy.
We've got a lot of missing air traffic controllers, though, right? Is that a crisis?
So we need more air traffic controllers, right? There's not enough of them.
Mm-hmm.
But to be clear, if we for some reason have 4 people call out sick in one of our areas, you'll see delays. You'll see cancellations. We don't fly unless it's safe, right? So again, never think that, oh my gosh, there's a limited number of air traffic controllers and I'm not safe in the air. Of course you are. But the key to all this, Raymond, is building a system with air traffic controllers and the best technology. It's going to reduce the congestion in the air. We're going to be more efficient in the air, which means less delays, less cancellations, and happier Americans, which is what I want, Raymond. I want you to be happy and I want America to be happy.
You've got a lot of missing air traffic controllers, though, right? Is that a crisis?
So,
oh boy. So what is the name of the movie with, I can never remember this, and I think I've done this exact question to the chat too many times, but it's John Cusack and Billy Bob Thornton and their air traffic controllers. Does anybody know the name of that movie? It's a wild movie about how much power pushing 10. Was it pushing pin or push? I think it's pushing 10. But it's a movie about an excellent movie. I might watch it this weekend actually, because I've forgotten about it until right now. Pushing 10. Yeah, thanks. GSP Girl and Strings and Things. So the movie is about the level of stress on air traffic controllers and how much power they actually have in the skies. And it's Hollywood. It glorifies and glamorizes air traffic controllers, but it does raise a lot of questions and kind of things that I hadn't thought about before I saw that movie about the importance of the people that are watching the airspace. And, one of the things when Secretary Duffy came in that he was, pointing a spotlight on, if people will recall, he was sworn in, and then the DC helicopter crash happened like that day or the very next day from when he was sworn in. So his whole term so far, his entire tenure as transportation secretary, has been dealing with kind of this, this talent landscape and air traffic control. Keeping the skies safe is the top priority, I would say, of certainly the areas of our transportation infrastructure that deal with airspace. Kick Dreaming says, I was 15P in the Army. Controlling airspace ain't no joke. Yeah, I mean, one of the things that they say about the helicopter crash is that they had visual, the helicopter pilots had visual, they said that they had a visual on the plane, but they were probably looking at the wrong plane. And so, keeping your eye on this plane over here, not realizing that you're flying right into another one. It is a very critical, very high stress job, and we need very good, very qualified people in that job. So glad to see that that's being prioritized and that we aren't going hard at, making sure that air traffic control offices are the most diverse looking that they can be, and in fact are the most filled with the most competent people to control our airspace. Heading over to Department of Labor. Department of Labor was funding over $38 million in America Last programs, including millions for enhancing transparency in Uzbekistan's cotton industry. But not anymore. We will reinvest your tax dollars back in the American workforce. Here is Labor Secretary Lori Chavez de Raymer.
On day one, I promised that putting American workers first will be our top priority here at the Labor Department. At the direction of President Trump, we have wasted no time in executing our mission. Last week, the department terminated several foreign aid grants, saving over $38 million. I bet you didn't even know that your hard-earned tax dollars were being spent on things like enhancing transparency and accountability in Uzbekistan's cotton industry, promoting policies related to so-called climate change programs in Brazil and Colombia, supporting collective bargaining in Indonesia and Guatemala, and overseeing progress on labor standards in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Simply put, we're eliminating programs that put America last. I've instructed my team here at Labor to identify more opportunities to save you money. I'll keep fighting to put the American worker first by getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. And I'll ensure these dollars are invested back into our workforce.
I wish Ghost was here because and Colonel Towner, when you consider what she just read off, right? Brazil, Colombia, Uzbekistani programs that the U.S. Department of Labor is intimately involved in. If you've gone through Operation Condor, Gladio, digs with Colonel Towner or the, Alpha and on SITREP, they've done a little bit of it. Ghost has had her on. You know that the labor unions and the labor movements are a key part of how they subvert governments around the world. You have these, supernatural uprisings of, labor organizers and whatnot and we saw this with the Arab Spring, how the Obama administration refused to practically didn't even acknowledge what happened to Lara Logan because they were so committed to the narrative about the Arab Spring being a natural uprising of the people against tyrannical governments, and it's absolute bullshit. Labor unions are involved in organized crime, according to reporting coming out of South American countries, certainly, and around the world. And we see their ability to disrupt the true efforts of the people here and to really there's so much that was done 2 years ago. I think it was 2 years ago, 2023, we had over 400 labor strikes in the US. The ones that got the most attention were the Hollywood writers strike and the auto workers stuff, but there was all of labor was striking back in 2023. And when we went into the run up to the 2024 election, all of a sudden, after Kamala Harris became the nominee and that whole psyop, all of a sudden the election was about labor. And we started to see Democrats lean very hard into the messaging of labor unions as we saw labor union leadership really come out for Harris, the members and some of the labor organizers leadership came out for Trump, but some of them didn't endorse at all because the leaders couldn't agree with the people. So very interesting stuff. And hearing that we're spending $38 million on transparency in the labor of the Uzbekistani cotton industry, all of those things just sound like money laundering to me. My initial response is, I wonder if there even is an Uzbekistani cotton industry, because I don't believe anything you people tell me. But let's move on and see what else we got here. We've got Secretary Rollins of Agriculture. This president was elected in November with a vision of realigning the American economy to put Americans first. Our rural communities elected him at almost an 85% rate. The farm economy is under a lot of stress right now after 4 years of Joe Biden. When I was sworn in, the very first call I had was with President Trump, and he said to me, "Brooke, tell the farmers I've got their back." Let's take a listen.
Here's the bottom line. This president was elected in November of 2024 with a vision of realigning and restructuring the American economy to put Americans first. And the people elected him. Our rural communities, our farmers elected him at almost an 85 or 90% rate. They understood that there may be a little bit of short-term uncertainty for the long-term prosperity and the good for the country. As I have traveled around the country, I've been on the job 30 days. I've been in 8 states. I've talked to hundreds of farmers one-on-one. The tariffs always come up as the first concern. The farm economy is under a lot of stress right now after 4 years of Joe Biden, but they understand. And the final thing I'll say on this is when I was sworn in about a month and a few days ago, the very first call I had was with President Trump. And he said to me, he said, "Brooke, tell the farmers I've got their back. Make sure they understand that when we leave in 4 years, that our farmers will be experiencing a prosperous economy, a golden age, unlike they have experienced in our lifetimes." I believe in that leadership. I believe in his vision. I'm here every day to effectuate it, to ensure that our farmers understand that we've got their back. And at the end, America will be more prosperous and better than it has ever been before, including our farmers and our ranchers.
Yeah, I mean, I would feel a lot better about this if it didn't seem like it didn't apply to animal agriculture. and culling chickens and, mass vaccinating livestock. I understand there are, realities of animal agriculture, but a lot of experimental vaccines and whatnot going into our food. We've got to make America healthy again, which means looking at all of that. So I do like Brooke Rollins, though. I think she inspires confidence. She seems like she's got the farmers back. She seems like she's someone who's going to listen. Could be, just a great actress, but I do like her. I like Chavez DeRaymer as well. I think the women that Trump has picked seem to be badasses. I know there's a lot of shit out there about Pam Bondi and others being disappointed with what they're seeing, but I'm pretty bullish on President Trump's cabinet and what we're seeing. I think change takes time, and we're seeing it so incredibly rapidly. All right, we have this clip here. This is from earlier today. Trump officials were talking outside the White House with reporters, and I missed it, so I don't know what they're going to talk about, but it's 3 minutes, so we'll play this and then we'll get out of here.
An administration official is speaking to reporters. You're watching live coverage.
The president is very focused on realigning the American economy to better serve all Americans. Second, the farmers understood when they supported President Trump. He's always talked about tariffs, whether it was 2015, 2016, 2019, 2020, and again, 2023 and 2024. They supported him in 80-90% numbers. So they understand his vision, but also understand there may be some short-term challenges with that, certainly in this current farm economy. But the third thing I'll say is the president on the front end is very focused on what this will do to our farming community, but also has tasked me that as we move forward, similar to the first term, that we have some programs in place that would potentially mitigate any economic catastrophes that could happen to some of our farmers if in fact this moves forward and some of our farmers are significantly hurt. Thank you. We're working that out right now. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a message for some of the children that visited yesterday who said they're appreciative of the honey bun cost being down right now?
Well, listen, the president, when he was running and was elected, from my perspective, on a mandate from the American people, he ran on a lot of different messages and a lot of different promises. But for me, as I was sort of, running an outside organization and that certainly have supported him and known him for a long time, the two key issues I think he focused on that really resonated with Americans was first securing the border and second bringing down the cost of food. And so all of the children that were here yesterday, it was an amazing education event, but also these families who under Joe Biden have been struggling to put food on the table. I think we'll see those costs to continue to come down. Of course, I have been very focused on egg prices in the last month, especially. And we've seen those come down too. Now, listen, the market is a tricky thing. We'll see what the numbers look like. We've got another big report coming out, I think on Monday, and the next big report comes out the following Friday, and we'll continue to watch that. But this president is in it for the long term. And that's the blessing, frankly, of working for him, is that, a lot of times in politics, it's like short term. We're going to make this decision to keep these people happy. But he is doing this to completely restructure the American economy for all Americans. And that's a long-term play. So thank you.
How many eggs are we talking, and can you name the other countries?
Right now, we've got Turkey and South Korea importing eggs. Just yesterday, I talked to a couple of other countries that will soon begin importing. We haven't signed that deal yet, so I don't want to say who it is. We are talking in the hundreds of millions of eggs for the short term. So not insignificant, but significant enough to help continue to bring the prices down for right now. And then when our chicken populations are repopulated and we've got a full egg laying industry going again, hopefully in a couple of months, we then shift back to our internal egg layers and moving those eggs out onto the shelf.
What's the status of bird flu and its impact on chickens?
Well, the good news is part of the 5-point plan we laid out about a month ago. The most important thing to control the bird flu, the avian flu epidemic that has been raging through our egg layers for almost 2 years now. This really started about 2 years ago. Is that the most proven way to solve for that is through biosecurity measures. And what that means is locking down your barns. The number one prong on our plan was to invest a significant amount of money to do audits across the country, to have USDA help these egg laying companies to secure their barns. And since we began doing that most recently, we've seen a significant decline in the bird flu. Thank y'all so much. Good to see everybody. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank y'all so much.
All right, there you have it, everyone. You know, the avian flu. My egg prices have not gone down. I was at the grocery store a couple days ago, and it was like $13, I think, for 18 eggs, which is insane. I did not buy eggs that day or from that store, but you know, it's nice to hear that not. And we have our own Colorado egg problems. They just passed this, or it just went into effect, this law that all eggs have to be from free-range chickens, which ran a bunch of egg producers out of the state. And we're dealing with the fallout of that, in addition to all of the other egg-related drama that's national. So, you know, don't blame the Trump administration for Colorado's egg situation, because it's self-inflicted. And yeah, I don't love the focus on bird flu, and the interventions leave. Well, they generate a lot of questions. We'll say that. With that, everybody, that is going to do it for us on Badlands Live for this week. It's been a blast. Make sure that you tune in on Monday, 9 a.m. Badlands Live 9 to 5. We'll be back on Monday, Ghost and I, and Jessica. And I'm going to play on our way out of here President Trump talking about the Tesla dealerships. This is something that is very, very real to us out here in Colorado, because there are a lot of these psychos that are, spray. I don't understand how the people spray painting the swastikas aren't just Nazis, especially when they are fascist. Anti-fascists have become the fascist. Maybe they always were. Power was inside of them all the time. But they are. And, here's the thing. Brian and I on Wednesday talked about DogeQuest, that website where they have a Molotov cocktail as the pointer on the website, and they're publishing all of the personal information of Tesla owners, Tesla dealerships, Tesla charging stations, because of Elon Musk's support and advocacy for America First and for President Trump. That is a violation of civil rights law. And people can keep telling me that it's not, but you're wrong, because it is. And it would be very easy for Elon Musk, the richest man in the world with all of the resources that he has, to take that on and pursue that and make an example out of these people and actually get a conviction under the civil rights laws, because that will affect change. It will, I think, stop some of this if people realize that there are actually going to be consequences. And with Pam Bondi and President Trump saying this is domestic terrorism, and needs to be treated as domestic terrorism, that should change the landscape. It should also, because that's a federal thing and invokes federal law enforcement, it should, at least in part, stop states like mine from letting these people out to go, commit additional crimes. Property crime is not a victimless crime. Property is owned by people, and it's insane what's happening. So we're going to listen to President Trump about that. I will be back here this evening at 7:30 p.m. Eastern time for Why We Vote. Brian and I have Peter Bernegger on tonight to talk about a bunch of his investigations, smurfing, and some other stuff. We'll be getting into that. And then after that, we have Eye of the Storm and Liberty Den. If you're new to Badlands, well, come check out some of our other shows. We do this kind of, half-retarded C-SPAN thing every day, but there's also really great show content. So make sure you tune in. Please smash that thumbs up. Please, patronize our sponsors, badlandsmedia.tv/rise, mypillow.com, promo code Badlands. And Goldco, badlandsgold.com, promo code Badlands. badlandsmedia.tv/river for your Bitcoin. We're taking our country back, everybody. If I don't see you later, have a phenomenal weekend. And here's the boss for our way out. Cheers, guys.
I view these people as terrorists, just like others. These are When I looked at those showrooms burning and those cars, not one or two, like 7, 8, 10 burning, exploding all over the place. These are terrorists. You didn't have that on January 6th, I can tell you. You didn't have anything like that on January 6th, which is sort of amazing because on January 6th, the Democrats were talking. Nobody was killed other than a very beautiful young woman, Ashley Babbitt. Nobody was killed. And you look at what's going on now with these terrorists. These are terrorists, and that's an organized event. You know, take a look at their signs. Take a look. They're all made by the same sign company. A nice, expensive job. Now, these are the people that finance it are, in my opinion, in just as big a trouble as the people that are setting the match and setting the fires. So we'll see. It's under very serious investigation by the FBI and by the Justice Department. These people are terrorists.
Thank you so much for joining us, and don't forget to hit the thumbs up on this video. And a special thank you to all of our advertising partners. Please remember to shift your dollars to support those businesses that support Badlands Media.